Chapter 230. He smiled. Although he felt much more relaxed just now, he was still a little sad after hearing Imo Huiling's words. He couldn't tell why he was sad. Maybe it was because everything was over and he felt sad. Maybe he just didn't understand when he had become such a man. He had thought that he had to have her, but in the end, he didn't persist. He had always thought that he was a man of principle. Once he made up his mind, he wouldn't change and he wouldn't hurt her. But in the end, he still hurt Huiling and Lin Che. He felt like he had become the man he despised. He took a deep breath and reached out to push Lin Che's wheelchair. Lin Che said, "Are you still going to eat?" "Actually, there's nothing much I want to eat. Otherwise, it's okay. There's a new restaurant over there. Let's go and see if it's good." "Oh, okay." Hearing Gu Jingza's words, she could only nod. Gu Jingza pushed Lin Che out from the corridor to the secretary's office. The people around them saw this scene and all turned to look at them. Gu Jingza was always followed by a few bodyguards. When the group of people went out, they only pushed Lin Che, who didn't fit in with the atmosphere at the back. It was very eye-catching. In a short while, the company's internal forum was in an uproar. Everyone knew that Gu Jingza had a girlfriend before. It was Imo Huiling, who matched his social status. But the person being pushed by Gu Jingza today was obviously not her. Why did President Gu change his girlfriend? President Gu treats his girlfriend very well and is very attentive. He even pushes her, but why is she still a cripple? Oh my God! President Gu changed his girlfriend without saying a word. Why didn't he say so earlier? If he had, I would have gone up first. Stop dreaming. There are a lot of people in the company. You won't be able to get in. President Gu is really beautiful. I don't know how the people in the CEO's office on the rooftop can continue working if they keep looking at President Gu every day. To answer the question above, someone who didn't work properly and kept looking at President Gu was directly thrown out by President Gu's bodyguard. He fractured his femur and was fired. After that, we all started to work properly and stopped looking at President Gu. Is that for sure? President Gu's bodyguards aren't fake. Anyone who tries to get close to President Gu is definitely looking for death. Don't you know who President Gu is? How can an ordinary person get close to him? Gu Jingza pushed Lin Che. Lin Che lowered his head in embarrassment when he saw everyone's eyes flickering and looking at him. Fortunately, Gu Jingza's private elevator arrived soon. When they got off, Gu Jingza gave them a look to tell them not to follow so closely. Gu Jingza got into the car. He didn't say anything on the way. In the past, Lin Che would chatter nonstop. But this time, he didn't seem to have anything to say. He just looked ahead. She could feel that Gu Jingza's mood had been gloomy ever since he came back. Even though he didn't say it out loud, she was deeply affected by it. After entering the restaurant, the owner of the restaurant politely escorted Gu Jingza and Lin Che to the best private room in the restaurant after passing through a special passage. The private room was so exquisite that it left one speechless. After Lin Che sat down, she looked at Gu Jingza. Gu Jingza smiled at her. "Are you cold? If it's cold, I'll get someone to turn on the air conditioner." Gu Jingza. Seeing that Gu Jingza was about to get up, Lin Che stopped him and said, "There's no need to trouble yourself. I'm not cold. Are you unhappy? If not, let's go back. Don't eat." "No, we still have to eat," Gu Jingza said. "All right, looking at your stinky face makes me have indigestion. It's better not to eat." Lin Che pushed her wheelchair and stopped at the side to look at him. Gu Jingza was stunned. He raised his hand and touched his chin. Of course, he didn't know whether it was stinky or not. He just raised his head and looked at Lin Che's helpless face. In the end, he took a deep breath and said seriously, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you." Lin Che's lips twitched. "It's okay. Didn't you have a good chat with Miss Imo?" Gu Jingza only shook his head. "No, it was good." "Then why did you?" "It's just that Huiling and I ended up like this because of me. I know that, but I can't do anything about it. You might think that I'm indecisive, but I still blame myself. That's the Huiling you see now, but the Huiling I saw in the past wasn't like this, so..." Lin Che's lips twitched again. Then he laughed heartily and said, "Of course I know. She's different in front of me than in front of the person she loves." "No, I shouldn't have talked about her with you." Gu Jingza shook his head and told himself not to be so sullen. You have no obligation to take responsibility for my matters, and you have no obligation to listen to my complaints. Why would I? Lin Che said, even friends can listen to each other's complaints. Moreover, you can't be together. Because of me? No, it has nothing to do with you. It's my problem. I know, he said. Lin Che wanted to say something, but when he saw his sullen face, he felt that he couldn't bring himself to say it. If she hadn't appeared, everything wouldn't have been so bad. He and Whirlwind would have been married a long time ago. Their child might have been born soon. It was still related to her after all, but that was their own business. She had no right to participate in it. So, in the end, she was still an outsider. She was between the two of them, but she couldn't walk into their world. Lin Che laughed dryly. Gu Jingze raised his head and said to Lin Che, I'm sorry. I was in a bad mood, so you couldn't eat. Don't worry, it's okay. You have so many problems, but I still put up with them. This is a small matter. I'll just treat it as your period coming. Period? Gu Jingze frowned. Lin Che laughed loudly. Thinking that he definitely didn't know, he covered his mouth and explained. When girls have their period, they call it their period. So men call it? So men call it their period? Gu Jingze's face darkened. Lin Che laughed so hard that she rocked back and forth. She didn't care about her image at all. Her feet were already on the wheelchair, and she hugged her knees as she looked at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze glanced at her feet. She noticed it and remembered that she couldn't help being a tomboy again. She apologized to him, but thinking that she wasn't a tomboy, he wouldn't mind anyway, so she didn't care about her image anymore. She continued to put her feet on the wheelchair, looked at Gu Jingze, and said, Are we still eating? Gu Jingze sighed. He knew that he had affected her, so he could only continue to say, I'm sorry. Lin Che said carelessly, If you really feel sorry for me. Chapter 231. She said, Go shopping with me later and buy some stuff for me. Buy stuff? Yeah. Shopping can alleviate all unhappiness. Lin Che said. Gu Jingze didn't quite understand, but he agreed anyway. Okay, you can buy anything you want later. Lin Che clapped and said, Okay, I won't be polite with you later. Why are you so greedy? I'm not a rich girl. It's okay for me to be greedy, Lin Che said. Gu Jingze's face darkened. Lin Che pouted. Why did he bring up a rich girl for no reason? She was sad because of Whirlwind just now. She smiled and said, I mean, it's because I'm poor. Gu Jingze glared at her. She only knew how to complain about being poor. They ate a few mouthfuls of food, but neither of them had much of an appetite. After they went out, Lin Che aimlessly bought things in the mall. She didn't have anything to buy for herself, so she bought some for Xin Yuran and Yu Minmin. Soon, she couldn't carry any more things. Shopping with Gu Jingze was really fun. He didn't care about the price. He asked the people to pack everything up as soon as he walked in. Soon, he finished shopping at a place he was interested in. Soon, they arrived at a high-class gold shop. Gu Jingze stopped and looked inside. Aren't you going in to take a look? Lin Che looked around. The things inside must be very expensive. She didn't want to spend too much money. I don't think so. I don't wear jewelry. It's okay. Let's go in. He looked at Lin Che. Although she was a greedy girl, she didn't seem to wear anything expensive. As he spoke, he had already pushed Lin Che inside. The shop looked very high-end, different from ordinary jewelry shops. The shop assistant didn't recognize Gu Jingze and Lin Che, who wanted to keep a low profile, as he was wearing a mask. However, judging from the imposing manner of the people following behind them, he knew they were not customers to be trifled with. Looking at the professional bodyguards, the shop assistant realized that they had never met such powerful people since the opening of the gold shop. So, he was even more respectful and careful towards them. Lin Che had never enjoyed such treatment before. As soon as he entered the door, he was brought to the VIP area. The shop assistant was a beautiful lady, and there was also a store manager who seemed to have an illusion to her. What would you like to see? How would Lin Che know? Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che and said, What good stock do you have? Show it to us first. Hearing this, the manager turned around and whispered to the staff to bring the VIPs over. Seeing that the manager attached so much importance to it, the shop assistant hurriedly asked someone to do it. After a while, a few people walked in. On the tray, There were jade pendants and rings. Lin Shay looked at so many things at once that he was a little dazzled. This ring is so beautiful. This pendant is beautiful too. Hey, is this a Rui jade? Where should I put it? The shop assistant explained everything to Lin Shay. Gu Jingzi said, if you like them, you can pick a few. Lin Shay turned around. Can I? Of course. Lin Shay looked at the flawless item written in emerald green. He thought to himself that it would probably be very expensive. Forget it, I don't usually wear it. Then you can start wearing it now. As he spoke, he held her hand and looked at the small ring in the middle. Although it was small, it was very exquisite. It was so smooth and round that no one could find a single flaw. Most importantly, it was very pleasing to the eye. He picked it up and compared it to Lin Shay's finger. Holding her hand, he slowly slipped the ring into her finger. The emerald green ring looked very beautiful on her fair finger. The shop assistant couldn't help but praise. Madam's hand is so beautiful. Gu Jingzi had heard a lot of compliments, but this was the first time he felt happy about it. Praising Lin Shay seemed to make him feel happier than praising him. He smiled and pulled Lin Shay's hand to take a look. It was indeed very beautiful. Compared to some of the beautiful girls present, her hand was even more outstanding. Every knuckle seemed to be very smooth and round. It was so cute. However, there were still some thorns on her palm. When he opened her palm, he could see some marks on it. Gu Jingzi thought that her status in the Lin family wasn't very good. These marks were probably left behind when she was doing housework and helping the nanny. His heart dimmed a little. He looked up and said to the manager, "We'll take this." The manager was naturally happy. "Sir, you have good taste. This is the best item in our store." Gu Jingzi smiled, not listening to the manager's boast. "It doesn't matter if it's good or not. I like it. Wrap it up for me." The manager immediately did it. The shop assistant wanted to wrap it up for her, but Gu Jingzi said, "It's okay. Let her wear it." Lin Shay looked up. Gu Jingzi said, "Didn't you buy it to wear?" Lin Shay looked at him and smiled happily. She looked down at her fingers and felt that they were even more beautiful. But it was too expensive, and she felt bad for it. The shop assistant smiled at the two of them and said, "Sir, you treat Madam so well. We're so jealous. Madam, you're really lucky." Lin Shay looked up at Gu Jingzi. Yes, she was lucky to have met Gu Jingzi. Gu Jingzi smiled. He felt that such a compliment made him feel happy, especially when he heard that he treated his wife well. This was the first time he had heard such a compliment, but it was thought-provoking. A different kind of pride slowly spread in his heart. After being sent off by the people in the jewelry store, Gu Jingzi looked at the ring on Lin Shay's hand. She looked down and looked at it. Even though she said no, she was actually very happy. He said, "All right, stop looking. You won't be able to do anything if you keep looking. It's so expensive. It's the price of a house. I feel like I'm wearing a house on my hand. Of course I have to look at it more." Gu Jingzi looked at her. No matter how careless she was still a girl. Gu Jingzi thought that their marriage was actually a very careless thing. There was no wedding gown, no wedding ring, and no wedding. He felt a little guilty. He looked at Lin Shay's hand. He didn't even buy her a diamond ring. He looked at Lin Shay. "Lin Shay, actually, do you want a wedding?" Chapter 232. When Lin Shay heard the word wedding, she looked up in surprise. "Wedding? What wedding?" Gu Jingzi looked down at her. "Because when we get married, you won't have anything. When other people get married, they will have a wedding ring, and a wedding dress, but you won't have anything." Hearing this, Lin Shay understood. Forget it. Why would I want a wedding? They were a fake marriage. Why would they have a wedding? Then when they got divorced in the future, would they have a divorce ceremony? Forget it. There's no need to go through so much trouble. I don't want a wedding. Gu Jingzi said, "Lin Shay, if you want a wedding, tell me. We can actually have one. There's really no need. I hate trouble the most. Weddings are just a formality. What era is it now? Do you feel guilty about having a wedding?" Gu Jingzi saw the disdain in her eyes. It was as if he was an antique from a different era. He felt a little depressed. He looked at her and said, "I do feel guilty. You should have a wedding too. Isn't a wedding a very important thing in a woman's heart? Everyone has one, but you can't have one. It's not fair to you. Lin Che waved her hand speechlessly. Forget it. We agreed not to have a wedding and I haven't changed my mind. If you really feel guilty, just buy me something nice. Da. Gu Jingze looked at her helplessly. Okay. Gu Jingze pushed Lin Che up. Lin Che smiled and turned back to look at Gu Jingze. You really think too much. Actually, I don't have anything to do with it. Gu Jingze glared at her. Yes, you're so heartless. But she didn't want what everyone else wanted. It was really puzzling. Gu Jingze didn't have much experience with women. If she didn't want it, then so be it. He could only keep it in his heart and didn't say anything else. On the way out, Lin Che was still looking down at the ring. Actually, she really didn't like wearing jewelry, but she was still very happy when she thought that the ring should be quite expensive. Of course, this was a gift from Gu Jingze. Holding it in her hand, she thought that although Gu Jingze felt sorry and gave it to her as compensation, he still felt sorry. However, Gu Jingze didn't know why his mood was fluctuating so much today. Lin Che said, Gu Jingze, if you have anything on your mind, you can tell me. It's okay for me to be your trash can. Gu Jingze said, Nothing? Really? I'm a little guilty after taking such an expensive gift from you. Tell me quickly so that I can feel at ease. Da. Gu Jingze lowered his head and looked at Lin Che. But when I spoke to Hui Ling today, she said she wouldn't harass me anymore. That's not a big deal. I've thought about it before. Our relationship should have ended a long time ago. It's not good for the two of us. But today, when she talked about our past, I felt a little guilty. Lin Che nodded in understanding and said, You've known Miss Mo since you were young. Have you been together since you were young? Of course not. She followed me around and always called me Brother Jingze. At first, I only cared about my career. I studied with a tutor at home and had to deal with the family business. I was always very busy, but she always followed me around. No matter where I went, she would accompany me. So, when we were in Italy, I went to the square to look at pigeons. I told her that we should try dating. He paused and said, I was 17 then. Hearing that Gu Jingze had been so busy since he was young, Lin Che felt a little sorry for him. It seemed that being a tycoon wasn't easy. Lin Che said, That's very simple. It seemed that Mo Huiling was also infatuated with him, to be able to follow him for so long. Miss Mo is really devoted to you. I don't have the heart to follow a man for so long. Gu Jingze looked at her and said, You say it as if you've never liked that sissy. Hey, Qin Qing isn't a sissy. Hearing Lin Che defend Qin Qing so fiercely, he was really depressed. If she's not a sissy, then what is she? Huh. In any case, she's not. You're so protective, and you still say you don't have the heart. Gu Jingze's eyes were somewhat disdainful. He snorted, completely disdainful of Qin Qing. I don't have the heart. I didn't follow him for so long. Of course, I don't have the leisure of a rich girl. At that time, it was already good enough for me to have a full stomach. I had to go through fire and water every day. Love and whatnot were all luxuries. Even if I had a crush on him, I didn't even confess my feelings. Gu Jingze lowered his head and looked at her deeply. Then he said, I'm usually too busy, so I didn't take care of Huiling. That's why it's been delayed until now. If I had told my family earlier that I wouldn't marry anyone but her, my family wouldn't have been so ruthless. So, this matter is indeed my fault. It has nothing to do with you. All right. Lin Che looked at him and said, This is called passing by. It's so sad. I want to write a script for you too. Gu Jingze looked at this unscrupulous woman, but it's all in the past. The way I treat her now is different from before. Lin Che's eyes moved. She didn't want to hear him talk about his feelings for her. She was a little resistant. It was fine if he knew about their past, but she didn't want to hear such detailed things about his feelings for her. No, you don't have to tell me about your love life. I'm not interested, she said, her voice a little shaky. Gu Jingze looked at her and said, No, I want to tell you, Lin Che. I can't be sure what I feel for you, but I'm sure that it's different from Hui Ling's. I can't give you a normal marriage, nor can I be a perfect husband. I can't give you full love. The only thing I can do is be honest with you. Lin Che's heart sank slightly. The sourness almost burst out of her eyes, but she didn't cry. It wasn't worth crying just because it was like this. She smiled and said, "All right, then I'll respect your choice. I'll also be honest with you." Gu Jingze looked at her and said, "What? How do you feel about me?" I finally have a sexual feeling for you." Ha 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 da. Gu Jingze's face darkened completely. "This woman was tooed," Gu Jingze said. "You're so thirsty, and you're only telling me now. If you had told me earlier, I would have let you use it long ago." Da. Lin Che said, "You're the one who's thirsty. This is a joke. You know I'm not good at joking. Then, tell me, are you satisfied with it?" Gu Jingze looked down at her. When he asked the question with that serious expression, it made her face heat up unconsciously. "I'm not telling you." "Humph," Gu Jingze said. "Not telling me? But I want to ask. Hurry up and tell me." "I'm not telling you. I'm so annoyed. I'm going home." She pushed the wheelchair forward. Gu Jingze hurried over and held the wheelchair. "Why are you running? You said it first." I was wrong, all right? All right, I forgive you. But you have to compensate me when we get back, da." Lin Che glared at him. She wondered why he wasn't as melancholic as before. Were all men animals that thought with their lower bodies? Chapter 233. When they got home, Gu Jingze went to the bathroom first. Because of Lin Che's feet. Actually, he was very obedient last night. Lin Che leaned against the bed and was playing with her phone. She heard a ding sound. Someone had sent her a message. She opened the message, and what she saw was a video. After opening it, the video was a little blurry, but she clearly saw what happened today. It was Mo Huiling and Gu Jingze. The two of them hugged each other tightly in the cafe. From this angle, Mo Huiling was snuggling in Gu Jingze's arms reluctantly, and Gu Jingze was also a little reluctant to let her go, wrapping his arms around her back. Lin Che bit his lower lip and looked at his phone. His heart felt stifled for no reason. Then, he sneered and a thought popped up in his mind. Gu Jingze was so reluctant to part with her, but he was still happily with her. Maybe the desire of the body was really powerful. She closed her eyes. She didn't know if she should feel happy that she was so charming that Gu Jingze was so attached to her body, or sad that she had become a toy for others to play with. After a while, she regained her calmness. Who sent this to her? Except for Mo Huiling, she couldn't think of anyone else. She was angry just now because she thought so badly of herself and Gu Jingze. But in fact, she had known Gu Jingze for so long. Didn't she know that Gu Jingze was definitely not such a person? And she was definitely more than a toy. She looked down on herself too much. She wrapped herself in the quilt, deleted the video, and looked at the shining chandelier on the ceiling. However, there was one thing that Mo Huiling was right about. After all, Gu Jingze had been in love with her for so many years. Maybe he was really reluctant to let her go. When Gu Jingze came back, he saw that Lin Che seemed to have fallen asleep. He walked over quietly and looked at the side. The ring had been put down. He picked up the ring and looked at it. He felt that the ring was really beautiful and suited her, but it seemed that she really didn't like wearing things. Not only that, but when he thought about it carefully, he realized that she had bought so many things, but she hadn't used them at all. Although she looked like a miser, she didn't seem to care about them at all. This woman was really a little confusing. Maybe women like the feeling of the moment of shopping? Or was the miser just her last line of defense? The next day, Lin Che arrived at the company. Yu Minmin said to Lin Che, "I've prepared an interview program for you before Chinese New Year. Do you want to participate?" "Yes, I'll participate in any program," Lin Che said. Yu Minmin felt that Lin Che was different today. "What's wrong?" Lin Che said. "What do you mean? I want to earn money. I want to participate in anything that can earn money." "Ha, Mrs. Gu, do you still need money?" Yu Minmin snorted. In the beginning, she might have thought that she was a money grubber, but after getting to know her, she finally understood that this silly girl was just too naive. "Who knows when I'll get a divorce? Sigh, my position as Mrs. Gu isn't that easy to stabilize. Rich families run deep. Sigh, you don't even know how much I've suffered in a rich family. I've suffered so much in a rich family that I could write a novel about a sadomasochistic relationship. Get lost." Yu Minmin said, "You're still sadomasochistic. What should we do then?" Forget it if you don't believe me. Oh right. Lin Shay remembered the things he had bought for her. These are for you. Clothes, bags, and these. Try them on and see if you like them. I didn't see them clearly yesterday, so I just bought them randomly. Yu Minmin flipped them open in surprise. They were all international brand names. They were extremely expensive and only used by rich people. Why did you buy me this? Do you think it's good for a working-class person like me to use these? I had no choice. My husband is rich, and he insisted on spending for me. Rich people like us are so poor. If we don't spend some money, it won't be worth it. Just take them. Duh. Yu Minmin still felt that she was different today. However, she was full of smiles and was as carefree as usual. It was hard to tell what she was thinking. However, as Yu Minmin flipped through the things, she couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so expensive. Oh my God. It's so good to have a rich husband. Oh my God. This is so expensive. I think I'll keep it at home and not dare to take it out. People will think that I've suddenly gotten rich and come to rob me." Yu Minmin looked for a while. She didn't have any desire for these brand names. It was just that they looked very novel. After receiving them and thanking Lin Shay, she said, "Oh yes, someone came with your contact information. He said that you recommended him to work." Lin Shay then remembered that it was the little girl from the other day. He quickly said, yes, I met her on the way. I wanted to say that she has a very pitiful life. If I can help her, I will." The two of them went out together. As they walked, Lin Shay told Yu Minmin about the situation that day. When they went out, they saw the girl sitting carefully at the door. Seeing Lin Shay, she quickly stood up. "Oh my God, you're Lin Shay. No wonder I thought you looked so familiar that day. I just didn't dare to recognize you." The girl exclaimed excitedly, "Actually, I'm usually too busy and don't have time to watch television. That's why I don't recognize you. Otherwise, with how popular you are, I definitely wouldn't forget you." Lin Shay smiled as he walked over. "It's okay. Celebrities usually look a little different on TV than in real life. On TV, they look a little bigger, taller, and fairer. Haha, if I don't put on makeup in private, I look a little different." "How could that be?" "I think that you look much better now than on TV, sister." She smiled as she covered her mouth and said, "I didn't even know that I would meet a big celebrity. I only found out today." Lin Shay waited for her to calm down before introducing Yu Minmin to her. He even said to her, "If you want to come, you can start as an assistant. It's a very tough job. If you're sure that you're willing to do it, you can try for a few days. If you can't adapt, you can leave. I'll still pay you according to the number of days you work." "I can adapt. Of course I can adapt. I'm not that fragile. I can take any hardship. I'm very happy to be an assistant." Hearing this, Yu Minmin said, "All right then, you can come with me to report later." The girl's name was Yang Lingxin. Everyone could just call her Little Xian. Yu Minmin went out to look at the girl. Looking around, he said to Lin Shay, "She's quite smart. If she does well in the future, maybe I can groom her." "Really? Anyway, I met her by chance. I think she's quite cute." Yu Minmin said, "You're really kind? That's for sure. I'm such a kind person, yet no man is interested in me. Sigh, I'm just a bit of a tomboy. Men say that they like kind girls, but in the end, they still like those gentle ones. They don't even notice my inner beauty at all." Chapter 234. After that, Lin Shay called Xin Yuran and told her that he would get someone to send it to her. Xin Yuran said that she would come and get it. It was rare for her to have a day off, so she came to see Lin Shay's workplace. Many people were coming and going. When Xin Yuran arrived, Yu Minmin went to pick her up. When she came in, Lin Shay was already ready to go for the interview. When Xin Yuran saw Lin Shay, she took out the bag in her hand and showed it to him. "This must be expensive, Lin Shay." Lin Shay just looked at it. He had been a little absent-minded yesterday and had forgotten what he had bought. "I think so," Xin Yuran said, "but I can't let that ungrateful sister take it away. I was almost cheated by her." Lin Shay said, "Why would she ask you for it? She wanted to buy it herself. I spent a lot of effort to get it from Gu Jingza." Xin Yuran said, "Yeah, I told her that you gave her to her. She was very envious and even asked if you needed an assistant here. I told her that I didn't need one." She even wanted to say that she came to your company to apply for a job. You'd better tell your company that if she comes, don't hire her. Yu Minmin said, our company is indeed looking for an assistant, but it's hard work and the salary isn't that high. So she would never do it. She's just asking for trouble. She's lazy and greedy. How could she do such a thing? Yu Minmin laughed. She's your sister after all. If it's possible, you can let her try. Please don't. Lin Che knows my sister. She's a piece of work. Don't let her harm you. Lin Che nodded. Yuran won't stand on ceremony with me. If she says it's not good, then it's not good. Yu Minmin shrugged. All right then. Let's get ready. We'll go for the interview. Shin Yuran asked, are you going to participate in a show? Yu Minmin nodded. Talk shows aren't that good these days. People are starting to like those self-made talk shows on websites. We're going to participate in one of the more popular talk shows recently. It's called Celebrity Show. I reckon there will be a few people participating. Wow, Celebrity Show. I was watching it last night. I didn't expect Lin Che to participate in it. Lin Che said, yeah. Shin Yuran's face was full of excitement as he followed her outside. It seems that a lot of celebrities have participated in that show. In the past, Gu Jingyu participated, Mu Firen also participated, and that Song Shuhai from your company also participated. You're really a big shot now, participating in such a popular show. Lin Che said, come on. Those big shots that you mentioned were all interviewed by themselves. I think they were interviewed with a few other people. That's different. Is that so? Then you have to work hard too. One day, you will also go for an interview alone. Haha, yes, I will continue to work hard. Lin Che followed Yu Minmin and Shun Yuran. He saw that Yang Lingxin was still working there. Her movements were very agile. She learned from another old assistant and got the hang of it very quickly. Yu Minmin asked her to follow him, saying that they were going to the big family show together. She followed behind happily, as if she had endless energy. Yu Minmin said to Lin Che, looks like he's really serious and a very capable person. Yeah, I can't be wrong about the person I like. When they reached the backstage of the big family show, there were already a few actors who were being interviewed. They were all familiar faces, some of whom he had seen before and some of whom he had never seen before. Someone saw Lin Che and quickly stood up to invite him into a private dressing room. Lin Che smiled at them and entered. When he entered, he saw that Qin Wanwan was already inside. Hey, I just came in. The director told me that you would be coming. I was wondering when you would come. Qin Wanwan was halfway through her makeup. She looked at Lin Che and said with a smile. Lin Che said, I can't come because someone can't come. I'm just filling in. I don't even know who will be coming today. After the two sat down, they casually chatted as they did their makeup. Qin Wanwan said, your TV series has been very popular recently. I see that the ratings have always been #1, and the number of people discussing it on Weibo is also very high. Lin Che said, isn't the online discussion wave after wave? It's popular now, and after a while it's popular again. Isn't your movie going to be released soon? Yeah, I'm going to ride on the hype. It's a suspense movie. I don't know if it will do well at the box office. It will definitely do well at the box office. Oh right, have you heard the news? Gu Jingyu is going to make a fantasy movie. He bought the rights to a game. It's called A Swordsman. He's going to make it into a blockbuster movie. I think it will be very popular. Oh, I've heard about it, Lin Che said. Qin Wanwan said, I wonder who the main character will be. I heard that they haven't chosen a role yet. Why didn't Gu Jingyu just let you play it? Lin Che smiled. Why did he let me play it directly? He has to see if the role is suitable or not. If it's really not suitable, it's useless for me to play it. Senior Jingyu is a serious person. He won't choose a role based on personal relationships. That's true, Qin Wanwan said. If he wasn't serious, his reputation wouldn't have been so good. Someone came in from outside to see how the two of them were doing with their makeup. Lin Che came later, but he was done first. Her makeup had always been very simple, and she went for the home style. Qin Wanwan had to do more retouching, and her complexion was a little pale. Perhaps it was because she liked to go out to play at night, but her complexion was obviously not as good as Lin Che's. After the show started and the opening music started, Lin Che and Qin Wanwan were already seated in the main seats. There were a few other small-time actors sitting on one side, but their statuses were obviously lower than Lin Che and Qin Wanwan's. The chairs given to them were large, round chairs, while the others were small, high stools. This was also the specialty of the show. These people knew that they weren't as famous as Lin Che and Qin Wanwan. They were known as the new Four Little Stars, but their fame had already spread and they just needed a little more time. The host smiled as he looked at the few of them and said, "It's our honor to see you here today, especially when we see two beauties sitting here." Lin Che smiled at the side. He could see that Shun Yuran and Yu Minmin were watching them intently from below the stage. Shun Yuran raised her fist to cheer her on. Lin Che smiled back at her. The host chatted for a long time. The main interviewees were Lin Che and Qin Wanwan. He looked at Lin Che and Qin Wanwan and said, "The two of you are very famous friends in the industry. Do you see each other often?" "Yeah, we go out and sit together occasionally, just like normal friends. Anyway, we'll gossip when we see each other," Qin Wanwan said. The host asked Qin Wanwan, "What's Lin Che like in private?" "He's very shy and innocent." Qin Wanwan looked at Lin Che and smiled. Chapter 235. Lin Che smiled back at her. The MC smiled and said, "Wanwan and Lin Che have actually worked with Gu Jingyu before." "Yeah," Lin Che said. The MC looked at Lin Che. "Are you jealous of Wanwan and Jingyu? When you worked together before, you were always in that position." "Of course I'm jealous. Jingyu is so handsome, but Ma Hifeng is also very handsome." She laughed as she talked about the male lead of the TV series she had been working with recently and started promoting him. Now that Lin Che had gone through some training, he was better at dealing with reporters than before. He was also more tactful with his words and could use the TV series he was playing to promote himself. Sure enough, the more training one had, the more experience one would have. The MC looked at Lin Che. "All right then, did you know about the scandal between Qin Wanwan and Gu Jingyu?" Qin Wanwan quickly stopped her. All right. I already said it was a scandal. Why do you have to say it?" Lin Che looked at Qin Wanwan. She was blushing and looked very shy. She smiled and held Lin Che's arm, looking helpless and speechless. "Really? Lin Che, I know you're the worst at lying. Why don't you say it?" When Lin Che heard that, he looked at Qin Wanwan. He really didn't know what to say. If she said the wrong thing, it would be used against her in the future. She thought about it and said, "That's possible. After all, we've been filming for a few months and we see each other every day. We also have to act together. It's easy to develop feelings for each other." She gave an ambiguous answer and the MC could only let her go. She said to Qin Wanwan, "Since you're good friends in private, you must know a lot about each other. Wanwan, tell us first. Does Lin Che have a boyfriend or not?" Qin Wanwan looked shocked. "Wow, you're asking such a big question right off the bat." Qin Wanwan smiled at Lin Che. "How should I say this?" Lin Che widened his eyes and looked at her. Of course he didn't. The MC raised her voice in surprise. "What? You don't know how to say it? Does that mean there's a situation?" "Not really." Qin Wanwan quickly corrected herself. "I mean, I shouldn't be the one saying this. You should be asking Lin Che." "Shouldn't be you saying this? Does that mean there really is one?" Lin Che looked at the host, who looked as if he had discovered a new continent, and said, "Lin Che, do you have a boyfriend? Congratulations. Who is it?" Lin Che blushed and looked at Qin Wanwan. He didn't expect her to say that. Because she didn't expect it, she was flustered and didn't know how to answer. He could only look at the host and laugh dryly. She did have a man. Gu Jingza was her husband, but she couldn't expose their relationship. However, if she said no, what if something was accidentally exposed in the future? Her lie today might bring about some negative impact on her. He couldn't admit it, nor did he dare to deny it. Her eyes darted around. Seeing that everyone's gazes were on her, she gritted her teeth and said, "I have a lot of boyfriends. If I want to change a TV series, I'll just change my boyfriend. I'm trying my best to get all the little fresh meats in the entertainment industry to sleep with. So, directors and scriptwriters, if there's any such TV series, remember to look for me. As long as there are little fresh meats, I'll give you guys a discount." Ha! The host burst into laughter again. However, he didn't let her off the hook. He stared at Lin Shay and asked, "So you really don't have any?" Lin Shay said, "No, no one is chasing me. Do they think I don't have any meat? Actually, I have quite a lot of meat. You can only see it after I take it off." The people present burst into laughter at her bold words again. Lin Shay, on the other hand, was sweating profusely. She comforted herself that the host was talking about her boyfriend. She really didn't have a boyfriend. Gu Jingze was her husband, not her boyfriend. She thought that she would say that if she were to be exposed one day. Qin Wanwan was still smiling at her. When the show ended, she looked at Lin Shay and said, "Lin Shay, I'm sorry. I was a little flustered when the host suddenly asked me, but luckily I didn't say it out loud. Luckily, you handled it." "It's okay," Lin Shay said politely. "I don't have a boyfriend anyway." "Aya, what are you doing with Gu Jingyu?" Qin Wanwan winked at her and smiled. Lin Shay said, "That's a misunderstanding. Gu Jingyu likes to spout nonsense." All right. You guys know whether it's true or not, so I won't get involved. However, if this were to be exposed, wouldn't you and him be even more popular? Why don't you guys expose it? Is there some kind of insider information?" "Because we really don't," Lin Shay said helplessly. Qin Wanwan said, "Forget it. I won't ask if you don't want to tell me. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone else. You and Gu Jingyu should be in a good relationship. I won't tell anyone, but you guys will have to announce it sooner or later. You might as well announce it so that I can celebrate it openly." "I really don't. Forget it, I won't explain anymore. The more I explain, the more confusing it will be." After separating from Qin Wanwan, Yu Minmin came over and said, "What's wrong with her? Why did she suddenly bring this up?" Lin Shay said, "I'm not sure either." Shin Yuran said from behind, "Do you even need to ask? She must be trying to make things difficult for Lin Shay on purpose. Why do I feel that she's so evil? She must be trying to make trouble for you. She'll be happy when she sees you stuttering and not knowing how to answer. Or, if you get anxious and say something that you shouldn't say, she'll be happy." Lin Shay looked outside and took a deep breath. "Forget it," Yu Minmin said. "It's okay. Anyway, you've dealt with it. Lin Shay, you've been performing well recently. You've improved in terms of adapting to the situation. I was forced to do something beyond my abilities. I don't know what to say at the moment." Shin Yuran said, "The circle of the rich is really messy. They're always getting shot at. It's much more scheming than our office." "Forget it. Do you think you're acting in a harem? Scheming against each other," Lin Shay said as he looked at the young girl. A few days later, the show started to air. Because online programs tended to be a little more extreme, her words weren't edited and were directly broadcasted. Then, very quickly, it started to spread on the internet. Lin Shay was sitting in the nanny van when he saw people commenting on the internet. After watching Lin Shay's words, they felt that Lin Shay was too funny. His words were too dirty, but they liked it. After that, the show also left a strong response on the internet. It became the episode with the highest viewership ratings in recent times, apart from the episode where Gu Jingyu participated. The production team quickly called Yu Minmin and thanked Lin Shay. If it wasn't for her performance this time, the show wouldn't have such high viewership ratings. She wanted to save the situation, and in the end, she did it so well. Lin Shay scrolled to the part where the two fans were arguing. Lin Shay's fans happily said that this time, Qin Wanwan was instantly defeated. Lin Shay was a few minutes longer than Qin Wanwan in the preview. During the show, Lin Shay also had more screen time. When it came to topics, Lin Shay was also more eye-catching than Qin Wanwan. Look at how natural Lin Shay was. Chapter 236. Lin Shay looked at the comments speechlessly and said, "Why are they scolding me again?" Yu Minmin said, "You did a good job this time. The comments online are very good and it's good for your image." If Qin Wanwan really said those things on purpose, she would be furious. Yu Minmin didn't say that, but in her heart, she was thinking that this Lin Shay would improvise whenever he had nothing better to do. Every time, he was lucky enough to play right into the audience's hands. It could be seen that Lin Shay's personality was likable and easy to promote. Speaking of which, this girl had a kind of magical power. She could always make the people around her like her. Sometimes, she didn't even know why. While she was still in the nanny van, Gu Jingza called and said that he was waiting for her outside the company. Lin Che got out of the car and saw Gu Jingza in a black suit from afar. Under the deep night sky, it was as if he had blended into the night, making people feel a sense of coldness. His formal attire had golden edges and was perfectly inlaid. It gave off the feeling of a European aristocrat, and it set off the heroic spirit on his face, making people feel that he was full of nobility. It was so beautiful, like a handsome knight standing there. Lin Che got out of the car and was stunned for a moment before he walked forward. "What?" Her eyes flashed as she looked at him and said, "What are you doing?" Gu Jingza looked at Yu Minmin, who was following behind, and smiled as a sign. Yu Minmin shrugged and told Lin Che that she would be leaving first. Gu Jingza then said to Lin Che, "There's a banquet that I need to attend with you." "Ah, now? So sudden. Let's go. I'll take you to change first." Lin Che could only nod and follow him into the car. Looking at him from the side, he had a stiff side profile. His eyes were as deep as the abyss, but they shone brightly. His handsome face showed a bit of his usual indifference, and his thin lips were pursed, which made people have the urge to kiss him. What a good-looking man. No matter what clothes he wore, he would look handsome in different ways. What didn't change was his mysterious aura and gloomy aura, which made him extremely sexy. After changing their clothes, the two of them rushed to a hotel that they had been to before. "It's a friend of my mother's. I had to come. Let's go in and take a look. If you're too tired, we'll leave," Gu Jingza said as he looked at Lin Che. Lin Che nodded. He had helped her so much in the past, there was nothing wrong with accompanying him to a banquet. If he was too polite, she would feel apologetic. "It's okay. I don't have any activities today. I'm not tired at all." The two of them entered very quickly. The waiter helped Lin Che take off her fur coat and put it away. Inside, she was wearing a glowing spaghetti strap dress. It neatly hung on her shoulders, propping up her slightly protruding breasts. Gu Jingza's eyes lit up. His gaze followed the mermaid-like Lin Che. He only raised his head when he heard the waiter say, "We've arrived." Seeing the door open, he held her hand and walked inside with her. "So many people," Lin Che exclaimed. Some people looked at Gu Jingza and then at the beauty beside him. Gu Jingza could feel that when those gazes fell on Lin Che, they were filled with a burning desire to possess her. Gu Jingza realized that Lin Che was indeed very beautiful. This kind of beauty, the more he looked at it, the more different it was from other women. Looking at Lin Che, then at the surrounding socialites who claimed to be outstanding beauties, he only felt that they were dull. When Lin Che wasn't dressed up, she looked incomparably clear. Once she wore a top, she exuded a hint of seductiveness. Different Lin Che had different attractiveness. For a moment, people felt that she was like an unearthed treasure. They didn't want to let go and wanted to continue exploring. Gu Jingza said, "Let's go. We'll go inside first." Lin Che nodded and said, "Hey, there are so many handsome men and beautiful women here. Do you think I should find a chance to find a good man for myself?" Gu Jingza's face darkened. He looked at Lin Che and said, "Lin Che." Lin Che turned around and said, "What's wrong? Don't you think I won't have a chance to meet such high-end people after we break up?" Gu Jingza was sullen. His tightly pursed lips showed his anger. "Isn't it too early to talk about breaking up? It might take a few more years before you find a chance to break up with me. But I'm not planning for a rainy day. Besides, a few years will pass in a flash. A day will pass in the blink of an eye, right? Oh, right. What do you think of the man in the yellow suit over there?" Gu Jingza looked into the distance and said, "That one has a wife. With your taste, you should forget about it." "Has a wife? Forget it then. I don't actually have any other requirements. The most important thing is that he's rich and powerful." As Lin Che said that, she scratched those words on his palm. Then, she looked at him ambiguously and winked. Gu Jingza was stunned. He looked at Lin Che and said, "You're really—" Seeing Gu Jingza's impatient look when he heard those words, Lin Che thought it was funny. This man was too easy to tease. However, the next moment, he put his mouth close to Lin Che's ear and said, "Why? When did I not satisfy you? You still want a powerful one." Lin Che blushed. "Get lost. What has it got to do with you? I'm not talking about you." If you still have the energy to fantasize about whether someone else is powerful or not, then it has something to do with me. As he said that, he pulled Lin Shay and leaned against her back and said, "Which one do you think is better?" I think either one is fine," Lin Shay said, but she felt Gu Jing's hand caressing her exposed skin from behind. Her clothes were revealing a little. The rough touch made her feel as if an electric current had been ignited in her body. What are you doing? There are people here." Lin Shay blushed and moved her body away. Gu Jingza looked at her shy face and smiled devilishly. "You're lucky to have met me at the beginning. I made you think that all the men in the world are powerful." His hand continued to wander around her back. Lin Shay wanted to escape, but he wrapped his arms around her back and did not let her move. Although the two of them were upstairs in a more secluded place, there were people downstairs. It was really not good for her to move around. "I don't believe that a woman who has been developed by me can still adapt to someone else's size." As he said that, he blew into her ear. Lin Shay's body trembled. She felt that she had already gone limp. Gu Jingza felt that her body seemed to have some kind of magic. After so many years of being pure and having few desires, after eating her once, he felt that he could no longer control himself when he touched her body again. It seemed that no matter how many times he touched her, it would not be enough. "Let's go somewhere else." Chapter 237. I can't. Lin Shay cried. "Do you want to do it here?" Why? Why do you always think about this? Who was the one who mentioned being rich first? Lin Shay didn't expect his body to be so sensitive. She pushed Lin Shay to find a room nearby. Lin Shay felt that she shouldn't be like this. Her rationality told her that she should stay away from this man. He was right. If she left him, she wouldn't be able to find someone better than him. It must be hard. But he didn't belong to her after all. She was greedy for a moment of warmth. It was a little she felt that she shouldn't continue with him. However, his hand climbed onto her body after entering the room. Don't, Gu Jingza, we shouldn't do this. Don't move. You can still end it quickly. Otherwise, you know how fast I am. Do you want to end the banquet without showing yourself? As Lin Shay listened to his words, he felt his earlobe being sucked into his mouth, and his body went limp. This man, what a demon. His gentle hands ignited her fire everywhere, making it difficult for her to resist in just a short while. "Call my name," he said. Gu Jingza. "Call me husband," he said. "Hubby. Good, this is a good girl." He swallowed the words. He felt that he couldn't control his body anymore when he heard her call him like this. He just wanted to eat her up. "Say, you miss me." "I don't want to." "Say it quickly." Lin Shay seemed to be unable to control his body as he tried his best to sketch. He cried out, "I miss you. I miss you." Hearing her magic call, he couldn't control himself anymore. After the baptism of the torrential storm, Lin Shay was speechless as he thought that she had really lost. She shouldn't be like this, but she was brought into this abyss involuntarily. Thinking of how obediently she said, "Hubby, I miss you," just now, she felt that she might as well sleep until she died here. On the other side, Gu Jingza had already asked someone to bring clean clothes. Seeing that Lin Shay was still sitting there, Gu Jingza changed his clothes and entered the room. "Why are you still here?" "I'm not going." Humph. She came to accompany him to the banquet out of goodwill, but she was eaten instead. "I'm not going." "All right, since you like this bed so much, then I'll continue to stay here," he said as he turned over and got off the bed. Startled, Lin Shay hurriedly jumped off the bed, wrapped himself in the blanket, and fled. Seeing her like this, Gu Jingza couldn't help but smile, but he said to her with a straight face, "Since you're here, hurry up and wash up." "Forget it." Lin Shay accepted his fate and went over to put on his clothes. He looked at Gu Jingza, snorted, and hurried out. Gu Jingza followed her from behind, thinking that she probably didn't have the energy to think about how rich she was. She was indeed too energetic. It seemed that he still had to torture her a few more times in the future so that she wouldn't spout nonsense anymore. Lin Shay changed her clothes, put on her makeup, and followed Gu Jingza out. She bit her lip and didn't want to talk to him. "I won't come to any parties with you next time." Gu Jingza felt refreshed and said, "Really? I kind of like going to parties now. Get lost." Lin Shay felt that she couldn't act like a hooligan in front of him next time. Gu Jingza smiled at her and said, "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. It's my fault that I don't listen to you every time I see you, duh." Lin Shay blushed, but her heart warmed involuntarily. On one hand, she felt that he was really very bad, but on the other hand, she was fascinated by him because of how bad he was. When he was bad, there was a hint of wickedness in his handsomeness. It was hard not to fall for him. Gu Jingza saw that Lin Shay's clothes were still a little messy, so he reached out to undo her clothes. When he saw that there were still some marks on them, his heart skipped a beat, and he blamed himself for being rough. However, every time he was in love, he couldn't control himself. Gu Jingza's eyes darkened as he looked at Lin Shay and said, "Sometimes I can't control myself. I'm sorry, but you can stop me next time." When Lin Shay heard this, she looked down at herself and blushed slightly. "How could I stop you? When the lower half of your body starts to think, you're like a wild beast, okay?" When Gu Jingza heard this, he felt even more guilty and said, "All right, if you don't like this kind of place next time, I will respect your opinion." He took a deep breath and said, "Sometimes, I really can't control myself when I see you. Really, Lin Shay, I'm also a human, and I can also lose my rationality. I hope you can understand. So if you're unhappy, you can tell me. I will be more careful next time." Lin Shay looked at him and saw him blaming himself. She thought to herself, actually, it's not a big deal. She didn't control herself well either, so she said, "It's okay. Sometimes this kind of thing can't be helped. However, I hope that this will bring you joy and not embarrassment. I'm not with you because I want you to become a tool for me to vent my emotions. Lin Shay, if I'm wrong, you don't have to bear the consequences. I'll improve." Lin Shay looked at him, touched. "Fool. You're the fool." What? If he wanted to improve on this kind of thing, how could he not be a fool? Seeing his dazed look, Lin Shay rolled his eyes at him. But then, a person's silhouette emerged from inside, spoiling the atmosphere at the right time. It also clearly told her that Gu Jingza didn't belong to her alone, and that they were only contracted. Even if Gu Jingza was willing to give up the woman he loved for her, they were still a contract. Imo Huiling walked out from inside, dressed in red. What was shocking was that there was actually a man beside her. The man was delicate and handsome, tall and thin. He looked refined, and was also the kind of man that people would notice at a glance. He leaned against Imo Huiling intimately and said these words. That scene now looked a little strange. Perhaps she was a little unused to the fact that Imo Huiling actually had another man by her side, and this man wasn't even Gu Jingza. Thinking of Gu Jingza, she raised her head and looked at him. She was very shocked when she saw him, let alone him. However, when she raised her head, she saw that he was still narrowing his eyes. His jaw was tightly clenched, and his gaze was fixed on the couple. Gu Jingza. Lin Shay raised his head and called his name. However, on the other side, Imo Huiling had already glanced over. Looking at the two of them, a hint of satisfaction from revenge flashed across Imo Huiling's face. She held the man beside her with one hand and looked in Gu Jingza's direction. She couldn't help but curl one side of her lips. Chapter 238. She deliberately found this man to show him that without Gu Jingza, there were still many men pursuing her. The man in front of him was one of the good ones. She held the man's arm and smiled as she walked closer. Gu Jingza frowned and took a few steps forward. Imo Huiling smiled at him. "Hey, Jingza, you're here for the banquet too. Why didn't I see you just now?" Gu Jingza stared at the man next to him. He knew this man. They had a chance to work together before, but they had parted ways and their relationship wasn't good. Imo Huiling should know this too. At that time, they had gone to Country X together, and that was how she got to know him, Li Mingyu. But now, she was actually standing with him. How could Gu Jingza feel comfortable about this? Li Mingyu came over and greeted Gu Jingza. "President Gu, long time no see. Sigh, when did you get a beauty by your side? But it's understandable. Don't I have a beauty by my side too? Oh, I forgot. You two know each other." Imo Huiling stared at Gu Jingza. When she saw the coldness in Gu Jing's deep eyes, she knew that he was angry. He still knew how to be angry. She suddenly felt a sense of hope and pleasure. She felt very happy that Gu Jingze would be angry at her for being with another man. His anger proved that he still cared about her. Mo Huiling said, "All right, Li Mingyu, stop joking. I'm just friends with Jingze now." She emphasized the word friends as she stared at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze was naturally angry. He looked at Li Mingyu and didn't say a word. Li Mingyu's gaze fell on Lin Che, and he was stunned. She didn't expect that Gu Jingze would find such a beautiful woman. Lin Che just watched from the side. Before she could say anything, Gu Jingze had already pulled her out. "Sigh, Gu Jingze." Lin Che had no choice but to leave. Gu Jingze brought Lin Che to the dining area. Gu Jingze said, "Don't mind them. Let's just eat." Lin Che looked back and said, "Maybe that's Miss Mo's new boyfriend?" "Yes," Gu Jingze said. Lin Che said, "Aren't you going to ask Miss Mo?" "It might not be too late to ask her now." "There's nothing to ask. She should have her own future anyway." "But..." Lin Che looked at Gu Jing's dark face. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard Mo Huiling's voice behind him. "Ingza." Mo Huiling walked over. Lin Che was stunned. He saw Gu Jingze frowning. He was still angry. But this anger should be jealousy and jealousy, right? Lin Che hurriedly said tactfully, "Oh, you guys chat first. I'll go look for a drink over there." Gu Jingze watched as Lin Che lifted her dress and left. He still didn't look at Mo Huiling. Mo Huiling said, "Jingze, what are you doing? Why aren't you saying anything? We've already broken up. It shouldn't be a problem for me to find another man now, right?" Gu Jingze looked at Mo Huiling and said, "Indeed, it's nothing. But you should know about our past. We've had our differences. Moreover, he's not a good person. I've told you before. Why are you still with him? So what if he's not a good person? I think it's normal for men to have some tricks up their sleeves in the business world. I think he's very capable." "Huiling, how can you think that way?" Gu Jingze frowned and said, "There are tricks up his sleeves in the business world, but they're definitely not treacherous like him. I just don't want you to be deceived." Gu Jingze closed his eyes and looked over there. He took a deep breath and said, "Forget it. If you think it's nothing, then it's nothing. I just hope that you won't regret it. Take care of yourself. If something happens to you here, you can ask me for help. Just don't be deceived and used by him." It was rare for Mo Huiling to see him so agitated. She was overjoyed with her plan. "What can I do?" "Jingze, remember, no matter what I do, you're the one who betrayed me first. You're the one who abandoned me first. In the future, any outstanding man I find will have to do with you. You can't abandon me and stop me from finding someone more outstanding. I think he's handsome, rich, and capable. He's a rare good man." "Humph." Mo Huiling left immediately after she finished speaking. Gu Jingze just looked at her and shook his head silently. He was indeed angry. He reached out for the glass and took a sip of water. Then he turned around to look for Lin Che. Although he wanted Mo Huiling to find another man and give her a new life, it was a different thing to think about it and see it for real. Moreover, he felt that Huiling was giving up on her future just to find another man to anger him. How could Huiling be so irrational and willful? He felt a little sad and disappointed for Mo Huiling. He felt very complicated at the moment. After taking revenge on Gu Jingze, Mo Huiling quickly returned to Li Mingyu's place. Li Mingyu said, "Did you really break up with Gu Jingze?" "Huh, how could you? You used to tell me that Gu Jingze is rich, powerful, handsome, and the strongest man in the world, so you'd definitely marry him. Are you going to give up just like that?" "It's none of your business." Mo Huiling said angrily, "He's just temporarily fooled. Look at the woman he found. She's ugly, disgusting, and has no elegance. She's a disgrace to Jingze. He'll regret it one day." "Humph." Li Mingyu looked at Lin Che, who was laughing with someone. "How could that be? I think she's really good-looking. She has a beautiful face and is very special." "You." Mo Huiling was even more furious when she heard this man praising Lin Che. "But she's just a commoner. Do you know what a commoner is? She's a vixen. I don't know where she came from." Mo Huiling snorted. Okay. She's a commoner. I understand." Mo Huiling looked at this man. In the beginning, she found him because he had a grudge with Gu Jingze. She thought that a man who could go against Gu Jingze must be very capable. However, looking at him now, he was actually not as charming as Gu Jingze. His influence in Country H was not bad, but how could Country H compare to Country C, let alone in terms of money? When she wasn't standing with Gu Jingze, the contrast was not so obvious. Now that she looked at him together, she really felt that there was no one in this world who was as strong and perfect as Gu Jingze. However, Gu Jingze was standing beside Lin Che now. Chapter 239. Imo Huiling glared at the man in front of her and turned to walk out. Hey, Huiling, where are you going? The banquet is not over yet. All right, don't follow me. I'm annoyed when I see you. Li Mingyu's eyes twinkled as he looked at Imo Huiling. Imo Huiling was not bad-looking, but there were many women who were prettier than her. Li Mingyu felt that she was not the most attractive one. However, everyone knew about Imo Huiling and Gu Jingze. Li Mingyu liked her so much because he knew that she was Gu Jingze's woman. A woman who could fool around with Gu Jingze must be very attractive. Li Mingyu looked at Imo Huiling meaningfully. No matter how bad her temper was, he could only tolerate it. After all, she was Gu Jingze's woman. All right, Huiling, are you still jealous because of Gu Jingze? Are you jealous because he has another woman by his side? Ha, I was the one who suggested the breakup. I'm not jealous. Although he has another woman by his side, his heart is still with me. Didn't you see how angry he was just now? Imo Huiling thought of how angry he was just now, and she felt even happier. It seemed that her move was right. Which man did not have the desire to fight for her? On the other side, Gu Jingze watched Li Mingyu and Imo Huiling disappear from the hall. He did not chase after them. He just stood there, wondering why he was so angry. Maybe he was angry because he cared about her? Lin Che held the champagne glass in his hand and looked around. Imo Huiling was nowhere to be seen. Gu Jingze, dressed in black, stood there with a gloomy expression on his face. He didn't seem to fit in with the warm atmosphere at all. Lin Che said, Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze turned his head and said, I'm angry. Yes, I know that we have broken up and I have nothing to be angry about. But I still feel angry, especially when I see that Li Mingyu. That trash. How could Imo Huiling like to be with that trash? This kind of feeling made him very depressed. In the past, Imo Huiling liked him, but now she was with trash. He always felt as if his quality had been dragged down and mixed with that kind of trash. Lin Che said, It's natural to be angry. It's very normal. You're not a saint, nor are you made of steel. You're also a human. Of course you'll be angry. She thought that he and Imo Huiling didn't separate because they had a falling out, but because they had no other choice. It was normal for him to be angry and sad. Gu Jingze looked at the time. He didn't want to continue watching Imo Huiling give up on herself, so he said to Lin Che, Let's go. Since you've already been here, consider it giving my mother face. Since you've already been here, let's go. Oh, okay. Lin Che and Gu Jingze wanted to leave early, so the host of the banquet did not dare to object. He sent Lin Che and Gu Jingze out and watched them leave respectfully before returning. The Gu family. At night, Gu Jingze sent Lin Che back and left. Lin Che returned to her room alone. She didn't know what Gu Jingze was doing. He only said that he was going to meet someone. Lin Che thought, Who is it? Imo Huiling? It must be her. Is he regretting and wants to restore their relationship? Lin Che knew that she really didn't have the right to care about this, but she was still angry. There was a sour feeling in her heart. She couldn't help but wonder if she was jealous. Could it be that she had really fallen for him? However, she knew that he was only with her out of responsibility and obligation. The guilt he felt towards her made him give up the woman he loved. His own sense of responsibility made him treat her very well. How could she be so stupid to fall for him? Maybe she was just used to it? Chen Yuqing was still in the laboratory when Gu Jingze strode in. Hey, President Gu, what are you doing here in my cold and lonely laboratory instead of cuddling with your wife? Gu Jingze leaned against the lab table. Huiling's new boyfriend is Li Mingyu. Ah, that man you mentioned before, the one who played dirty with you, the one who tried to drug you and give you your woman? That's right. So she likes this kind of divination? Dr. Chen, Gu Jingza reminded Chen Yuqing of his identity as a doctor. Oh, okay. So, you are very sad now? Yes, I am very angry, Gu Jingza said. I also feel that I have wronged Lin Che. I promised Lin Che that I wouldn't have anything to do with her anymore, but I still can't control myself. President Gu, now you have to understand why you are angry with her. Do you simply feel that you are not satisfied with the person she has found? Or do you feel that you will not be satisfied with anyone she has found? I feel that I am not satisfied with the person she has found. Then what are you going to do? I hope that they can break up. Then do it. There is no point in asking me to come. Does this mean that I still have feelings for her? Gu Jingza looked at Chen Yuqing. Chen Yuqing said, President Gu, it is not wrong to have feelings for her. After all, you have been with her for a long time. It is normal to have feelings for her. Habits are not formed in a day, and it is not easy to forget someone. Although you do not feel the urgency for her anymore, it is normal for you to still have feelings for her. Gu Jingza said, Forget it. Let me think it through. Gu Jingza thought, the most important thing right now, he just hoped that Mo Huiling wouldn't waste time with that trash anymore. That trash, he had to let her leave that man, otherwise, he would only feel that she had insulted not only herself, but also their past feelings. Mo Huiling suddenly received a call from Gu Jingza and was very happy. She put down Li Mingyu and ran to meet Gu Jingza. Mo Huiling specially dressed up and invited him to a 24-hour night snack shop that they used to eat together. After entering the door, she saw that Gu Jingza was indeed there. She smiled and pounced on Gu Jingza's back, hugging him. Gu Jingza felt a wave of disgust wash over him. He quickly pushed Mo Huiling away. He endured the feeling and said to Mo Huiling, Huiling, what are you doing? Mo Huiling looked up at Gu Jingza. Why are you looking for me in the middle of the night? Wasn't it because he was unhappy that she had a boyfriend? He must be here to ask her to break up with him, she thought. Gu Jingza looked at Mo Huiling. Are you really going to date Li Mingyu? Mo Huiling snorted and turned her head away arrogantly. Although she was overjoyed, she still looked gloomy. What's wrong? Why do you care who I am looking for? I can't force you to look for anyone. However, I still feel that I should come and advise you. Otherwise, it will be too late for me to advise you after you destroy yourself. If that happens, I will blame myself for the rest of my life. Huiling, it is not too late for you to rein in your horse before the precipice. Chapter 240. No, I don't want to, Mo Huiling said. You've already broken up with me. What gives you the right to meddle in my business? Mo Huiling turned around and pouted. I've already broken up with you. I don't have the right to say anything about you. If you want to find a boyfriend, you can find one. I know many good men here, and I can introduce them to you slowly. What? Before Gu Jingza could finish his words, Mo Huiling interrupted him. Forget it. I don't need you to introduce anyone. What if you don't like anyone I'm with? Mo Huiling thought that he was really good at finding excuses. If he didn't want her to find him, then he wouldn't have said that he would introduce her to someone. He still cared about her, otherwise he wouldn't have come to see her in the middle of the night. Huiling, I'm doing this for your own good. If it weren't for the sake of our friendship, I watched you grow up, so I can't bear to see you go astray. But if you insist on not listening to me, then I can't do anything about it. Gu Jingza said. Mo Huiling snorted. If he liked her, then so be it. If he still had feelings for her, he could have just said it out of consideration of their friendship. Mo Huiling knew that Gu Jingza still cared about her. She looked at Gu Jingza. If you really don't want me to go astray, don't give up on me. Let me continue to be your girlfriend. Gu Jingza frowned. Haven't we already made it clear? I know you don't want to leave Lin Che. It's okay. You have your own needs. I can't touch you. You can continue to be with Lin Che. I just want to be by your side. Are you crazy? Gu Jingza looked at Mo Huiling in disbelief. He didn't expect her to say that. So what? Don't you know that there are many people like this out there? A man can have a few women outside. It's not a big deal. I don't care. So why should you? Gu Jingza stared at her fiercely. He couldn't believe that Mo Huiling would say something like that. Since when did she have such a perverted idea? All right, stop it, Gu Jingza said and walked out. He couldn't accept Mo Huiling like that. Mo Huiling held Gu Jingza's hand tightly and said, Gu Jingza, do you dare to say that you have no feelings for me at all? You love me, but because you can't touch me, you can't be with me. Enough. How many times do I have to say it before you understand? Lin Che and I are not in that kind of relationship. He did have feelings for Lin Che, but it was not purely sexual. He could tell. Mo Huiling made up her mind and ran towards the driveway. She shouted at Gu Jingza, if you really don't feel anything, just leave me alone. Gu Jingza saw a car speeding down the road. As soon as the light came on, he ran towards the road. Mo Huiling didn't expect that the car wouldn't stop. She was pushed aside by Gu Jingza, and Gu Jingza fell down with her. Mo Huiling was overjoyed. She thought to herself, you still love me after all. Then, she kissed him hard on the lips. Gu Jingza didn't expect this to happen. Mo Huiling had only touched it once, but it hadn't even gone deep yet, and he was already disgusted. He only felt that it was unbelievably dirty. Then, he vomited at the side. Mo Huiling was shocked again. She was completely stunned. Why was it getting worse every time? What was wrong with his illness? At home. Not long after Lin Che lay down, he heard Chen Yuqing call him. Speaking of Gu Jingza's illness, Chen Yuqing hoped that Lin Che would go to his studio immediately. Lin Che was speechless. He didn't have time to think about anything else and quickly changed his clothes. In Chen Yuqing's studio, Gu Jingza vomited a few mouthfuls of water. When he thought of the feeling of Mo Huiling on his mouth, he couldn't help but vomit again. Mo Huiling was a little disgusted. She wanted to go over and help him, but when she saw him standing in the sink and vomiting so dirty, she didn't want to go near him. Gu Jingza knew that it was dirty. Although there was nothing substantial because he didn't eat anything that night, and what he vomited was all water, he was still dirty. Behind him, Mo Huiling didn't know that her expression had completely appeared in the mirror above the sink. Gu Jingza turned around and said, you can go out first. Don't worry about me. However, when he turned around, he saw her lips again. Suddenly, he felt disgusted again. Mo Huiling stood there and didn't do anything. She looked at Gu Jingza and said, you can't do this. I'll ask the servants to help you clean up. Gu Jingza said, forget it. There are no servants here. They are all staff. Mo Huiling looked at Gu Jingza and didn't dare to go forward. She thought to herself, this is Gu Jingza. He's so rich, so handsome, so powerful, and he's always so sexy. Have you forgotten? He's just a little embarrassed now. However, Mo Huiling couldn't do it. Just then, she heard someone say that Mrs. Gu was here. Lin Che was here? Mo Huiling's eyes lit up and she hurried out. Lin Che rushed over in a hurry, but he saw the Mo Huiling coming out at a glance. Lin Che was stunned. He felt as if he had been poured with cold water. So this was the cause of the illness? She laughed coldly. She must have been an idiot to have come all the way here from home. Mo Huiling said, you came at the right time. Jingza is in a serious condition. Go and have a look. As she spoke, she squinted her eyes and raised her eyebrows arrogantly. It's time for you to go over. Otherwise, why did Jingza marry you? Isn't it because he likes you? He won't act up even if you touch him. Lin Che snorted and looked at Mo Huiling. I was wondering why he vomited. So it's because of Miss Mo Yu. Mo Huiling glared at him angrily. Jingza is having an illness. What do you know? Lin Che glanced at Mo Huiling and brushed past her as he walked over. She saw Gu Jingza in the mirror with one hand on the wall. His pale face was reflected in the mirror. Even at this moment, his eyes didn't show any signs of discomfort. However, he had vomited too much. His red lips were now pale. Although Lin Che wanted to scold him, he still walked over quickly. Forget it. He would vomit to death if he continued like this. Lin Che walked over and held Gu Jingza's arm with one hand. Gu Jingza lifted his hand. He still felt uncomfortable. He closed his eyes and looked at Lin Che. Don't come near me. It's very dirty. Lin Che was stunned. He felt even more uncomfortable when he saw the embarrassment on his face. She didn't let go, but still held his hand tightly. She supported him and said, what's so dirty about it? Didn't you just spit out some bitterness? It's still something in your body. How dirty can it be? Let's go. I'll help you over there. You're really good at complaining about being dirty at this time. Gu Jingze raised his head and looked at Lin Che with a deep and serene gaze. He stared at her without blinking, which made Lin Che feel a little scorching. Chapter 241. Why are you looking at me? Lin Che said, let's go. Gu Jingze only smiled. His hand was still in her arms as she supported him to the lounge. He raised his hand. I can't be here. I'm still feeling a little uncomfortable. He felt even uglier as he thought about it. No one had ever seen him like this before. Gu Jingze had always thought highly of himself, and he definitely had the right to do so. In front of everyone, he was always elegant and calm. But now, because of this illness, he didn't like to show weakness. But now he felt that he was being despised. He didn't want Lin Che to see this terrible side of him. Lin Che stopped his hand. It's so uncomfortable inside. There's a basin here. If you want to vomit, you can vomit into it. I'll just pour it away. Oh yeah, there's water here. You can use it to wash your mouth. She lowered her head and said, when I was young, my mom would do this to me when I ate random things and vomited. I'll be fine after lying down for a while. Don't eat anything for now. You can eat after you've vomited. Then you won't vomit anymore. Gu Jingze continued to stare at her. Lin Che raised his head, looked into his deep eyes, and said indifferently, why are you staring at me? Gu Jingze took a deep breath and looked at her. Silly, don't you think it's dirty? Can't you just ask the servants to take care of me? There are servants in the house anyway. Lin Che was stunned. She glared at him and said, what's there to be disgusted about? Didn't I vomit on you before? Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze. She understood. He was the pride of the heavens and had a perfect life. But because of this strange illness, he had to show such a weak side in front of others. He probably didn't feel good about it. So he probably didn't want the servants to see him in such a sorry state. Gu Jingze slowly held her hand. Lin Che stared blankly for a moment, then felt his hand slowly being held in his palm. He slowly rubbed her hand, feeling his heart gradually calming down. The sky had already turned completely dark, and the night was boundless. The people in the room had all left, and the two of them sat there, enjoying a moment of peace. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Che was too tired and Gu Jingze was fine, so she fell asleep on the side. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che, lowered his head, and gently brushed away the hair on her forehead. He looked at her silly face and smiled faintly. Outside, the bodyguard seemed to have something to say, so he looked inside and made a simple gesture. Gu Jingze's eyes deepened, and he gently pressed a kiss on Lin Che's forehead before walking out. Sir, Miss Imo is still outside, the bodyguard said. Gu Jingze frowned deeply. When Gu Jingze walked out, he saw Imo Huiling sitting on the sofa in the studio with a cup of coffee beside her. She hurriedly stood up and said, Jingze, are you all right? You scared me to death just now, but I know it's because of me, so I can't go in and touch you, so I asked Lin Che to. Miss Imo, I remember you said the same thing the last time. Are you afraid that something will happen to President Gu? Or are you afraid that something will happen to you? So you push the blame to Lin Che? Chun Yuqing, who was leaning against the sofa lazily, suddenly said. Gu Jingze turned around and looked at her deeply. The last time? Imo Huiling's eyes darkened. She glared at Chun Yuqing and hurriedly said, What nonsense is he talking about? He's just a doctor. What right does he have to stand here when I'm talking to you? Gu Jingze's face tensed up. He looked at Imo Huiling and suddenly felt an unprecedented disgust for her. Although he could understand that she was a rich heiress and couldn't bear a lot of things, he couldn't stop the disgust from spreading in his heart. All right, Huiling, stop messing around. I don't care who you want to be with or marry. I won't care about you in the future. It's getting late now. You should go back. His cold voice did not have a trace of warmth. Imo Huiling panicked. She looked at Gu Jingze and said, Jingze, don't listen to others provoking us. You. That's enough. Huiling, do you want to go home on your own? Or should I get someone to send you home? Gu Jingze's expression was cold, and it made her feel a chill down her spine. What he meant was, do you want to leave on your own? Or do I force you to leave? Imo Huiling gritted her teeth. She felt that she had already gotten what she wanted today, so she snorted in Chun Yuqing's direction. Then she stomped her feet and turned to leave the room. Chun Yuqing snorted. Although he was a doctor and shouldn't meddle in other people's business, he couldn't bear to see Lin Che bear the responsibility for her every time. Gu Jingze looked in the direction Mo Huiling left. He thought about the girl who had been following him around tirelessly when he was young. He closed his eyes and thought that he should stop caring about Mo Huiling. Perhaps Mo Huiling was no longer the Mo Huiling he knew in the past. He was just clinging to the past. By the time Lin Che woke up, it was already the next morning. She saw that there was no one beside her. She was still covered by his clothes and smelled his familiar fragrance. She had only slept for a few hours, so she wasn't feeling well. She rubbed her eyes and got up, thinking about everything that had happened yesterday. She quickly got up and ran out. "Madam, Sir asked me to bring you your favorite food. Please wash up and eat it." The servants had actually brought the food prepared by the chef. Lin Che looked at it and nodded blankly. "Oh, okay. Where's your husband?" "Sir has gone to deal with some matters and hasn't come back yet. However, he told us to let you eat first and then bring you home. There will be a family gathering tomorrow and the day after. It's almost the new year. Madam, you should take a break from work." Lin Che thought about it in a daze. She went out to deal with some matters so early. She wondered what he was dealing with. She nodded and said, "Yes, I don't have much work to do." By the time he got to the interview, it was already his last job. The rest had already been pushed to the end of the year. It was the new year, and she didn't have to attend the Spring Festival Gala. Naturally, she was going to rest. Meanwhile, Gu Jingze was in his office. Listening to Mo Huiling's continuous calls, he simply picked up the phone and said, "Huiling, this is the last time I'll take a call from you. From now on, I won't care about your affairs anymore, and I won't have any contact with you. I hope you can understand and don't call me again." After saying that, he thought about it for a moment and decided to blacklist her name. Only then did he realize that his frustration and anger yesterday was only because he realized that Mo Huiling was no longer the Mo Huiling he had imagined. Although he felt that he was a little cruel, he really hated Mo Huiling. He didn't want to hear her name again. Now that he thought of her lips, he felt like vomiting. Chapter 242. After Lin Che returned home from the studio, Gu Jingze was still busy and hadn't returned. He heard that the closer the year was to the end of the year, the more things there were to do in the office. He didn't even have time to rest. Lin Che was watching TV at home and saw that the Spring Festival Gala was at its final rehearsal. Qin Wanwan's figure was on the TV. This made Qin Wanwan, who had been quiet for a few days, once again become the focus of attention. Among a bunch of old faces, a new face was of course very noticeable. In the news, it was probably a press release from Qin Wanwan's team, which made Qin Wanwan sound like she was about to enter the A-list. Later, it was Xian Xiaoyuan, who was also from Lin Che's company, who would also be participating in the Spring Festival Gala. When she was interviewed, she kept saying that she had participated in the gala a few times, but she still felt very honored. Knowing that she was from the same company as Lin Che, the reporters asked her how she felt about the younger generation in the company, especially Lin Che. Xian Xiaoyuan seized the opportunity and said directly, "Oh, I only know that she and Gu Jingyu are very close, right? With Gu Jingyu taking care of her, she shouldn't be too bad. The two of them are very close, but she recently took a leave and won't be participating during the Spring Festival. I don't know why she suddenly took a leave, but I don't know if there's something wrong with her body." This was supposed to be nothing, but not long after the report came out, there was a rumor on the internet that Lin Che, who hadn't been out for a few days, might be pregnant and was resting at home. Lin Che wanted to curse. He saw that it was posted by a Weibo verified account, saying that someone had revealed that Lin Che was indeed resting and had canceled all her activities. The company's big sister had also confirmed that she had taken a leave from the company. The verified account even made a very suggestive guess. Whose child could it be? The few people who had worked with her before were listed, including Gu Jingyu. Among them, everyone knew that Gu Jingyu was the one who had the closest relationship with her. So in just half a day, everyone started guessing that Lin Che was pregnant with Gu Jingyu's child. "Are you kidding me? Can't you let me rest properly?" Yu Minmin quickly called Lin Che. Although she was resting, Yu Minmin didn't have a holiday, nor did she take the initiative to take a vacation. She was still working in the company. Lin Che said, What the hell are those people doing? How did I get pregnant out of nowhere? Yu Minmin had no choice but to say, we've already released a statement saying that you're not pregnant. This should be Xian Xiaoyuan's doing. She wants to defame you and Gu Jingyu for having an illicit relationship. She wants to say that you two have an underground relationship or something like that. She had indeed seen many people saying that she had given birth to Gu Jingyu's illegitimate child on purpose. She had relied on Gu Jingyu to climb up to the top, and now that she was hugging his thigh, she even wanted to give birth to his child. Are you saying that I sold my body to get here? Lin Che was speechless. Yu Minmin was also speechless. All right, you go ahead with your work. The Gu family will be very busy at the end of the year. Come out in the afternoon and let's pose for a photo. Tell everyone that you're fine and can't go out because you're pregnant. Remember not to wear that fat down jacket of yours. It's just that people are saying that you're covering up your belly on purpose. Can you wear something a little more revealing today? Lin Che could only twitch his lips and agree. When she went out, she purposely wore a beautiful, tight-fitting outfit. She didn't wear a jacket on such a cold day, and she still had to look good on the road. Lin Che cursed Xian Xiaoyuan in his heart. He thought that he must have said a few words to her during the annual meeting, which made her hate him. After putting on a pose with much difficulty, Gu Jingzi called to say that he had recovered and was coming to pick her up to go to the Gu residence for the new year. When Gu Jingzi came from afar, he saw Lin Che shivering in thin clothes. His heart sank. He quickly got out of the car and walked to Lin Che's side. What are you doing? Lin Che said, there's a son of a bitch on the internet saying that I'm pregnant. I'm here to prove that I'm not pregnant. Achio. As she said that, she sneezed on Gu Jingzi's face, spraying saliva all over it. Da. Gu Jingzi gritted his teeth and looked at her. Lin Che. She was so stupid. How could she not sneeze when she was wearing so little? He took off his jacket with one hand and put it on her. With the other hand, he covered her body. I'm still far from being pregnant, right? He looked down at her flat stomach and smiled. Some people are already looking forward to it. Does that mean we should work harder? Lin Che's face darkened. Who wants to have a child with you? Gu Jingzi smiled and wrapped his arms around Lin Che. He felt her hair rubbing against his face. He turned around and smiled. He felt that her hair was really soft. It only tickled his face, but it didn't sting at all. After entering the Gu residence, Lin Che saw that the atmosphere of the new year had suddenly become more intense. Because the surroundings were decorated in a festive manner, it suddenly looked like the new year. The older he got, the more he felt that the new year was boring. Looking at it now, he seemed to recall the feeling of the new year when he was young. Lin Che said, I haven't seen such lanterns in a long time. Your house is so beautiful. Gu Jingzi said, really? He didn't think much of it in the past. It was probably because it was done every year, and he was already used to it. Lin Che reached out to touch the small lantern. When I was young, I loved the new year too. Every year when it was time, I would paste couplets and buy firecrackers with the nanny. I was very happy when my father gave me a red packet at night. I was very happy, but then, Lin Che paused. Her little face looked a little self-deprecating. Gu Jingzi looked down at her. What's wrong? My father always gave me a red packet of 10 yuan. I thought that was a huge sum of money. After I grew up, I realized that he gave Linli and Linli thousands of yuan. The 10 yuan he gave me was the same as the red packet he gave the nanny. So I didn't look forward to the new year anymore. Gu Jingzi looked at her, and his eyes slowly darkened. He seemed to be thinking about something and didn't speak for a long time. Lin Che said, but my father might not be so cruel. It was my aunt who didn't allow him to give it to me. After all, I'm just an illegitimate child. Gu Jingzi said, let's go in. Oh yeah, why did someone say that you're pregnant today? I get angry when I talk about it. An idiot from the company said that I'm pregnant. I'm such a young and beautiful person, but they said that I'm pregnant. There must have been some conflict during the last meal. Really? Gu Jingzi's eyes flashed and he nodded. He didn't say anything and led her into the newly decorated living room. Inside, Mu Wanqing was chatting and eating with her family. There were really a lot of people in the Gu family. Until now, Lin Che hadn't really recognized all of them. However, probably because of Gu Jingzi's status and ability, Everyone became polite when they saw the two of them enter. In an instant, the two of them became the focus of the family. Chapter 243. When Mu Wanqing saw that Lin Che had arrived, she ignored everyone else and pulled Lin Che over to chat with her. They were so intimate that the other women of the Gu family who were watching from behind were jealous. However, she was someone else's daughter-in-law. Although there were many people in the Gu family, there weren't many who could reach the top like the three Gu brothers. Everyone could only look at those who stood at the top and squeeze their heads, wanting to say a few words to Mu Wanqing, to be intimate, to join their conversation, and to flatter her. Mu Wanqing was still staring at Lin Che's stomach. She heard from the servants that the two of them had been very intimate recently. They were flirting with each other. It seemed like good things were coming. However, there was still no movement. It was impossible for her to say that she was not anxious. However, having a child was a matter between husband and wife after all, so it wasn't good for her to press him too much. She could only look at Lin Che and say, "I had someone make some nourishing soup. Take it back to nourish yourself." Lin Che laughed dryly. "All right, Mom. Thank you, Mom. Mom isn't rushing you. Don't worry, you can play as long as you want. Of course. If you accidentally get pregnant, hee, don't try to hide it from me." Of course not. Lin Che could only feel even more awkward. Gu Jing's face darkened as he said, "Mom, aren't you just rushing him?" Mu Wanqing said, "Go, useless guy." Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che with a passionate gaze. All right. Does it mean that I'm useless if I can't have children? Then I'll give birth. From tomorrow onwards, I'll stay in bed with Lin Che and work hard every day. Okay?" Lin Che's face turned red. What was Gu Jingze talking about? Mu Wanqing said, Do you really think I'm forcing you guys? I'm not here because you guys haven't given birth yet. I always feel that there's something I haven't done, so I keep thinking about it." Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che, who didn't dare to speak, and said to Mu Wanqing, "All right, Mom, I promise you that one day, I will let you have grandchildren. 3, for at a time. Believe in my ability. Lin Che knows that ordinary people can't compare to me." Mu Wanqing looked at Gu Jingze in surprise. This kid even knew how to tease people now. It seemed that the two of them were really close to a happy ending. She looked at Gu Jingze with a smile. She was very happy that they had a good relationship. Lin Che also raised his head in shock. Was Gu Jingze crazy? What nonsense was he making promises here? And you're still spouting nonsense about it. However, Lin Che thought that perhaps he wanted to deliberately create an image of him and Lin Che in love. It was the Lunar New Year, so she should let her parents feel at ease. However, what was the use of a momentary peace of mind? She couldn't help but look at Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing was actually very good to her. Lin Che blamed herself. She really didn't have the heart to say that she wouldn't give birth to Gu Jing's child. Although they had sex, it was just a contract marriage without emotional ties. If they gave birth to a child, they would be separated sooner or later. What about the child? No matter how stupid she was, she knew that she shouldn't have done this. Moreover, Gu Jingze was a smart man. He had taken precautions every time. He wouldn't make a mistake. There would be no accidents, no children. However, she knew this in her heart, but she couldn't tell Mu Wanqing these words. Soon, old Master Gu arrived. The Gu family's banquets were all family banquets, but all the branches of the Gu family were present. Hence, the Gu residence was very lively today. At night, Lin Che and Mu Wanqing sat in the middle. Seeing so many people today, she felt a little uncomfortable. It was the first time she had spent the Lunar New Year in a big family. She felt like she was sitting in the middle, and she was being looked at with envy, jealousy, suspicion, and all sorts of other gazes. Fortunately, she had enjoyed such gazes in the entertainment industry for a while. Otherwise, she would have run away long ago. During the Gu family's New Year, they would also give out red envelopes. While watching TV, Lin Che saw Qin Wan perform on the night of the Spring Festival. She was singing a new song, and it sounded very nice. It seemed like it would be popular. Qin Wan was wearing a red dress, and she looked very pretty. At the end of the Lunar New Year, the fireworks outside had already given up. Lin Che saw the fireworks blossoming above his head. It was shockingly beautiful. Mu Wanqing said quickly, "Hurry up and go see." There are fireworks at home. Lin Che said quickly. They are at home. I'll go take a look. Seeing this, Gu Jingzi stood up and followed. Outside, the fireworks were everywhere. Gu Jingzi looked at Lin Che from behind. Aren't you going to take your red packet and see how much money you got this time? Lin Che then remembered the red packet. Oh yeah, I want to see. It must be a huge sum this time. She took it out and looked at it. She exclaimed, Aya, 10 million. I'm not dreaming, am I? Aya. Seeing her happy face, Gu Jingzi also smiled. She was really a little miser. This is just a gift from Grandpa. Mom should have some too. Hearing Mu Wanqing, Lin Che felt a little sorry for her. Just then, a warm body leaned against her from behind. At home, he wore very little. He only had a thin shirt. Pressing against her back, his hand slid directly into her clothes from below. She couldn't help but shiver when she felt the stimulation. An unbearable feeling poured into the top of her head. Unknowingly, her lower abdomen had already heated up. He licked his lips from the back of her neck. Lin Che felt her whole body shrink. His hot lips made her feel uneasy, and her heart softened. No. Didn't Mom tell us to work harder? Lin Che felt him grab her hand and pull her into his embrace. She sat down on his lap. The wetness in the middle made him even more excited, and he kissed her lips. Why not? You obviously want me. Lin Che greedily enjoyed the feeling of his lips and teeth against hers. Every inch of her skin seemed to be greedy for his warmth. It expanded, and she almost cried out. But, no. She couldn't do this anymore. If she continued, she would really fall for him and fall in love with him. But the person in his heart wasn't her. She grabbed his hand and nodded with difficulty. Gu Jingzi. Panting, she looked into his eyes. You told me that you wouldn't force me if I didn't want to, right? Gu Jingzi looked at Lin Che. Although his body was still in high spirits, he had quickly calmed down. There was a puzzled look in his eyes, but it was so gloomy that she didn't dare to make a sound. What do you want to say? He asked. Lin Che said, I don't think I want to continue with you. We're only in a contract marriage. If this goes on for too long, it'll be easy for people to forget the nature of our relationship. I think we should keep a distance. I don't want to continue with you. He was still sad for Imo Huiling, which meant that he still cared about her. He was still seeing Imo Huiling and being intimate with her, ignoring his illness. Then, how could he continue to be like this with her? This wasn't right. Gu Jingzi's eyes darkened when he heard this. Chapter 244. Gu Jingzi looked at Lin Che. She looked at him seriously. It was the first time she looked so serious. Gu Jingzi said, You mean that you don't want me to continue being like this with you? Lin Che looked at him and said calmly, That's right. I think this is different from what we agreed on at the beginning. We should keep our distance. It's making things difficult for me now. Gu Jingzi looked into her eyes deeply, as if he was trying to catch a hint of emotion in her eyes. But if she wanted to keep to the agreement, what else could he do? He slowly let go of her hand and turned his head. His tense jaw looked a little gray against the backdrop of the fireworks. Following that, he became a little more silent. After a long time, he said, If you've made up your mind, then I respect your decision. When Lin Che heard his consent, he felt a sense of relief in his heart, but it also brought with it an indescribable pain. But they had no future. If they continued to be entangled like this, it would only be a waste of time, and it made her feel disgusted. Thinking about how he was still in a relationship with Imo Huiling and being with her on the other hand, she couldn't accept it no matter what. On New Year's Eve, the sky in the distance was a little enchanting red. The two of them sat on the porch with their legs dangling. They were silent as they listened to the countdown of New Year's Eve. When they returned to the room, Gu Jingzi took the initiative to walk out with the quilt. Lin Che didn't care about him and leaned on the bed. She heard that he seemed to be sleeping on the floor outside, but she didn't pay attention. They lay down. The sound of firecrackers still lingered outside, but it was much quieter. Lin Che hugged the quilt. She heard that Gu Jingzi fell asleep after a while and didn't move. Actually, he didn't move when he slept, but he seemed to be even quieter today. Maybe she was just too sensitive. Anyway, she hugged the quilt and smiled sadly. She didn't expect him to agree so easily. It seemed that he was still sure that they would divorce sooner or later, so he rationally agreed to her idea. But why did she feel uncomfortable in her heart when he agreed? It was as if something was tugging at her little heart, and it hurt as if it was being tugged at. Lin Che smiled bitterly. Did she still have a glimmer of hope that he wanted to spend the rest of his life with her? Actually, she was already lucky to meet such an outstanding man and be with him for a few years. How could she have such extravagant hopes? She had been with him for a long time, so she had unrealistic fantasies. This man, it was better to stay away from him. As Lin Che thought about this, he fell asleep in a daze. The next day, Gu Jingze left early in the morning, ignoring Lin Che. Lin Che went out. Mu Wanqing was still puzzled. It's the first day of the new year. Why didn't Jingze accompany you? Oh, I thought he was very busy with work. Wasn't he like this before? That's not it. In the past, he didn't care about these days. But this year, he's with you. I thought he wouldn't leave. Lin Che replied, Is it right to work hard? I should understand him and support him. Mu Wanqing looked at Lin Che with pity. I'll talk to him next time. Why is he working so hard? Lin Che walked out with Mu Wanqing and prepared to drink tea. Lin Che said, Oh right, this time, Mr. President and Gu Jingyu didn't come back. Mu Wanqing said, Jingming said he would come back, but I don't know why he left. Jingyu. Sigh, it's fine if he doesn't come back. I know he doesn't want to see me. Lin Che looked at Mu Wanqing strangely. Mom, why do you say that? I've worked with Senior Jingyu many times. It's impossible that he doesn't want to see you. Although he's very stubborn, he's actually very kind. Mu Wanqing sighed. Back then, I was also in the wrong. I know that none of the children I gave birth to are bad children. He is a good child. However, although these three brothers have different personalities, they are all stubborn people. Lin Che said, I know that I shouldn't be asking about this, but because I'm very familiar with Senior Jingyu, I really don't understand what could have caused him to suddenly not return home. Mu Wanqing said, Back then, when he was in school, he had a girlfriend, and when the two of them were in school, their relationship seemed to be pretty good. That woman took the initiative to pursue him, and I heard that the woman's family conditions were not good, but that's nothing. My family is not the kind of family that has prejudice, and the family conditions are not good. As long as the person is good, it's fine. But I found out that that woman seemed to be deliberately approaching Jingyu for money. How could I agree to that? I can't watch Jingyu be cheated at that time. While they were still young and ignorant, I separated the two of them, took 2 million, and sent that girl away. You say, a good girl, if it's not for money, really wants to be with Jingyu, why would she take 2 million and leave? She definitely wouldn't want it, but she took it quickly. Lin Che thought, there's such a thing. It's really. Lin Che looked at Mu Wanqing. Then wouldn't Senior Jingyu be very sad? Even though I'm sad, at least I didn't get cheated any further. If I found out that she only wanted money after a few years, wouldn't that be even worse? But he never returned home. In fact, he even went on to study acting and became a star. Otherwise, the family would still want him to stay at home and help Jingze. Jingze wouldn't be so busy today. He's so busy that he doesn't even have time to spend with you. I feel sorry for him. Lin Che smiled awkwardly. Mu Wanqing held Lin Che's hand and felt her palm turn cold. She quickly asked her to enter the house. Lin Che looked at Mu Wanqing and said gratefully, Thank you, Mom, for telling me all this. I know that Mom won't tell ordinary people. Yes, but you're not an outsider. You're my daughter-in-law, my daughter. I can only tell you and pour out my grievances to you. Lin Che's throat choked. He felt that he really couldn't bear to tell her that he and Gu Jingze were only in a contract marriage. He could only hold Mu Wanqing's hand tightly with a heart full of guilt. Mu Wanqing still thought that one day she would give birth to a child, but she didn't know that she and Gu Jingze would never be able to be together. Because Gu Jingze rationally knew what he wanted, he had already rationally agreed not to touch her again. In the future, the two of them would treat each other with respect. How could they have another child? Meanwhile, in the office, the atmosphere was so depressing that all the higher-ups felt cold sweat dripping down their backs. Chapter 245. Early in the morning on the first day of the Lunar New Year, Gu Jingze suddenly asked them to come back to work. He even asked them to come to his office and scolded them one by one for the whole morning. The atmosphere was extremely heavy. Everyone was dejected and looked like they had nothing to live for. We've been working on this bridge case for 5 months, and we've only made this much progress. Team Leader Chun, I think you've wasted your 3rd degree at the University of California. Your school is probably feeling ashamed of you right now. With that, the folder was thrown on the table. Manager Liu, the world's economic system is changing so fast, but your old brain is still so slow. Should I consider getting some new blood to move your department? Otherwise, I really can't believe that you made this thing. Another file was thrown on the table. Director Zhang, I want to ask you, did I give you an annual salary of 30 million just to invite you to come back and do this kind of project for me? If that's the case, I might as well spend a few $100,000 to hire a labor contractor. I don't think he'll be so slow. Another file was smashed onto the table. They all lowered their heads to look at their folders. They didn't dare to look up at Gu Jingze, who was sitting in the big office chair with a gloomy face. Why are you still sitting here? Since you know the progress is slow, why don't you hurry up and do it? Gu Jingze scolded them one last time. They quickly got up, picked up their things, and rushed out. Qin Hao stood there, not daring to say a word. He stole a glance at Gu Jingze. Seeing that Gu Jingze was engrossed in reading the company's documents, Qin Hao complained in his heart. It seemed that Gu Jingze would have to be scolded later. Gu Jingze had read a lot of documents and dealt with a lot of work early in the morning. Why did he suddenly come to the company? The president of the company, who had just taken a day off, hurried back to deal with the work urgently. Gu Jingze read the documents for the whole day. In the end, he asked someone to bring more black coffee. The black coffee was brought over. It was moderately hot and cold, and it was placed on the table with a bitter aroma. He walked over, picked it up, held it in his hand, and looked under the French window. For a moment, he didn't know why, but he suddenly tightened his grip on the thick walls of the coffee cup. Then, the warm coffee finally soaked the coffee cup. The coffee spilled all over the floor. Gu Jingze frowned and flung his hand away. Looking at the employees outside, they looked at him innocently. Their gazes were filled with fear, but there was only a cold glint in his eyes. Get out of my office. I don't want to see you here anymore. President Gu, I was wrong. Please give me a chance. She was so scared that she screamed, which made Gu Jingze even more displeased. Seeing this, Qin Hao immediately pulled him up and dragged him out. Gu Jingze just stood there, looking down at the desolate winter sky. The people here need ability, and luck is also a kind of ability. Why did she have to deliver the coffee at this time, after the people outside had been pushing it around for so long? This meant that her ability to avoid dangerous situations was not as good as others, and her ability to shirk responsibility was not as good as others. Therefore, she was fired today because of her lack of ability. He was taken out, and the office returned to silence. His hand was in pain, which made him sober up a little. He took a deep breath and thought to himself, since she wanted to draw a clear line between them, then he would just let her be. She was right. Recently, he had not been able to distinguish between public and private affairs. At night, Lin Che saw that Gu Jingze had not returned to the Gu family. He was still there, and she did not know whether she should continue to stay here or go back to the Gu family. Gu Jingze did not tell her when he left. While Lin Che was still hesitating, she heard her phone ring again. She picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Lin Che asked. Xiao Che, it's me. An unfamiliar voice made Lin Che feel a little strange, especially when the person on the other side called her Xiao Che. Xiao Che, I'm your grandmother. You don't remember me, do you? You were the one who wrote me this number. What? Grandmother? Lin Che was shocked and quickly jumped off the bed. Lin Che's mother had been admitted to a university from a small place and came to be city. If she had not met her father, she would have had a good life. However, she had met Lin Yukai. Lin Yukai lied to her mother to give birth to her and cut off all ties with her family. They never contacted each other again. It was not until he passed away that he told her that his parents were still in the small mountain village. Lin Che was still young at that time. She could only send a letter to her grandmother every year. She did not know if her grandmother would see it or if she was still alive. However, she had never had the chance to go to such a distant place to look for her grandmother, so this matter had been delayed. Last year, she had just sent a letter to her grandmother, saying that she was living well. She did not know if her grandmother could see the letter and know of her existence. However, she would still send her a letter every year, just as her mother had said before she passed away. On the letter, she had even attached her address to her grandmother. She did not expect that today, her grandmother would not only suddenly appear, but also call her. This really surprised Lin Che. "Grandmother, you finally called me. I thought you did not receive my letter." "I received it, but you are living so well. As an old lady from the countryside, I will only be a burden to you. So, it is better not to let you know." Lin Che paused bitterly in her heart. She did not tell her that she had been lying to her all those years. She only said that the Lin family was very good and that she was living a good life in the Lin family. In her letter, she described the Lin family as so beautiful. However, in fact, her life had always been so bad that she was too embarrassed to tell anyone. "Grandmother, how can that be? You will not be a burden to me. Mother also hopes that you can live well. Your letter said that the Lin family is in B City. So, Xiaoche, are you also in B City?" "Of course," Lin Che said hurriedly. "Why are you coming?" I am now in B City, but I am unfamiliar with the people and the place. I was cheated of all my money. Now, I do not know what to do, so I can only call you." "What?" Lin Che quickly told Mu Wanqing that he had something to do. He did not wait for Gu Jingza and simply left the Gu residence. After thinking for a while, she did not know where Gu Jingza was. Perhaps he had gone to be entangled with Imo Huiling again. Therefore, she did not call Gu Jingza. Instead, she told Yu Minmin about it and asked him to send her a car first. Lin Che hurried to the place his grandmother had told him. Soon, he met up with Yu Minmin. He saw that Yu Minmin had also brought Yang Lingxin. He even asked Yang Lingxin curiously, "Why are you still working instead of staying at home to accompany your family during the new year?" Chapter 246. Yang Lingxin said obediently, "Yeah, Sister Yu, call someone and ask who can come. I don't have much to do at home, so I'll earn as much as I can." As for Yu Minmin, she only stayed at home for a day during the holidays. She couldn't stay at home anymore. Ever since she couldn't gamble, her father drank heavily at home every day. Whenever he saw Yu Minmin, he would scold her for being an ingrate, a traitor, and an unfilial son. Yu Minmin didn't want to argue with him for her mother's sake, so she simply left home. She drove Lin Che's van all the way to Times Square. Before he arrived, Lin Che could already see a white-haired old lady sitting in a corner. Beside her feet was a shabby cloth bag. It seemed that the people around her were looking down on her. A person who looked like a security guard walked over and chased her away. Lin Che quickly got out of the car and ran over to her. She could tell at a glance that it was her grandmother because she looked so much like her mother. Although her mother had passed away many years ago, she was the only person in the world who had treated her well in the past. She remembered her mother's voice and smiled vividly.
"Grandma."
Lin Che ran over, and the old lady quickly stood up. The security guard was a little surprised. He looked up and saw Lin Che and a few others getting out of the car and walking over. He was very surprised. "You guys," Lin Che said, "why are you chasing them away? Can't an old lady sit here for a while if she's lost?" When the security guard saw Lin Che, he could tell that he was either rich or respectable and knew that he couldn't afford to offend him. He hurriedly said, "I was just afraid that she was a beggar. I'm sorry. Okay?" Lin Che ignored the security guard's flattering smile and held his grandmother's hand. "Grandma, it's me, Xiaoche." The old lady looked at Lin Che and looked at him carefully. Her eyes were wet, and she held Lin Che's hand with trembling hands. Xiaoche, it's really you." Lin Che hugged his grandmother for a while and then pulled her into the car. Looking at the brand new car, which was very clean inside, she was too embarrassed to get in. In the end, Lin Che pulled her in. On the way, Lin Che asked about her situation. She only said, "I'm really old and useless. I saw an advertisement saying that the hospital here can cure my cough, so I took a long train to get here." Who knew that my cough wouldn't be cured, and I've spent all my money. They told me that the hospital is a scammer, and when I went to ask for money, they even beat me up. I'm just an old woman, and I can't fight with them, so I could only come back. But now, I don't even have the money to go back home, and I really want to go begging. I still want to try making a phone call to see if I can find you. I really don't want to call you, sigh. Grandma, just call me. What's wrong? Do you have a cough problem? Yeah. Hearing this, Yu Minmin said, I know of a hospital that can treat it. Lin Che, where do you want to send Grandma? To the Gu family, or? Lin Che knew that the Gu family was a big place with many beds. But she was still a fake Mrs. Gu. Although she was willing to resume her relationship with him, she still felt a little sour in her heart. She didn't want to mention Gu Jingza. So she said to Yu Minmin, let's go to the hospital directly. Yu Minmin asked someone to contact the hospital first. Grandma looked at Lin Che and smiled at his little face. You look a little like your mother, but not at all. You're prettier than your mother. Lin Che smiled. Mom looks like Grandma too, so I look like Grandma too. Oh my, I'm so ugly. How can that be? Grandma must have been a beauty when she was young. Grandma's name was Chiu Shuyun. She was 78 years old. It was really hard for her to travel thousands of miles from a small town in Y City. The hospital was already prepared. Yang Lingxin went back and forth to take care of it. She was very efficient. Yu Minmin had also helped to contact a doctor for Grandma. The doctor said that it didn't look too good. Lin Che was shocked. He asked Grandma to rest in the hospital bed while he went to the office to find out more. The doctor said, she's coughing because there's a polyp in her throat. It's too big. Is it serious? Lin Che asked. The doctor said, it's not very serious. It's just that the patient is too old, so it took a lot of time. It's a little too big. Then, doctor, can you tell me if there's a possibility of it causing cancer? This was what Lin Che was most worried about. The doctor said, fortunately, it depends on the test results. But this kind of polyp is more likely to be benign. But I can't guarantee it. Lin Che was very worried, especially when he heard that Grandma had to undergo surgery at such an old age. After chatting with the doctor for a long time and asking about all the bad possibilities, she left the office. Just as she left, she saw her phone vibrating. She hurried over, but the vibration stopped. She opened it and saw that it was Gu Jingza calling. Why was he still in the mood to call her? He hadn't talked to her for a day. She thought it was strange. She picked up the phone and called Gu Jingza, but the line was busy. The next moment, someone walked over from afar. She took a closer look and saw that it was Qin Hao. Lin Che was shocked. Assistant Qin, why are you? Qin Hao looked at Lin Che and ran over hurriedly. Madam, how are you? Are you sick? Why are you in the hospital? How did you know I was in the hospital? Lin Che looked at Qin Hao strangely and asked. Qin Hao said, President Gu told me to come over. He'll be here soon. Gu Jingza? This was a hospital in the city, but it wasn't the best. The best hospital in City B was a private hospital. Gu Jingza had gone there several times when he had problems. Before Lin Che could react, there was a commotion outside. Someone was shouting crazily. He's so handsome. I think he came in a motorcade. The one in the lead is a Maybach. It's the first time I've seen a Maybach up close. He's so handsome. Although Gu Jingza's footsteps were still steady when he walked in, his pace was actually very fast. He called Lin Che many times at home, but she didn't pick up. Gu Jingza didn't want to call at first, but when he got home, he heard from his mother that she had something to attend to and left first. He called her curiously, but he couldn't get through. All of a sudden, he became anxious. He was a little angry with himself. Since Lin Che didn't want to have anything to do with him, he shouldn't care about her anymore. But he really felt that something was wrong with her, so he rushed over without stopping. He had never realized that he was such a despicable person, but he still came. He asked someone to check on Lin Che's whereabouts and found that her phone's GPS showed that she was in the hospital. He was so shocked that he didn't care about anything else and rushed over. Chapter 247. In the hallway, Lin Che was still in a daze when he saw Gu Jingza quickly walking towards him. His eyes were gloomy and flashed with some anxiety. He looked very impatient. His long and narrow eyes gave off a sharp light as he looked at Lin Che like a knife. He walked in a straight line, followed by a group of people. His imposing manner made everyone look in his direction. Gu Jingze walked to Lin Che's side in a few steps. He pressed his hands on Lin Che's shoulders and looked at her from head to toe. "What's wrong with you? Why are you at the hospital?" She was stunned and said dryly, My grandmother is hospitalized. I just brought her here. What's wrong?" Gu Jingze's eyes darkened. Her grandmother? His hands loosened and his eyes darted around. It wasn't Lin Che. Lin Che quickly said, "What's wrong? Did I do something wrong by suddenly leaving? I was suddenly busy. I'm sorry that I didn't tell you because I didn't want to disturb your work." Did she think that he was angry because she suddenly disappeared? That's right. With her intelligence, she could only think of this. His expression relaxed and he tapped her forehead. "Next time you go out without telling me, I'll teach you a lesson." She had no idea how flustered he was when he found out that she was at the hospital, but there was no point in telling her now. Anyway, she just wanted to restore their previous relationship. "Yes, I won't do it again. I'm sorry. Okay?" Lin Che said quickly. Seeing that Lin Che was fine, he actually felt that everything could be forgiven. Since when was he such an easy person to talk to? But seeing Lin Che in one piece again, he still heaved a sigh of relief. Remembering what she said, he asked her, "What do you mean your grandmother came to the hospital?" Lin Che replied, "Oh." She quickly told Gu Jingze about her grandmother. Hearing this, Gu Jingze said, "All right, I'll take care of this." Lin Che didn't tell him because she was worried that she would cause him trouble. Hearing his words, she quickly said, "It's okay. It's just a small operation. I can handle it myself." Gu Jingze frowned deeply. Seeing how distant Lin Che was, he glared at Lin Che and said, "If you really want to settle the score with me, then we'll settle it properly when we get back. But can't you figure out what's more important here?" Lin Che stood there in a daze. Gu Jingze glanced at her, then immediately waved his hand to find someone to make arrangements. Lin Che thought sourly in his heart. She was the one who wanted to make things clear. Since they were going to separate sooner or later, why did they have to be so ambiguous? However, he was right. Her grandmother's matter was more important now. Her own feelings should be put aside. After a while, Gu Jingze disappeared. She looked around for Yu Minmin. Yu Minmin had already walked out and said to Lin Che, "What are you looking at? President Gu has already entered the ward to see Grandma." "What?" Hearing this, Lin Che quickly ran over. Yang Lingxin was also coming out. Seeing Lin Che, she said in surprise, "Sister, you just said that that's Gu Jingze. Then, I heard from him that you're husband and wife. Sister Lin Che, you're already married." Yang Lingxin's face was still flushed, but Lin Che wasn't surprised at all. It seemed that every woman's first reaction when they saw Gu Jingze was to be amazed. No matter how many times they saw him, they would still feel that he was so handsome that they wanted to blush. Lin Che smiled dryly and didn't say anything. She hurried over to see Grandma. Inside, Gu Jingze was sitting by the bed. Grandma was lying on the bed. Looking at Gu Jingze, she was so happy that her eyes narrowed. Hearing the sound, she looked up and saw that Lin Che was still standing at the door in a daze. She said, "Little Che, you didn't tell me that you're already married." Lin Che was even more surprised. Seeing Gu Jingze's indifferent gaze, she hurried over. "Grandma, I didn't have time to tell you." Gu Jingze thought deeply. Was it because he didn't have time, or because he didn't want to tell her? Since when did he, the dignified Gu Jingze, become a husband who couldn't be told? He really wanted to strangle Lin Che to death now. Grandma called Lin Che over. "Aya, little Che, your husband is so handsome. Grandma has never seen such a good-looking person in all my years. Is he a movie star? He looks even better than those people on TV." Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze's usually stern face. Today, it was a little gentler, and he looked even more handsome. Even the expression on his face was inexplicably intoxicating. Grandma said, "Oh yeah, your father-in-law is so nice. He even said that he wanted to treat Grandma's illness. Am I a burden to you guys?" Lin Che could only look at Gu Jingze and say to Grandma, "Grandma, how could you be a burden?" "Don't worry, Gu. Jingze has already made arrangements." Lin Shay looked at Gu Jingza gratefully, but he only got a cold look in return. Lin Shay curled his lips. Seriously, she had only left a little earlier. Did he have to keep giving her a cold look? Because Gu Jingza had made all the arrangements, it didn't take long before someone came to pick up Grandma and take her to a better hospital. Gu Jingza just looked at Lin Shay. Although he was angry, he couldn't help but look at her disappointed expression. He comforted her. Lin Shay, it's okay. I've asked about your grandma's condition. She's very healthy, much healthier than her peers. She'll be able to survive the surgery. Lin Shay smiled at him gratefully. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Don't let something like this happen again. Do you hear me? Gu Jingza said. Lin Shay could only say, okay, CEO. I'm sorry. I'm at your mercy. Was he really going to let him punish him? His eyes scanned the curves of her body. At this moment, he wanted to push her down on the hospital bed and take off her clothes, but he could only look at her like that. Okay, let's go. Just then, Yu Minmin walked over and said to the two of them, President Gu, madam, we'll go back first. Lin Shay said, you've been busy for a long time today. We'll send you home first. Yu Minmin was about to say no when Gu Jingza said, that's right. Let's get in the car together. I'll send you home first. Yu Minmin naturally didn't dare to say no to Gu Jingza, so she nodded quickly. Seeing that Gu Jingza had gone to prepare, Yang Lingxin hurried over. Sister Lin Shay, you didn't tell me that you're Mrs. Gu. Lin Shay looked at Yang Lingxin. You know Gu Jingza? Of course. How could I not know Gu Jingza? I wanted to study economics and work for the Gu Corporation, but I couldn't go to university. I knew Gu Jingza a long time ago, but he's so mysterious that I don't know what he looks like. Chapter 248. She looked at Lin Shay enviously as she said, I didn't expect Gu Jingza to be so good-looking in person. I can't believe I'll be able to see him again one day. Oh my God, I'm going crazy. I can't believe I'm standing next to the real Gu Jingza. Yu Minmin looked at the excited girl and reminded her with a smile, but you can't tell anyone about this. You should know that. Oh, I understand. Yang Lingxin nodded hurriedly. Lin Shay smiled. He could understand her reaction when she first met Gu Jingza. Even he was shocked when he first found out that Gu Jingza was so rich. Gu Jingza walked back again. Yang Lingxin's eyes lit up as she looked at him. Gu Jingza naturally saw the girl too. He glanced at her and couldn't remember who she was. He just didn't remember that Lin Shay had such a person by his side. He said to Gu Jingza, this is Yang Lingxin, my new assistant. By the way, do you remember her? She's the girl we met when we went shopping together. She still felt sad when she thought of him wrapping the scarf around her neck. Gu Jingza remembered and nodded as he looked at the girl. Lin Shay said, what do you think? She's a pretty girl, right? Gu Jingza looked at her again when he heard her. He didn't think she was pretty. She couldn't compare to Lin Shay at all. He turned back and said to Lin Shay, everything is ready. Let's go. They got into the car. Yu Minmin and Yang Lingxin got into the bodyguard's car, and they sent them home. Grandma was lying in the ambulance in the front. Gu Jingza and Lin Shay were sitting in the Maybach at the back. Gu Jingza looked at Lin Shay's worried face and forgot how angry he had been. He should really say that he didn't know when he had become hopelessly cheap. However, he said to Lin Shay calmly, all right, don't worry. I promise you that your grandma will be fine. Lin Shay listened to his tough and determined voice and turned around. You don't have to promise me anything. Life and death are determined by fate. What happens to my grandmother is also God's will. All right, Gu Jingza, don't worry. I haven't broken down. I won't let you suddenly lose your wife. Gu Jingza glared at her. Seriously, Lin Shay said, it's just that when my mother passed away, she told me that she actually felt very sorry towards my grandmother. She didn't listen to her and fell for someone's tricks outside, causing my grandmother to be alone for the rest of her life. She didn't dare to go home, and she was always very afraid to mention my grandmother. Maybe she really felt very guilty. I wanted to treat my grandmother better. I wanted to help my mother make up for what she had done. I never knew if my grandmother was still alive. I thought she had already passed away. Until today, when I saw her like this, I really felt very sad. Lin Che's eyes were a little moist. Seeing this, Gu Jingze couldn't help but forget what she had said before. They shouldn't be so intimate anymore. His hand delicately grasped her palm. Lin Che leaned against the wall, feeling his familiar scent getting closer and closer. His body was also getting closer and closer. The aroma that made people yearn for it had a mysterious magic power. He wrapped his arm around her shoulders, and just like that, he gently hugged her body. Lin Che closed her eyes, thinking about all the things that had happened when they were together. He was always this gentle, this way that made it hard for people to extricate themselves. They had agreed on a contractual marriage, but he seemed to be leading her into his own abyss. She had already said that she wanted to restore the distance between the two of them. Why was he still helping her like this, treating her with such gentleness as if he was doting on her? Lin Che suddenly pushed Gu Jingze away and took a step back. She raised her head and looked at him. Gu Jingze, why are you so nice to me? Gu Jingze frowned. Looking at her angry face, his heart felt even more stifled. Was it not okay for him to be nice to her? Why was she so angry when he was nice to her? What a strange woman. Did he really have to ignore her for her to be satisfied? So what if I'm nice to you? You're my wife, Lin Che. I should be nice to you. Just his wife? He had to be nice to her only because she was his wife? Yes, in the end, he was only responsible for her. Can you stop caring about me, Gu Jingze? Don't care about me even once. Let me do it myself. No matter what difficulties I face, let me deal with them myself, Lin Che said. Gu Jingze frowned deeply at her. Why? You don't like me helping you? But you're my wife. I can't just look at you and not care about you. Why do you have so much responsibility? I don't need your responsibility, Lin Che said. Gu Jingze was puzzled. Isn't responsibility good? No, not at all. At this moment, Lin Che actually had a crazy thought. She didn't want him to be responsible for her at all. She didn't want him to be nice to her because she was his wife. She felt that she was so selfish, so greedy, so crazy. She actually wanted his love. She wanted him to love her. It turned out that all his anger, sadness, bitterness, and jealousy were because the person he loved was Immerse, not her. But she didn't want anything. She didn't want him to be nice to her. She didn't want him to spoil her. What he had for her wasn't responsibility, but a unique love. Anyway, I don't want you to care about me, Lin Che said sternly. Gu Jingze grabbed her arm. If I don't care about you, who should I care about? You're my wife. Enough. Don't be nice to me anymore, Gu Jingze. Otherwise, if I keep wanting you to be nice to me, I'll become very scary. I'll think that it's natural for you to be nice to me, and I won't want to see you being nice to anyone else. If you're nice to someone else, I'll be very angry. Because of the strong impact of that thought, this sentence directly broke through her rationality, and she blurted it out. Hearing that she actually said it like this, even she felt shocked. Gu Jingze's eyes flashed for a moment. He looked at Lin Che with rippling eyes. What do you mean, you? Gu Jingze grabbed her hand. The driver had already stopped the car and left. In the narrow space, two pairs of bloodshot eyes stared at each other. He looked at her, not understanding why she was so angry. He didn't understand why it was scary. I have to be nice to you, and I will only be nice to you because— No. Lin Che interrupted him. She didn't want to hear him say that because she was his wife. Don't you understand? That's not what I want. Then what do you want? Chapter 249. If he still had Immerse in his heart and wasn't loyal to her, she would rather he not treat her so well. She couldn't take it. No. I mean, forget it. You can see whoever you want. It has nothing to do with me. Lin Che turned around angrily. He felt that he was being unreasonable. Gu Jingze grabbed her hand and forced her to look at him. What do you mean? Tell me, who do you think I'm seeing? Lin Che murmured. She felt that she had gone overboard by telling him not to see Miss Imoi. I didn't mean it that way. I was just babbling nonsense just now. I was in a bad mood and got agitated. It's your business who you want to meet. I have no right to interfere. Lin Che tried his best to appear natural and smiled in his direction. She felt wronged, but at the same time, she felt that she was being unreasonable. Lin Che felt that she couldn't stay here any longer. Otherwise, She might beat Gu Jing's chest and ask him why he had to be so entangled with that disgusting Imo Huiling. He could have liked anyone, but he had to like such a two-faced person. Lin Che said, "Forget it. I'm really fine. I'll take the car in front." Lin Che opened the car door as she said that. Outside, the group only knew that Gu Jingza had probably quarreled with Lin Che. Gu Jingza had been in a bad mood the whole day. His face was like that of the king of hell, and he didn't smile at all. Although he had been like this in the past, his face was inexplicably sour today. So at this moment, no one dared to look back as they watched the two of them quarreling from afar. Lin Che opened the car door and ran out. Gu Jingza didn't understand. Although he felt that it was strange, he felt that Lin Che was never an unreasonable person. So, there must be a reason why she suddenly became like this. Gu Jingza was getting more and more worried about this silly girl. He didn't know what had happened to her. In a moment of panic, he followed her out of the car. Lin Che only cared about running forward. She was pushed to the ground by the roadside. She was so unlucky that she couldn't even fill the gaps between her teeth. She grimaced in pain and sat on the ground, feeling a sharp pain in her knee. Gu Jingza immediately saw where Lin Che had fallen. He was originally wearing a skirt and only a thick pair of stockings. Now that his leg was hurting, he lowered his head to take a look. The stockings had already been torn, and there was a patch of blood inside. His heart clenched, and he hurriedly walked over. He quickly squatted down to take a look. Gu Jingza looked at Lin Che and said, "Why are you so careless? What happened? Are your legs made of bamboo? How could you fall like that? Let me see what happened." Lin Che was in pain and tired. She felt so wrong that she almost cried. I don't need you to care about me. Move aside and don't care about me. You don't need to pity me or pity me." Lin Che stretched out his hand and pushed Gu Jingza away. However, his hand was grabbed by Gu Jingza. Lin Che wanted to shake him off, but he couldn't. He could only raise his head and stare at him hatefully. "Lin Che, I have no sympathy, no matter who it is, but I can't ignore you." As Gu Jingza spoke, he pressed her arm hard to stop her from moving. Then he knelt down in front of her, lifted her leg, and put it on his own. He lowered his head and carefully looked at the wound on her leg. Seeing the blood flowing down, he lowered his head and gently blew on her leg. "Who do you think wants to care about you?" Gu Jingza looked up and glared at her. Ignoring Lin Che's objection, Gu Jingza turned around and gave someone a look. Someone quickly brought in a spare first aid kit in the car. Under the night sky, he opened the first aid kit and asked the person to step back. He carefully poured the medicine onto her wound and then used a pair of scissors to cut off the stockings on the side. "Ouch!" she groaned. The medicine stung her, and she couldn't help but want to retract her leg. Gu Jingza pulled her back and snorted. He held her leg tightly and didn't let her move. "That's enough. Even if it hurts, you deserve it." Lin Che's eyes ached even more. Yes, I deserve it. She deserved to meet Gu Jingza. She deserved to meet a man who had someone else in his heart. Gu Jingza glared at her again, but his voice had softened. "Does it really hurt?" "It doesn't." Lin Che's heart softened. She looked at him and murmured. Gu Jingza said, "Then why did you run away? You can't joke around with your body even if you're angry." "Who's angry?" Lin Che pouted and looked up shyly. "You're not angry," he said. "Don't say that again. You don't want me to care about you anymore." A warm current flowed through Lin Che's body. She almost cried. She didn't want to say that. She was never a woman who cried for no reason, but she suddenly felt sad. It was all because of him. Gu Jingza said, "I won't leave you alone. Even though you've always been so stupid, so brainless, and so sloppy, I won't leave you alone." Lin Che glared at him. "I haven't even complained that you're troublesome, and you're complaining about me. Why do I have so many problems?" Are you crazy? You need to take your medicine. You don't know when you'll die, and you're still pestering your ex-girlfriend." Gu Jingza frowned. "I've already broken up with Imo Huiling. I'll never see her again. Why would I be pestering her?" Lin Che looked up at him. "Don't lie to me. I know you've seen each other." She felt even more wronged, especially when her legs were still in his arms and he was still looking at her while kneeling. Gu Jingza frowned. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Gu Jingza said as he tightened his grip. Ouch! Lin Che cried out in pain. Gu Jingze immediately relaxed and looked at Lin Che worriedly. Seeing that she was fine, he relaxed a little. I really don't know what to do with you, Lin Che. You're sent by God to ruin me. Why is it still me who ruins you? It's obviously you who ruins me. Lin Che's tears were already flowing as she said that. She was such a failure as a person. She was such a failure. Gu Jingze saw that she was crying and his heart ached. He quickly caressed her face and kissed her tears gently. Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. Lin Che, you fool. I really haven't seen Huiling again. The last time I saw her, I already told her that I won't have any feelings for her anymore. I only feel disgusted when I see her. I no longer have any feelings for her. From the last time I saw her, I already understood that I was completely disappointed in her. Then why did you touch her? You'll get sick if you touch her. Touch her? What nonsense are you talking about? I told her that I wanted to introduce a good man to her, but she threw herself at me. So, I won't see her again. That was the last time. There won't be a next time, he said. Lin Che was stunned. So that was what happened. They didn't spend the night together? They didn't? He said he didn't have feelings for her anymore. He didn't love Mo Huiling anymore? Lin Che suddenly felt that she was really stupid. Why did she believe Mo Huiling after hearing her words? Why didn't she talk to Gu Jingze about it? Chapter 250. But at this moment, Lin Che simply didn't know what to say. She could only stare blankly at Gu Jingze. For a moment, she felt silly and embarrassed. What on earth had she been doing these few days? She said that she wanted to keep her distance from him, but in the end, it only made her realize her own selfishness. She didn't want to keep her distance from him at all. On the contrary, she only wanted him to love her. Now, after throwing a tantrum for an entire day, she had even misunderstood him. She had really let her jealousy get to her head. Although she didn't want to admit it, this kind of worrying about personal gains and losses wasn't jealousy. If it wasn't jealousy, what else could it be? Tears were still hanging from the corners of her eyes. Gu Jingze looked at her pitifully and lowered his head to wipe away the last teardrop on her eyelashes. He didn't know why, but he really didn't want to see her shed a single tear. Not even a single one. Even though she had really angered him to death these 2 days, he still didn't want to see her cry. Lin Che hurriedly said, I didn't mean it that way. If you want to see me, then see me. I didn't. Only now did she regret it. She hurriedly said stubbornly, but her tone was no longer as sorrowful as before. This little one's emotions were all written on her face. Her face was full of arrogance now, and her emotions were completely different from just now. Gu Jingze's eyes instantly sparkled, as if they were diamonds that were being reflected. He cupped her cheeks and looked at her face. Are you jealous? Lin Che's face turned red again. I'm not. I hate sour things the most. Lin Che really felt that she was going to die of embarrassment. She hurriedly turned her head away, especially when she felt that Gu Jingze was still laughing. She wanted to bury her head completely. After consulting with Dr. Chun, he told me why I was angry. I thought about it. Actually, I just felt that Mo Huiling was delaying herself by finding a former rival of mine. It seemed like she was purposely angering me, so I was angry. In the end, it was because I was disappointed in Mo Huiling, not because I was jealous. So I went to see Mo Huiling, hoping that she could mend her ways. Who knew that she would suddenly pounce on me, and that's why I was angry. Now, whenever I meet her, my illness gets worse. It seems that I only hate her, and I really don't have any feelings for her. As Lin Che listened to his words, he slowly understood and felt relieved. So that's how it was. He hadn't been with Mo Huiling for that long. Gu Jingze smiled and moved closer. So, you thought that I was being intimate with another woman? So you're angry and don't want to talk to me anymore? Even though this reason sounded a little unreasonable, it was still a little unreasonable. He didn't like unreasonable women, but when he thought of this reason, he actually felt a little excited. He didn't feel disgusted at all. Lin Che felt his smile getting closer to her. He was deliberately teasing her expression. She was so angry that she reached out and hit his chest resentfully. You are teasing me on purpose, Gu Jingze. You are doing this on purpose. How dare you laugh at me? All right, I know. I'll stop. Don't hit me. Gu Jingze quickly pressed her hands down. He looked at her cheeks. Her face was still red. She looked like the moon in the autumn. Gu Jingze's heart softened. Really? I'll never see her again. Who knows if it's true or not? Lin Che pouted, tilted his head, and looked to the side. Even if you secretly went to see her, I wouldn't know. It's okay. I won't do this again. If you want to see her, then go. You don't have to hide it from me. Gu Jingze said, Of course it's true. Do you want me to take out my heart for you to see? Take it out. I'll watch you take it out, Lin Che said. Gu Jingze smiled and looked at her deeply. Okay, I'll take it out for you. As he spoke, he unbuttoned the top button of his shirt, revealing his collarbone. Then, he pointed downwards and unbuttoned the next button. His body also took a step forward. Although it was a cold night, his fragrant breath was still hot. He was really going to take off his clothes? Lin Che's eyes widened. She looked at him and said, How about I take off my clothes and let you take it out? Lin Che quickly said, Gu Jingze. He was getting dirtier and dirtier. Why do you really want to take it off? You said that you want to see my true side. How can I take it off? Of course I'm really taking it off. You can feel it and see if my heart is real. As he said this, he grabbed her hand and was about to put it under his shirt. Oh my God, what was this? No. What are you doing, Gu Jingze? I don't want to touch it. You said it yourself. I didn't. Who wants to see you take off your clothes? Seriously? Lin Che quickly retracted her hand. It was the middle of the road. This was too outrageous. She quickly turned around to see if anyone else was looking. She realized that everyone was standing straight in the distance. It was a dark mass, so no one dared to come closer. However, she still felt embarrassed and her face was burning. Gu Jingze looked at her lowered head helplessly. He reached out and stroked her hair. Although you are really stupid, and your ability to anger people is getting better and better, but... He sighed helplessly. But I still can't leave you alone. If not, I really wanted to just leave you here. Unfortunately, I didn't think that you would be so stupid. If I left you behind, I don't know who will trick you. His hand played with the hair on her forehead. Tell me, did you drug me with some kind of aphrodisiac? Lin Che's heart warmed when she heard this. Could this be sweet talk? Then, the sweet talk coming from Gu Jingze's mouth was a little too special, especially since he was different from those frivolous and sweet men. He was such a serious man, and when he said these words with a straight face, it really made one's heart feel sweet. To her, Gu Jingze was completely a serious old antique. Thus, even if it wasn't a very straightforward sweet talk, she still felt that it was very special. Her heart was unbelievably warm, and she was also unbelievably shy. But what kind of aphrodisiac? Gu Jingze pulled her and asked, That time at the hotel, you drugged me with aphrodisiac, right? Get lost. There's no such thing as an aphrodisiac in this world, Lin Che said. Really? Then I actually wanted to strangle you to death, but I still came to find you. You. Who knows what you're doing? Maybe you're just that perverted. Gu Jingze said, You really don't know? You're not lying? Of course. I won't believe that mouth of yours if I don't check it up close. You're a hypocrite. I have to check you up close before I believe that you're telling the truth. What do you mean by close? With that said, he suddenly grabbed the back of her head and pressed his lips against hers. Was this what you call a close check? Chapter 251. How many women in the world would want to be examined by him? Lin Che felt his own lips go numb from all the teasing, and he became muddle-headed as well. Under his teasing, she forgot everything except for curling up in his arms, closing her eyes and feeling his roughness and gentleness. It was unbelievably passionate. She felt that she had lost. She had completely lost. How did she meet such a demon and fall into his trap? She couldn't get out of it. After a long time, he finally let go of her. He looked down at her clothes, adjusted her collar, and used his fingers to wipe the moisture from her lips. Lin Che was still in a daze. She took a deep breath and looked at him in a daze. She looked very silly. His smile became even more devilish. All right, get up. There's still something to do. He whispered into her ear, I know you're not satisfied yet. Let's go home at night and take our time. Lin Shay blinked before she realized what he had said. She jumped up immediately. Gu Jingza, who's going to? But for a moment, he forgot that his leg had just been touched. It was still very painful, and he screamed in pain. Gu Jingza frowned and held her up. Look at how clumsy you are. You're so stupid. It's all your fault. Humph. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have jumped out of the car. What's there to blame? It's the first time I've seen someone fall like this while walking. Gu Jingza helped Lin Shay into the car. He felt that she was so stupid. If he didn't keep an eye on her, she wouldn't even know when she left home one day. Outside, when everyone saw that the two of them seemed to have finally reconciled, they acted very professionally and returned to their posts as if nothing had happened. Some drove, some got into their cars, and some got into their cars. Under the surprised and envious gazes of the people outside, the motorcade drove towards the private hospital in front of them. Lin Shay and Gu Jingza arrived at the hospital quickly. In the best ward upstairs, the doctor was already ready. Although they had just checked over there, they were going to check the other places that hadn't been checked thoroughly. Gu Jingza followed behind Xiao Jian. When Xiao Shuyun saw the two of them walk in, she said with some doubt, Little Che, what happened to you two? Why did you come so late? Lin Shay recalled everything that had just happened. His chest still felt a little shy. His lips were still swollen, but he didn't know if others could see it. I. Seeing her stuttering, Gu Jingza glared at her and said, She's clumsy. When she walked out of the hospital, she broke her leg. On the way, I applied the medicine on her leg and comforted her. Placate, he said, looking at her with a smile and a strange light in his eyes. Lin Shay wanted to pinch him from behind. This man still had the cheek to say that he was comforting her. On the road, he was really that he didn't care. As for Gu Jingza, after he finished speaking, he looked straight ahead in a very natural manner, turning a blind eye to Lin Shay's widened eyes. Hearing this, grandmother nodded and said, So that's how it is. You're too careless, little Che. But your mother used to be like this too. Sigh, no matter where she went when she was young, she would always come back covered in injuries. Hearing grandmother mention his deceased mother, Lin Shay's heart felt a little sour. Grandmother thought for a moment, as if she was still recalling her deceased daughter's appearance. She smiled and looked up, saying, Look at me. What am I thinking about again? Oh yeah, little Che, what is this place? Lin Che said, This is a hospital. Grandmother said in surprise, This is a hospital? Then why is this hospital so big? In her memory, hospitals were always messy and narrow. There were people everywhere, and it was a sea of white. There were busy doctors everywhere, and the smell was especially unpleasant. The smell of disinfectant mixed with the smell of the patients, and it was difficult to clean up. However, this place was unbelievably clean. The ground was spotless, and there was no one around. There was also no smell at all. Lin Che didn't say that this was the most expensive private hospital in City S. The doctors were all foreign professors, and the chief surgeons were all hired externally. They were very good. Of course, the price was also very high. This was an expensive private ward. It seemed that it was specially prepared. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingza. He was really grateful for his help. He lowered his head and said, This place was brought in by someone I know. The doctors here are better. Really? Little Che, is the person you know very good? Of course he was good. Gu Jingza was the best person she knew. Yes, very good. Grandma, don't worry. You don't have to spend money here. I just want you to help me collect the bus fare so that I can go back. No, Grandma, you will have a small surgery. I have to help you treat it. What? Lin Che was afraid that she would worry, so he told her about the surgery in detail. It was a small, minimally invasive surgery. Grandmother was relieved after hearing this. She looked at Lin Che and then at Gu Jingza, who was standing behind her. Xiao Che, I'm relieved to see that you've married so well. You have to take good care of the family. Being someone's wife is different from living your own life. You have to work harder and do more work. Lin Che quickly agreed. He heard Gu Jingza say, Grandma is the best. You have such a good marriage. You have to cherish it in the future. Don't be angry. You. Lin Che turned around and glared at him. However, Gu Jingze was very unscrupulous because Lin Che didn't dare to say anything because grandmother was here. Grandmother said, "That's right. You are his wife. Can't you anger him? It's very hard for a man to earn money outside." Lin Che still glared at him. Gu Jingze stood straight beside her. He lowered his head a little and whispered into her ear, "How dare you glare at me? Grandma is right. I'm the one who works hard every day. You don't do anything but enjoy life." Grandma naturally thought that he was talking about his work outside. However, Lin Che felt that he was talking about something that would only happen in bed. Lin Che thought that he was going crazy to act like a hooligan so openly. Gu Jingze also knew that he was making a mistake. However, seeing that she clearly understood him and wanted to get angry but didn't dare to get angry, he actually enjoyed it. Looking at her blushing face, he wanted to tease her even more. Teasing her was a very interesting thing. "Then what you did was wrong, little Che. You should do more in the future," grandmother said. Lin Che was so embarrassed that his eyebrows were knitted together. He wanted to explain but couldn't. Chapter 252. She could only stare at her grandmother, stuttering. In the end, she stomped her foot at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze smiled and said to her, "Did you hear that? You have to do something next time. I'll supervise you at night. You do it, and I'll enjoy it. Get lost." Gu Jingze laughed wickedly. Lin Che really wanted to tear his mouth off. Looking at the big room, Grandma asked curiously, "Is this my ward?" "Yes, Grandma. You have a good rest. You have an operation tomorrow. You've been tired for a few days. Have a good rest." "All right, you two don't have to worry about me. I can sleep anywhere. It's just that this room is too big. I'm not seriously ill, so I'd better go to a smaller ward. I don't want to disturb other people." "No, it's okay. There are many places here. Grandma, you don't have to worry about me." Seeing that Grandma had rested, Lin Che sat there and accompanied her for a while. Seeing that it was getting late and Gu Jingze had prepared people for him, he left. In the evening, Gu Jingze wanted to go home with Lin Che. However, he had started to work during the day, so his subordinates didn't dare to neglect him. They started to work on the first day of the new year. Therefore, he had to deal with some emails and messages sent from abroad overnight. When he left, Gu Jingze was still unhappy. He looked at Lin Che and grabbed her fiercely. He kissed her hard and said, "I really want to strangle you. You only know how to piss me off every day." Lin Che was speechless. "What does it have to do with me?" He shook his head and said, "When I come back, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. You won't be able to get out of bed for 3 days. All right, go to bed first. I'm afraid I'll have to stay at the company tonight." Seeing Gu Jingze working so hard, Lin Che felt sorry for him. She knew that he was usually busy, but he kept a distance from her on purpose, so she didn't think much of it. Today, they had talked things out. She knew that he was no longer in contact with Mo Huiling, so she was his only wife. No matter what happened in the future, as a wife, she would definitely care about her husband. Gu Jingze was paying for his stubbornness in the morning. Actually, it wasn't a big deal. These jobs had to be done no matter when. He had to do it sooner or later. The next day, Lin Che waited for her grandmother's operation. Thinking that she had been busy yesterday, she didn't have the time to look for anyone. She said coquettishly, "Sister Yu, a woman has to rely on herself. How can I look for a man for everything? Sister Yu is the only capable woman I know. I should look for someone." Yu. Thinking of how she had been putting on a show yesterday, she didn't have time to look for someone else. She said to Yu Minmin coquettishly, "Sister Yu, women have to rely on themselves. How can you look for a man for everything? Among all the powerful women, Sister Yu is the only one I know. If I didn't look for you, who else would I look for?" You. If others heard this, they would really think that I'm very capable. The two of them were familiar with each other, so it was natural for them to joke around. Yang Lingxin watched from the side and smiled, saying, "The outside world actually doesn't know that you're Mrs. Gu, Sister Che. Now that I think about it, I still feel very surprised." Lin Che said, "Many artists will keep their marriage as a secret. This is nothing." Yu Minmin said, Who do you think Gu Jingzhou is? Xiao Xian, you haven't been in the society for long. With Gu Jingzhou's influence, it's easy for him to keep it a secret. Otherwise, how did he manage to keep such a low profile all these years? Look at the people around him. It's not easy for him to break through. Besides, not many media outlets would dare to broadcast Gu Jingzhou's personal news without his permission, right? Yang Lingxin nodded. Oh, I see. Gu Jingzhou keeps a low profile. He's not like those rich and powerful people who like to show off. Her face was still full of admiration as she spoke. She looked at Lin Che and said enviously, Sis Che, you're so kind-hearted. That's why you met such a good husband. I think it's great that you two are together. Gu Jingzhou is so handsome, and Sis Che is so beautiful. In everyone's eyes, Mrs. Gu was so glamorous and beautiful. Lin Che wanted to say that they had met many coincidences along the way. They hadn't gotten along well with each other, but they had gotten along well at the beginning. But he didn't need to tell anyone about it. It was enough to keep it to himself. They wouldn't believe her even if she told them. They might even think that she was showing off on purpose. Lin Che used to have the same mentality. But after he married into the Gu family, he realized that it wasn't easy for the Gu family. He knew how hard Gu Jingzhou was working. Although the three brothers of the Gu family had different paths, they were all working hard on their own paths. None of them wanted to be a carefree young master. Yu Minmin smiled at Yang Lingxin. You're just a little girl. You're so sensitive. If you really admire him so much, I'll help you talk to him. No, you. I'll just admire him in my heart. But why don't I see Gu Jingzhou today? She looked around curiously. She only saw a few of Gu Jingzhou's men guarding the place, but he wasn't there. Lin Che explained. He had something to do at the company tonight. He's been busy the whole night and hasn't come home yet. I don't think he'll come. Yang Lingxin was a little disappointed. She said, All right. Gu Jingzhou must be very busy. He's been busy the whole night. He should have a good rest during the day. Lin Che didn't listen to what she said. He raised his head and saw the lights flashing. The surgery had been going on for half an hour. After a while, the doctor finally came out. Lin Che hurried over. The doctor said to Lin Che respectfully, Mrs. Gu, this is the polyp we removed from your grandmother. Please take a look. After the surgery, the results would be shown to the family members. Although Lin Che didn't dare to look at it, she still looked at it carefully, even though she couldn't understand anything. The doctor said, the surgery was successful. We'll take it for testing later. Lin Che heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, doctor. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Mrs. Gu, please believe in our hospital. We'll do our best. Grandma was sent to the ward very quickly. Although it was a minor surgery, she was old after all. She slept there. Lin Che held her hand and thought to herself. She thought that she had no family. Her father didn't want her, and her mother passed away. When she was alone, her grandmother appeared again. Now, her grandmother was her only family. Looking at her grandmother, she thought that she had to become stronger so that she wouldn't be like her mother, who couldn't even protect the people she loved. She had to work harder. After sitting there for a long time, a sound came from outside. Someone said that Gu Jingzhou was here. Chapter 253. Lin Che hurriedly raised his head. Just as he was about to get up, a large hand pressed down on his shoulder. Lin Che turned around and saw that Gu Jingzhou's eyes were still a little red. Although his face was still cold and expressionless, his eyes clearly showed the tiredness of a sleepless night. It seemed that he had just finished his work at the company and came over. Before Lin Che could say anything, Gu Jingzhou had already shushed her. He pointed to the bed and took Lin Che's hand with one hand. Silently, he took her out of the room. When they were outside, Gu Jingzhou held her hand and looked at her. How was the surgery? Hearing how hoarse his voice was, Lin Che hurriedly asked, You've been busy and haven't slept yet? Gu Jingzhou said, A few cases were sent here, and I handled them together. It's okay. They're almost done. Lin Che felt a little uncomfortable. She couldn't help him at all when she saw him working so hard. She hated that she didn't study economics in the first place. She couldn't help him with his projects at all. Now she even caused trouble for him. She was so busy, but she still came here to care about her grandmother. Grandma's fine. The surgery was very successful, But the test results haven't been received yet, she said. Gu Jingze nodded and caressed her face. Then, you don't have to worry too much. Yes, Grandma will be fine. Don't worry too much. If you didn't sleep last night, why don't you take a rest now? Lin Che saw that his eye sockets were a little green. Although he looked decadent, it was still not healthy. Gu Jingze said, there are still some things left. Some things left? Didn't you say that they were almost done? Almost. It's not like I'm done. You are so silly. It's okay. I'll handle it in the conference room of the hospital next door. There's not much left. I just need to look at some forms. Lin Che looked back. Grandma was still sleeping soundly. She wouldn't wake up for a while. So she raised her head and said, then, is there anything I can help you with? You're helping me by watching me. Gu Jingze didn't think that she could do anything with her intelligence. You don't want to? Let me do something. I also know some office tools. At most, I can help you serve tea or something. Don't look down on me. After all, I graduated from university. Lin Che really wanted to help out a little, so that he wouldn't look so useless. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che helplessly and nodded. In the end, he still fulfilled her wish. Lin Che immediately skipped and followed him to the next room. The meeting room had been prepared for Gu Jingze. The computer and documents were all there. Lin Che walked over to take a look. The forms were filled with numbers. She didn't really understand them. Gu Jingze asked, why? Do you know how to sort out forms? Lin Che looked at her and laughed dryly. He found an excuse and said, I'm not good at math. Give me some knowledge about Chinese. Gu Jingze said, then, can you help me organize the language for this proposal? Lin Che's lips twitched. She picked up the proposal and looked at it. Fuck, there were so many strange lines on it. She felt dizzy just looking at them. I'm actually not that good at composition for Chinese. I can only memorize poems. Is there anything else? Gu Jingze laughed when he saw how silly she was trying to find excuses to save face. The first smile of the morning flashed on his tired face. Lin Che raised his head and saw it with a single glance. Looking at the curve of his lips, the slight curve made Lin Che dumbfounded. Although he didn't smile much, he looked really good when he smiled. Because of his pleasing smile, Lin Che forgave his merciless mockery just now. Gu Jingze didn't tease her anymore. He pointed to the documents at the side and said, you might as well help me organize these documents. How do I organize them? As soon as she heard that she had something to do, she cheered up again. Her energetic appearance was very interesting to see. Arrange them according to the date. Okay. I'll do it. Don't worry. I'll definitely complete the task. Lin Che thought that it was a simple task. She quickly sat down and started working hard. After that, Gu Jingze used his thin laptop to type and video chat with others. He was extremely busy speaking in various languages. Lin Che held a pen in her mouth and took notes as she arranged the documents in chronological order. These jobs were really boring. She thought that the life of these office workers was really hard. Although they were so tired from filming, it was still a little interesting. It was so boring. Lin Che finally finished arranging the documents. Seeing that Gu Jingze didn't care about her and was still busy, she sat there and waited. After a while, she felt a little drowsy. By the time Gu Jingze raised his head, she had already drawn countless circles on his face with her pen. Gu Jingze's mood, which was originally gloomy because of the lack of sleep, suddenly brightened up when he saw her little face. He looked at her speechlessly and said, Lin Che? Lin Che nodded her head in her sleep. She looked so cute. But there was already a circle of saliva on the documents she had just arranged. Speechless, Gu Jingze leaned over and pulled the pen away from her chin. Lin Che fell onto the table. After regaining consciousness for a moment, he saw Gu Jingze standing beside him with a muffled smile on his face. Damn it! Lin Che got up and shouted, Gu Jingze, what are you doing? She wiped her mouth. It was wet. She was shocked and looked down at the table. Indeed, there was a circle of saliva on it. Oh my God, isn't this information very important? Lin Che was scared out of his wits. He felt that he had made a grave mistake. She really couldn't do anything right, but was good at spoiling things. Forget it, it's okay, Gu Jingze said. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze. How could she think that it was okay? Tell me the truth. Is this information very expensive? It's not very expensive. This information only involves 3 projects. Each project costs about 3 billion yuan. Duh. How many billion yuan would that be? Lin Che was not good at math. She felt her head getting dizzier. Oh my god. I can't afford it even if I sell myself. What should I do, Gu Jingze? What should I do? Gu Jingze thought that she was really stupid. If he didn't keep a close eye on her, with her brain, she wouldn't even know that she was cheated until she lost her underwear. He said that it involved so many projects, but he didn't say that it would really be used to decide on projects worth billions. But Gu Jingze thought to himself, I'll let you be anxious for a while. It's your fault for not making me angry. He smiled and moved closer to her. Do you really feel sorry? Yeah. Lin Che felt that she was going to die of guilt. Just then, Gu Jingze suddenly grabbed her arm and pulled her up. He pushed her onto the table in front of him. Lin Che sat down on the table with his legs slightly spread apart. The hidden spot in the middle was placed shyly in front of him. Chapter 254. Gu Jingze said, If you want to compensate me, you can, as long as you... Gu Jingze's body squeezed between her legs. Lin Che looked around instinctively. Although there was no one around, her back was still cold. All right, you. What are you doing here? She wanted to close her legs, but he had already squeezed in between. Her closing only made him even more tightly squeezed. What's wrong? You're in such a hurry? Didn't you say that you don't want me to touch you anymore? It's only been a while, and you can't take it anymore? Get lost. I'm not. Don't worry. I'm not in yet. You don't have to rush. When I'm in, it doesn't matter how tight you squeeze. You Gu Jingze. I'm not squeezing you. But she could already feel his hands moving up her back. Her clothes were pushed up, and only when her chest was exposed did he stop. His eyes twinkled as he stared at her beauty. Lin Che hurriedly covered herself. He smiled and looked at Lin Che, thinking that this fool didn't know that this vague appearance was even more enchanting. He couldn't help but move his lips from her navel up bit by bit. Lin Che looked up immediately. She felt that the man in front of her was attracting all her attention. She raised her head and took deep breaths. But her body was still slowly contracting as if she was out of oxygen. With every movement, it became more and more difficult to endure. Until his lips stopped above her cleavage, his big hands left a large patch of heat. She bit her lip and snorted. But she quickly shook her head. No, not here. He raised his head and looked at her panicked expression. He smiled and pressed his lips against hers. It was a kiss that went deep into her soul, and she was almost defeated. However, he still stopped at this moment. He looked at her with a smile and carefully pulled down her clothes. Okay, I know, not here. Although he really didn't want to let her go, they were in the hospital. He said, okay, save it all up. When we get home, you can find me to satisfy yourself. Scram, who wasn't satisfied, although her heart was a little messed up because of his provocation, but he couldn't say that either. She really wanted to bite him to death. When she went out, she saw that Yu Minmin and Yang Lingxin were still there. When Yu Minmin saw the two of them coming out together, he shook his head and smiled. Behind them, Yang Lingxin's eyes were fixed on Gu Jingze. She stared at him, unmoving. Gu Jingze said, Take a look at Grandma first. I'll deal with it and see when the test results will come out. Lin Che curled his lips and glared at him, looking like he was trying to chase him away. Gu Jingze, on the other hand, had returned to his neat and tidy appearance. No one could tell that he had behaved like a beast just now. Seriously, Lin Che thought, this man is a beast in human skin. After they left, Yang Lingxin said from the side, Wow, Sis Che, Gu Jingze treats you so well. He even specially came to visit Grandma. Yu Minmin nudged Lin Che and said, Yeah, you're torturing dogs every day? Lin Che glared at her. Who's showing off? Yu Minmin said, Do you think I'm blind? You looked so distracted when you came out. Duh. Yu Minmin saw that Lin Che couldn't hide the expression on his face and blushed. She quickly said, All right, let's get down to business. Lin Che, I'm here to congratulate you. I just found out that you've been nominated for Best Actress at the Panda TV Festival. No way. Lin Che was stunned. Yu Minmin said, "Well, it hasn't been announced to the public yet, but I know someone inside, so he told me in advance when he found out about it." Yang Lingxin asked, puzzled, "Is this award very important?" Yu Minmin said, "Of course. To the people in Country C's TV industry, this is the Emmy Award." "Wow, that's amazing." Yang Lingxin looked at Lin Che. "Sis Che, congratulations. You've won Best Actress." Lin Che was very surprised. He felt that it was impossible. Last year, she had won the Best Newcomer Award at the Panda TV Festival and was already very happy. But this year, she was nominated for Best Actress. She was really lucky. She didn't expect it. Luckily, she was excited for a while and didn't let it get to her head. She looked at Yang Lingxin and said, "It's just a nomination. There will be a few nominees competing for it. I'm sure there will be a lot of people competing for the Panda TV Festival. I guess I won't have anything to do with it." Yu Minmin said, "Don't say that. It's good enough to be nominated." "Yeah, being nominated is already a great recognition for me. Of course I'm happy to be nominated. Even if I don't, I'm still very satisfied." Lin Che didn't have much hope for herself. She had just entered the industry, and there were so many seniors. How could they give it to her so easily? Although the public had given her the title of one of the four beauties, it didn't mean that she was really an A-lister. Whether she could become an A-lister or remain a semi-famous celebrity depended on her hard work in the future. Just then, Gu Jingzi came back. He said that his grandmother's report would be out in 4 days. This was the fastest they could do. Although Lin Che was a little worried, she had to wait patiently. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingzi and said, "I was nominated for Best Female Lead in the Panda TV Festival." Seeing that Lin Che was so happy, Gu Jingzi said, "Really? Congratulations." "Hee. Although the chances of winning are not high, I'm still very happy. The report isn't out yet. It'll probably be a while before it's out. The award ceremony is next month. I'm going to the Panda TV Festival again." Gu Jingzi said, "Yeah, because you're capable. You should be participating in it anyway." Lin Che turned to look at his grandmother and said, "I want to see Grandma. I don't want to go back. I want to prepare a house for Grandma and see if she's willing to stay here. It'll be convenient for me to take care of her." Gu Jingzi said, "That's a good idea, but it still depends on Grandma. If she's willing, she can find a house near us and send someone to take care of her." When Lin Che heard that he was going to make arrangements, he felt that his arrangements would be very grand. "I'll just find an apartment. The thing is, if it's too far away from us, it'll be inconvenient for us to take care of her." Lin Che thought about it and agreed. Gu Jingzi said, "Leave it to me." "But you're my wife. Your grandmother is my grandmother. Shouldn't I take care of her?" "No buts. When Grandma wakes up, we'll make arrangements. I'll send someone to look after the house first." This man was really overbearing at times like this. He didn't allow anyone to reject him. After he finished speaking, he turned around to give instructions to the others. However, Yu Minmin and Yang Lingxin, who were listening quietly at the back, looked at Lin Che with a smile. Yang Lingxin said to Yu Minmin, "Looks like Gu Jingzi treats Sister Che very well. I'm so envious. He's so handsome and treats people so well." Chapter 255. Yu Minmin looked at Yang Lingxin. "That's enough. They are husband and wife. Of course they have a good relationship. The rumors about Gu Jingzi are not fake. Don't be fooled by President Gu's appearance." Hearing this, Yang Lingxin looked in Gu Jingzi's direction and nodded hurriedly. Yu Minmin said, "Lin Che is lucky. She is so stupid that she can't even cook well. Luckily, the Gu family has everything and she doesn't need to do anything." Grandma woke up quickly. Lin Che stayed by her side and smiled at her. "Grandma, how are you feeling?" "I'm fine. I just had a long dream," she said. Lin Che smiled. "Oh yes, Grandma. Since you have come to be city and you are getting old, why don't you stay here and let me take care of you from now on?" Grandma hurriedly said, No, Xiaoche." Lin Che was a little surprised that Grandma would reject him without hesitation. "Why, Grandma, isn't this place good?" "No, it's just that, Xiaoche. This place is good. I really feel that the ravine we lived in is not good. No wonder your mother doesn't want to go back after she came out. Really, this place is great. It has everything. But Grandma is getting old. I've lived there all my life, and I don't have many years left. It's better that I go back. Lin Che's eyes became moist when he heard this. But Grandma, you are alone there. Not alone. Although our place is small, the neighbors are very nice. They are like a family and they will take care of me. How can I be alone? Don't I still have you now? Although we are very far away, I can still call you when I miss you. I can still come to see you when I miss you, right? Lin Che looked at Grandma's old face. He really didn't want her to go back like this. Outside, Gu Jingze went out to make arrangements and returned to the hospital. In the corridor, a cheerful female voice said happily, "President Gu, you are back?" He turned around and saw Yang Lingxin standing at the side. When he faced people, his expression was cold as usual, without any warmth. He only looked to the side and asked curtly, "Where are the others?" Yang Lingxin said, "Sister Che is accompanying Grandma in the ward. Sister Yu has returned to the company to deal with urgent matters. President Gu, by the way." Yang Lingxin took out an exquisite lunchbox from behind. "I think President Gu hasn't eaten yet, so I made some lunchboxes when I got home. Would President Gu like to try it?" Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and looked at her face. Yang Lingxin raised her head and smiled, her eyes filled with anticipation. After a while, Gu Jingze said, "No, I've eaten." After that, he didn't look at her again and walked into the ward. Yang Lingxin was still holding up her brand-new lunchbox. Her expression was stiff as she stood there, her face filled with disappointment. Yu Minmin had just told her that Lin Che didn't know how to cook, so she ran home full of hope and made a beautiful box of bento. But, to her surprise, Gu Jingze didn't want it. Looking in the direction of the ward, she felt wronged and bit her lower lip. Lin Che came out of the ward and looked at Gu Jingze. Grandma said that she doesn't want to stay. She just wants to return to her roots one day. What should I do? Lin Che was a little sad. Her eyes flickered as she looked at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze said, "I can understand Grandma's thoughts. She has lived there all her life. She doesn't want to change at such an old age. She can adapt to life better when she's younger, but it's hard for an older person to adapt to a new place. But I'm a little worried about Grandma. What if something happens to her over there?" Lin Che said. Gu Jingze gently played with her hair and looked at her. Although this little girl was silly at times, she was actually a kind-hearted girl. Her thoughts were also very meticulous. "All right, I'll arrange for someone to look after Grandma and help her. Even if she's over there, she won't be alone anymore. You don't have to worry too much." Lin Che hadn't thought of this just now. After hearing Gu Jingze's words, she said, "Yeah, we can do that." But she still raised her head and said, "But isn't it a little too troublesome?" She was causing trouble for him again. This made her feel a little embarrassed. "What's so troublesome about it? Didn't I say that your grandmother is my grandmother? But if you say but again, I'll be angry." Gu Jingze glared at her. All right, all right, all right. I won't say any more." She looked at Gu Jingze warmly. "Thank you, Gu Jingze. If you really feel grateful, you should be more obedient and smarter. Don't always be so stupid. Get lost. You're just too smart. We're just ordinary people. To us, people like you are the abnormal ones." However, although Grandma didn't want to stay, she could still stay here for a while for the time being. After all, it wasn't easy for her to come here. She should stay for a few days to rest and have some fun. Moreover, she should have a good rest after the surgery. Therefore, the house that Gu Jingze found nearby was put to good use. Since it was a minimally invasive surgery, Gu Jingze didn't stay in the hospital for too long. He found someone to bring Grandma to the villa. On the way, Grandma sat in the car with Lin Che on one side and Yang Lingxin, who volunteered to help, in the front. The three of them walked towards the villa. It was Yang Lingxin's first time sitting in such an expensive car. She touched the leather and said, "Sister Che, is this car very famous?" Lin Che looked at her naive look. It was the same as how he was back then. However, Lin Che didn't know much about this. He still couldn't tell which car was which. He recognized the Porsche logo, but the difference in price between Porsches was huge. It was really hard for her to tell which was the expensive one and which was the cheap one. Lin Che said, I don't know much about this either. It should be quite expensive. Yang Lingxin smiled cutely. This is the first time I've seen so much with you, Sister Che. That's because you've just entered society. However, whether it's a famous brand or not, it's all for others to see. Work hard and live a happy life. That's the most important thing. Because he really liked Yang Lingxin, Lin Che didn't joke around and said to her seriously. When Yang Lingxin heard that, she quickly nodded her head, looking very obedient. Soon, they arrived at the villa. After they got out of the car, Grandma looked at the villa from the outside and said, "Wow, whose courtyard is this? It's so nice." Lin Che smiled and brought the two of them in to take a look. Grandma couldn't stop praising. "This is too big. How can I live here?" Lin Che said, "This place is closer to where I live. Gu Jingza has sent someone to take care of you. There will be a doctor here for the next few days, so you can live here without worry." Lin Che went out to arrange for someone to take care of the villa. Grandma looked at Yang Lingxin and said, "Xiao Che, you married Jingza. Isn't he very good?" Chapter 256. Yang Lingxin smiled. "Grandma, you don't know, but the president is Gu Jingza's brother. The biggest building in Country C belongs to Gu Jingza. The best house belongs to Gu Jingza. The richest person is also Gu Jingza. So, Sister Che's marriage couldn't be better." Wow, that's amazing. Although she didn't really understand, she knew what it meant by couldn't be better was. She looked around in admiration and muttered to herself, "I've never lived in such a nice house before. It's really like a palace." However, Yang Lingxin didn't want to say anything more. She turned around, and her expression turned cold. Lin Che was relieved that his grandma was resting here. He went straight to the company and helped Yu Minmin deal with the company's matters. The Panda TV Festival soon made an announcement, and the list of nominees was published online. Everyone saw that Lin Che had been nominated for the Best Female Lead Award with her first leading role in a TV series. Everyone was shocked. However, someone soon realized that Mu Firen was also nominated for the Best Female Lead Award. The netizens immediately said, "That's it. Lin Che probably has nothing to do with it anymore. If Mu Firen is here, what else can I do?" However, there were also people who said that maybe the Panda TV Festival wanted to do something special this year, so that Lin Che could make a big comeback and attract people's attention. However, in the company, the studio was a little gloomy. They felt that they had finally been nominated, but they actually met Mu Firen. They felt that they had made a big mistake. However, Lin Che clapped his hands and said to everyone, "All right, I'm just going to take a look today. We'll definitely win next year, okay?" Yu Minmin said, "That's enough. How can you boost morale like that? You just gave up." Lin Che said, "Forget it. With Sister Firen around, I definitely won't have anything to do with it. It's fine as long as I can get nominated. Look at the nominees. They're all A-list celebrities. If I can get in, it'll be an honor, right?" Yu Minmin said, "You're right. Forget it. Although we don't have much hope of winning, we're going to the Panda TV Festival after all. Let's cheer up and get Lin Che's wardrobe ready. Oh yeah, let's see if there are any good brand sponsors. If we can get a few, it'll be very eye-catching." Everyone listened to the conversation between the two of them and continued to get busy. In the evening, when Shun Yuran heard that Lin Che's grandmother had come, he specially came over to visit her. Shin Yuran walked with Lin Che. She felt strange as she looked ahead. "Gu Jingza is so nice to you. He even bought such a big house for your grandmother. But it's true. This house is expensive to us, but to Gu Jingza, it's just a piece of real estate." Shin Yuran was funny and clever, so Grandma had a good impression of her. However, Grandma still needed to rest after the operation. After sitting for a while, they told the servants of the Gu family to take good care of Gu Chengel and left. When they went back to their respective homes, Shin Yuran received a call from her family. Her family wanted her to come home quickly because they had something to tell her. Shin Yuran was speechless as she said, "My parents are still busy introducing boyfriends to me. It's as if they can't wait for me to get married tomorrow." Lin Che said, "If that's the case, I actually think Dr. Chan is pretty good. Forget it. I'm not worthy. All right, bye-bye. I'll go back first." Shin Yuran then said goodbye to Lin Che. Xin Yuran was on her way home. She was worried that she would see a few people at home when she got home, so she picked up the phone and called her mother. Mom, why do you want me to go home? I'm telling you, I will never go on a blind date again. Don't try to trick me into going home. It's really not a blind date. I heard from your sister that your boss is very rich and often drives you home when he has nothing to do. I want to ask you if you can borrow your boss's car. Your father will be proud to drive a rich car back home, right? She didn't expect it to be because of this. Xin Yuran said to her mother helplessly, Don't listen to her, okay? I'm not that close to my boss. Chen Yuxing often drove her home because she always worked late because of Chen Yuxing. If you're not close, how can he drive you home every day? Let me ask you, does your boss want something to do with you? How is that possible, Mom? Let me tell you, our boss's annual salary is 30 million yuan and he has his own studio. He's a super amazing person. Do you think he will like someone like your daughter? He's that amazing? He probably won't marry you, but he might just want to play with you. Yuran, don't fall for his tricks just because he's rich. Mom, are you my real mother or not? Xin Yuran said, I know I can't get close to him, but I'm not that stupid. Okay, I'm hanging up. You can't borrow the car. Just give up. Sometimes, Xin Yuran felt that if Lin Che was alone and didn't have to care about the other members of the Lin family, it would actually be quite free and unrestrained. Just look at how she ended up living with her family in such a small house. She didn't have any living space of her own. Soon, she took the bus to her home. Before she could enter the door, her hand was grabbed by a man. Xin Yuran was so scared that she almost screamed. Under the dark shade of the tree, the man covered her mouth and said, Shoo, lower your voice. Xin Yuran looked up and saw that the person in front of her was none other than that damn Zhou Minhan. He actually dared to come here after she sent him to the hospital. Xin Yuran looked at him speechlessly. Why are you here again? Let me tell you, don't even think about touching me again. This time, I won't be polite. Xin Yuran came out. Zhou Minhan caught up to her and said, Yuran, it wasn't easy for me to come to find you. It's our school's anniversary. Aren't you going back? Thank you, but I don't want to go back. Don't. Think about our past. Ever since you slept with that bitch, we haven't had a past. Yuran, why are you doing this? I've already apologized to you, and I've been begging you. Don't be too willful. Look at me. Where am I not good? My family is good and I look good. You're not a child anymore. You've graduated. It's time for you to think about your future. If you miss me, do you know where else you'll get to find a good man? Let go of Shun Yuran. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from behind. Zhou Minhan turned around and saw that the person who came in was actually the person who was with Shun Yuran at the hospital that day. He hadn't taken a good look that day, but today, he narrowed his eyes and looked at him seriously. What relationship did this man have with Shun Yuran? Why would he suddenly appear at her house? Chapter 257. Chen Yuqing strode over from the stone slab to Shan Yuran's side. Like a cool breeze, he pulled Xin Yuran over. Xin Yuran hadn't expected him to suddenly appear here. She looked up at him with a dull expression. Zhou Minhan didn't ignore the branded watch and clothes he was wearing, not to mention the Aston Martin that was worth nearly 10 million yuan behind him. Zhou Minhan looked at him curiously. Who are you? It's none of your business between me and Shan Yuran. Chen Yuqing glanced at Shun Yuran. And who are you? Zhou Minhan said, I'm Yuran's boyfriend. Heh, I've never heard her mention it before. He snorted. Zhou Minhan looked at Chen Yuqing and remembered that Shun Yuran had been very close to her boss recently. Oh, I know. You must be the boss of her company, he said. Chen Yuqing just glanced at him and snorted contemptuously. So what if I am? Zhou Minhan said directly to Xin Yuran. Yuran, don't be fooled by him. This kind of person with a little bit of money likes to deceive a little girl like you who doesn't know much about the world. You should stay as far away from him as possible in the future. As he spoke, he was about to come over again. However, Chen Yuqing pressed down on his outstretched hand. With a forceful push, he howled and retreated to the side. Chen Yuqing snorted. He shook his hand and grabbed Xin Yuran's shoulder with one hand. Xin Yuran was stunned. She looked at Chen Yuqing and leaned close to his shoulder. She didn't smell like a doctor's disinfectant. Instead, he smelled sweet, like a green apple. Chen Yuqing looked at the dumbfounded man in front of him. That's right. I love to deceive naive girls like her. She's my girlfriend now. If you dare to get close to her again, I won't be polite to you. Zhou Minhan's expression changed. Although Xin Yuran wasn't ugly, how could a girl like her enter the eyes of such a person? You. Impossible. You're lying to me. You're definitely not dating. Chen Yuqing looked at him. Why? Will you only believe me if we make out in front of you? With that, Chen Yuqing pinched her chin tightly with one hand. She raised her head and looked at him with glassy eyes. When she felt his aura getting closer and closer, her heart started to beat faster. Up close, he was actually quite good-looking, especially that pair of high and mighty eyes. At this moment, it was very interesting. When Zhou Minhan saw this, he couldn't stand it anymore. He shouted, all right, I believe you. He glared at Shun Yuran unwillingly. After a long time, he finally said, all right, Yuran, I'm the one who loves you. You'll know sooner or later. Don't be bewitched by him now. When the time comes, you'll know that this kind of old man is the best at deceiving people. Don't worry, I'll always be waiting for you. With that, he glared at Chen Yuqing and fled with his tail between his legs. Xin Yuran had never imagined that he would have such a good time. After he left and he let go of her, she looked up and said, thank you for today. Chen Yuqing said, let's see what sort of taste you had in the past. Xin Yuran said, who hasn't loved a few scumbags when they were young? All right, that's not an excuse. You'd better stay away from this kind of man. A good horse doesn't return to the grass. Don't cause trouble for yourself. Of course I know that, but I didn't expect him to come back to me. Oh yes, why did you come back to me? I was just passing by. Chen Yuqing looked around and said, go up. It's late. I'll watch you go back, lest you get cheated at your own doorstep. You're so annoying. How could that be possible? As Shan Yuran spoke, he took a deep look at him. For the first time, she felt that this tall and strong man wasn't really that annoying. Actually, she already knew that Chen Yuqing was a good person, but his mouth was a little rotten. She also knew that this tall and strong man had a reason for his arrogance. He was capable, rich, and had a high status. Naturally, he had the right to be arrogant. Gu Jing's busiest days coincided with Grandma's stay. Lin Che didn't see him for a few days, but he still called every day to ask what Lin Che was doing. Lin Che answered them one by one. From time to time, he could hear Gu Jingza on the other end of the line listening to some news call. Grandma looked at Lin Che's phone call with a sweet expression on her face. She smiled and said to Lin Che, your mother used to be like this too. When she was young, she was actually in a relationship with a young man. I know all about it. She used to write letters. She didn't have a phone back then, and the way she wrote letters was different. Lu? Isn't it Lin? Lin Che was peeling an orange when he heard Grandma's words. He tilted his head and asked casually. No, of course not, Lin Che said. Lin Che said, then why is she with my dad? I don't know about this. Your mother has been full of ideas since she was young. She doesn't tell me anything. Lin Che didn't mind. When Yu Minmin called to ask her to try on some clothes at the company, Lin Che told Grandma to rest first and went to the company. Yu Minmin picked a few clothes for her and asked about the clothes of the others. I asked. Mu Firen is wearing a black gown. You mustn't choose black. It'll be easy for people to say that you're comparing yourself to her. Qin Wanwan is wearing blue. Song Shuhai is wearing pink. Xian Xiaoyuan is wearing green. And Wang Qingchu is wearing green. Lin Che nodded. He thought in his heart, it's just a panda TV festival. Why do I have to use so much brain power? At home, she kept worrying about her wardrobe, not knowing what color she should wear. At this time, Gu Jingza happened to come back. He saw her scratching her ears and cheeks and thought that she looked quite cute like this. He had really been twisted by her sense of beauty. How could she even think that she was pretty in this state? Gu Jingza, you came back at the right time. Help me take a look and see which clothes I should choose. Gu Jingza asked, what are you doing? I'm going to the Panda TV festival. I heard that I'm looking for a few big brands to sponsor clothes for me. Big sis, you asked me to think about what color I should wear first so that I can get sponsors. What do you think about blue? Gu Jingze shook his head and said, "It doesn't look good." "Then, what about red?" "It doesn't look good either." "Then what should I do?" Lin Che didn't know how to choose. Gu Jingze smiled. He took Lin Che's little hand and made her sit on his lap. He thought for a moment and said, "Forget it. I'll arrange it for you later. You don't have to worry about the clothes." Lin Che looked at him. "Are you going to help me get sponsors from big brands?" Gu Jingze was speechless. What sponsorship? However, he didn't explain it to her in detail. Just wait. Chapter 258. Since Lin Che didn't know anything about it, he decided to wait for him to prepare. On the day of the Panda Television Festival, the police cordoned off the entire area. Outside the venue, it was a star-studded scene. The reporters held up their cameras and took pictures of all the celebrities, afraid that a big shot would be missed. As for the fans, they had already surrounded the perimeter of the stage. Online and on television, many people were eagerly waiting for the live broadcast of the television festival. Meanwhile, in the company, Lin Che, who was about to attend the television festival, was urgently preparing his outfit. Just then, a group of people came in and said that they were here to deliver something to Lin Che. Under the astonished gazes of the people in the company, the group of people lined up neatly in front. The trays in their hands looked so exquisite that it made people speechless. The employees who had never seen such a scene before sighed at the back. Why did they look so professional and cultured, as if they were professionals? Lin Che suddenly thought of something and said to Yu Minmin, "It should be the sponsored clothes sent by Gu Jingze." After the people in front bowed to Lin Che, they opened the things on the trays one by one. Gasps of admiration could be heard from the people around them. It was a very fairy-like gown. It was a lotus root purple dress with straps on the shoulders and a ribbon at the waist. There was a long slit at the bottom. After Lin Che put it on, she looked like she had walked out of a painting. There was also a bunch of jewelry that matched the dress. Lin Che said, "There's jewelry too?" Yu Minmin said, "That's great. Boss Gu is really thoughtful. Let's pack up and go." After dressing up, the car was ready outside. Lin Che entered the venue at the back of the line. The reason was simple. She was nominated for the Best Actress. The Panda Television Festival was a gathering of stars. Before entering, she could already see the lights of the fans in the distance, flashing the names of the big names. Every big name was amazing and made Lin Che look forward to it. In the middle, there were people holding her photos. Although there weren't as many as the A-list celebrities, she was still very happy. At the end of the day, she was someone with fans. Before Lin Che reached the venue, the people on the red carpet were already talking about it. "I'm surprised that Lin Che was nominated for the Best Actress. Her drama series isn't very popular, but it won't be her turn. How long has it been since she entered the industry? He has a backer. Why can't I? Humph, I'd like to know how strong her backing is. Is it strong enough to help her kill Mu Firen tonight?" It was natural that no one liked Lin Che. Wherever there were women, there would be disputes. Moreover, they were all Lin Che's competitors. Lin Che had just become famous not long ago. Before she became famous, everyone knew that Lin Che used to be a minor character who couldn't even get a role. Who knew that she would become popular after she got a role in Gu Jingyu's TV series? She was just a supporting character, but she was even more popular than the main character. She was practically an instant hit. Now, in less than a year, she was already competing for the Best Female Lead award. Naturally, no one wanted to praise her. They just wanted to see how she would fall from the sky and die tragically one day. At this moment, there was a commotion on the red carpet. Everyone looked over and saw that it was another popular celebrity who had entered. Qin Wanwan, who had just starred in a movie, was dressed generously. She was filming the movie and also had a scandal with the male lead, which made her very popular recently. She had also participated in the Spring Festival Gala, which successfully made people gasp in admiration. Although she was only a guest presenter this time, she was still a hot topic. When someone saw her coming in, they couldn't help but exclaim at her clothes. "Look at her. She's wearing branded clothes. Yeah, she's famous now. She's also walking a high-end path. The sponsors she gets are all from big brands. Wow, the jewelry she's wearing is from Cartier, right? That dress is from Chanel, right? Isn't that a designer brand? Everyone exclaimed in admiration at the big-name sponsors she had. They were all envious of her. Many people like to get a brand to sponsor them at such a big event. It was just like if a person could get a big-name sponsor for an advertisement, it meant that the person was popular. If a person could get a big-name sponsor for an advertisement, it could also judge whether a person was popular or not. Qin Wanwan's outfit was truly breathtaking. Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned to look at her and started to discuss her. Qin Wanwan walked the red carpet very quickly. She smiled at the cameras. When she was being interviewed, she also smiled at everyone. She looked very graceful and there was a hint of pride on her face. Thinking that her panel would be very big tomorrow, everyone was a little jealous. At this moment, someone said that Lin Che was here. The television festival's car stopped at the end of the red carpet. The car came to a stop, and Lin Che stepped out with his long legs. The side with the slit looked extremely seductive. His long-sleeved thighs were very fair and tender. Following that, his other leg also stepped out, drawing even more people's attention to the beautiful gown she was wearing. She looked extremely beautiful. She supported the blonde television festival's bodyguard with one hand. After she came down, she felt the lights flashing. Cameras and video cameras were all aimed at her and couldn't stop taking pictures. After all, she was a finalist for the Best Female Lead Award. It was impossible for her to get little attention. The last time she came, she was still a newcomer and the attention wasn't as high as this time. Feeling everyone's eyes on her, she seemed to have become the center of attention. Lin Che also felt a little excited. The one who came with Lin Che was the male lead of her drama series. At this moment, he was naturally standing to the side. The two of them looked very beautiful. When they walked into the venue together, the surrounding fans screamed. The people behind couldn't help but look at her gown and accessories. They suddenly realized that the clothes she was wearing weren't from some popular brand. Instead, they were some clothes and accessories that they couldn't understand. Someone exclaimed, "Oh my God!" Her clothes looked like they were handmade by the famous Italian designer, Geneve. Isn't that unique in the world? And her necklace. What's that? It looks like a huge diamond. Is it real or fake? Is she crazy? She's attending the Panda Television Festival and she's wearing a fake. Everyone forgot about Qin Wanwan, who was wearing a branded gown. They were all guessing whether Lin Che's clothes were real and how big the diamond on the accessory was. At this moment, someone outside exclaimed with surprise and said that Mu Firen had arrived. Chapter 259. Of course, Mu Firen was still the center of attention. She didn't need any designer accessories and wore plain clothes, but she was still the center of attention. Was this the charm of an A-list celebrity? Lin Che went inside and safely passed the red carpet. He greeted the fans and even went over to take pictures, which made the fans scream even more. When she saw the fans, she forgot Yu Minmin's warning. She didn't want to get too close to the fans in case of danger. Fortunately, nothing happened in the end. He only raised his head to take a look when he heard the exclamation. Meanwhile, outside the red carpet, Lin Li finally squeezed into the crowd. She came with the crew to attend the television festival, but she was just a minor character, so she didn't have a car to sit in. With so many people entering the venue, she didn't look as impressive as the big stars. She looked inside angrily and yelled at the organizer, "What's wrong with you? Why didn't we take the Lincoln Stretch limousine? Why did we have to walk in?" The crew member thought to himself, "What's the big deal with you guys? You're just here to join in the fun. Of course you don't have a car." However, he could only say carefully, "Sorry, there are too many of you. Can't we come in batches?" The crew member only smiled awkwardly. She pointed at the red carpet angrily. Then why did Lin Che do it? There are so many people in the crew. Why did she go there alone with the male lead? The crew member couldn't help but laugh. How can you compare yourself with Lin Che? Miss Lin Che is a candidate for the Best Actress Award, and she's one of the foremost popular stars now. In other words, she was implying, who do you think you are? She's a celebrity. Lin Li's face twisted in anger. However, she had been in low spirits recently. She didn't have anything, and her engagement with the Qin family had been canceled. She didn't dare to be proud of herself for a long time. At this moment, she happened to hear someone shouting Lin Che's name. She looked up and saw that they were all Lin Che's fans. Inside, Lin Che was waving his hands generously and greeting them. That look made her feel disgusted and angry. Seriously, who was she? Didn't she exchange her body for fame? But she couldn't say that she wasn't jealous. She wanted to exchange her body, but Gu Jingza ignored her. Lin Li could only snort. She thought, "You're just an illegitimate child. You're just lucky. How dare you compare yourself with me? Humph. I'll step on you sooner or later." Lin Che had just sat down when he saw Gu Jingyu walking over. Lin Che hurriedly said, "Senior Jingyu, you're here?" Gu Jingyu said, "Yeah, I saw your audition a few days ago. You're indeed someone I like. You did a good job. Once you sign the contract, we'll start shooting the movie." Lin Che had already gone to Gu Jingyu's place to watch his fantasy movie. Yu Minmin said that they had informed her that it had been approved. Lin Che was also very happy to continue working with Gu Jingyu. Especially after hearing what Mu Wanqing had said, Lin Che felt that he liked Gu Jingyu even more. He couldn't tell that he was still quite affectionate. At this moment, Qin Wanwan also came over. "Lin Che, wow, you're so pretty today." Lin Che smiled, "Thank you." Qin Wanwan said, "Congratulations to you too. You were nominated for Best Actress. I hope you can win." Lin Che said humbly, "Forget it. That's because your TV series didn't make it in time. Otherwise, we might be competitors." Although that TV series won another award, it's nothing compared to the Panda TV Festival. "Alright, what movie were you guys talking about?" Qin Wanwan's eyes twinkled as she looked at the two of them and asked. Lin Che said, "Oh right, your movie has been released, right? I think the box office is pretty good." "Yeah, the box office is better during the holidays." Qin Wanwan naturally felt very proud of the movie that had just become popular. Their topic was diverted. At this moment, they saw Mu Firen walking over. "Hey, Jingyu, Lin Che, you guys are here too." Lin Che quickly shook hands with the senior. Mu Firen looked at Gu Jingyu with a smile. "Jingyu, it's been a long time since we've worked together. Let's work together next time." Gu Jingyu didn't give her any face at all. "Forget it. I've worked with you so many times that I want to vomit. You're not sick of it yet." The two of them had a good relationship in private, so Gu Jingyu's tone was obviously joking. Mu Firen snorted. "You don't want me now that you have Lin Che." As expected, you only see the newcomer smile, but not the old ones. "Don't tell me you want Lin Che to be the female lead in your new movie too?" Qin Wanwan turned to look at him when she heard that. Lin Che laughed dryly and didn't answer. Gu Jingyu said bluntly, "It's none of your business. You have a lot of things to do. Go and evaluate your award." Mu Firen curled her lips and smiled before turning her head away. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingyu. "You're also close to Sister Firen." Gu Jingyu said, "You can learn from Mu Firen. She's a person you can date. She's a good person. I've known her since she debuted, so of course I'm familiar with her. When she debuted, she was in a worse state than you. She's also an infatuated person. She's been married to someone for a long time and hasn't announced it yet." "No way. She's married in secret? But didn't she want to keep her marriage a secret?" "Most celebrities would want to keep their marriage as a secret." Gu Jingyu shook his head. "She doesn't want to. Her husband has a special identity and doesn't want to announce it." "Wow. What identity?" "He's the boss of a movie company, duh." Lin Che said, "You really trust me. You told me everything." "Of course. If you dare to tell anyone, I'll break your legs. Do you think you can fight against me with your small arms and legs?" Lin Che curled his lips and glared at him. Gu Jingyu looked at this silly girl. Although she looked silly, she seemed to have a special magic power that made people want to trust her unconsciously. Mu Firen also noticed Qin Wanwan at this moment and greeted her. While they were chatting, the television festival finally began. Lin Li was arranged to sit in the last row. At first glance, she saw that Lin Che was sitting with a bunch of big shots, including Gu Jingyu and Mu Firen. They were all A-list big shots. She found it hard to accept that the gap between them was so big. Since when did Lin Che reach such a high position that she had to look up to him? Of course, she was unwilling to accept it, but she could only sit in the back and watch. She thought about how this stinky girl used to be an illegitimate daughter who wore her tattered clothes. Now, The tables had turned. The television festival began one after another, and the awards were given out like flowing water. From small awards to big awards, they began to be awarded one after another. Chapter 260. Gu Jingyu said, "All right, since you're so self-aware, I won't stand on ceremony with you." Hearing Gu Jingyu's words, Lin Che glared at him. "How can you be like this? Shouldn't you be encouraging me and telling me that I still have a chance? But Firen is indeed very capable. I can't be so hypocritical, can I? Get lost. Friendship is a boat that can capsize just like that. I'm not going to talk to you anymore." Although he said that, Lin Che actually knew that it was impossible for him to win the award today. The heavyweight awards finally started to be presented. On the stage, after a round of performances, the host invited the guest presenters to present the Best Actress Award. Mu Firen was nominated for a palace drama, while Lin Che was nominated for a modern drama. There was also a spy drama, which was based on a realistic theme. The screen moved on the four of them, and the host's voice echoed in the magnificent hall. When it came to Mu Firen, her journey echoed on the screen. From being the fourth female lead, to becoming the queen of conversation, and then to finally proving herself with her acting skills. Mu Firen had walked steadily all the way to her current position. In fact, it was very admirable. Next, it was Lin Che's turn. Lin Che's resume was pitifully short. On the screen, an impassioned voice narrated Lin Che's past. From an unknown walk-on to a supporting actress, to a topic of constant discussion, to being named one of the 4 new starlets. Lin Che used a year to show us what it meant to be an instant hit. We looked forward to more of her works, and we looked forward to seeing her perform even better in the entertainment industry. Lin Che felt that he was very lucky to have this day. In the past, he would never have thought that he would be able to have this kind of achievement. Then, it was finally time to announce the results. So, the Best Actress Award of this year's Panda TV Festival is Mu Firen. Sure enough, there was no suspense. Mu Firen stood up and walked to the stage with a smile as everyone congratulated her. Lin Che sat down below. His heart also relaxed a little. Although he knew that it wouldn't be him, he still felt a little disappointed. Because if he was nominated, it meant that he still had hope. Now that his hope was gone, he would definitely feel a little disappointed. Lin Che looked at Mu Firen, who was giving her acceptance speech in a very professional manner. She had already lost count of the number of awards she had won, so she looked very calm and her expression did not change much. Sitting there, Lin Che wondered when he would be able to achieve what Mu Firen had achieved. Slowly but surely. She had only just started on this path. Sometimes, fans didn't mean anything. Being famous for so many years like Mu Firen was the real deal. At this moment, Qin Wanwan, who was sitting in front of him, also turned around. She looked at Lin Che and said, "Lin Che, being nominated has already proven your ability. Don't mind it too much. Although you didn't win this time, you can definitely do it next time." Lin Che smiled. "Thank you for your consolation. It's all right. I already knew that I wouldn't get the award anyway. The most important thing this time is to participate." "Yeah, I'm already very envious that you were nominated," Qin Wanwan said with a smile. Many people looked at him as if they were saying that if they knew that Lin Che wasn't capable, they would just be cannon fodder today. Lin Che was originally in a good mood, but when he saw these gazes, he felt a little depressed. Whether she won the award or not, it had nothing to do with them. As if noticing those gazes, Qin Wanwan turned around and continued to comfort him. "All right, Lin Che, that's how they are. They don't like to help when you are in need, and they like to hit you when you are down. Isn't that how the industry works? Don't mind it too much." Lin Che forced a smile and said, "It's fine, they can just watch it. I think I'm doing pretty well now. It's much better than when I didn't have any films in the beginning." Yeah. On the screen, the awards were still being announced. After the Best Actor and Best Film awards were announced, the host's high-spirited voice rang out again. Next up, the highly anticipated online voting for the Most Popular Actor and Actress Award is finally going to be announced. A minute ago, the online voting channel was closed. Now, everyone can see our latest data. After a month of online voting, hundreds of millions of netizens have finally voted for tonight's King of Fashion. In the next moment, The data was displayed on the big screen. Lin Che's data was also displayed, and everyone could clearly see that her name was much higher than everyone else's. The host turned around and said with a smile, "Congratulations, the winner of this year's King of Fashion, the online voting for the most popular female lead, is Lin Che." Everyone's sympathetic gazes turned around again with a hint of surprise and jealousy. However, the data from the Panda TV festival couldn't be faked. If it was hers, it was hers. Gu Jingyu nudged Lin Che. "Why aren't you getting up to receive your award?" Lin Che was taken aback. Before she could react, she stood up woodenly. All the attention on Lin Che was focused on the Best Female Lead award. Since she didn't expect to be nominated, she forgot about the online voting. However, she never thought about it because there were too many nominees. She always felt that she wouldn't get a chance and that she wouldn't have a lot of fans. Hence, she appeared a little dazed and looked especially funny. She walked up woodenly, and even when she received the award, she was still in disbelief. Mu Firen came down after receiving her award. Qin Wanwan looked ahead and said with a smile, "I didn't expect it to be Lin Che, but it makes sense. She's been participating in many shows recently, and they're all very eye-catching. She's very likable and has a great variety show effect. Her reviews online are also very high." Qin Wanwan said, "Yes, Lin Che is very outstanding." However, Lin Che had never been looked upon favorably by anyone. After all, she came from a poor background and her rise to fame was an accident. She wasn't the type that the company thought highly of, so they never spent a lot of effort to promote her. However, Qin Wanwan was different. From the moment she debuted, she was the company's focus on grooming her. As soon as she debuted, she released big news that she was the most beautiful woman without makeup and created a lot of hype. Qin Wanwan's expression froze. She turned around and watched Lin Che come down from the stage. Everyone crowded around her to congratulate her. Lin Che smiled and responded to them one by one. His hand holding the award was covered in sweat. It wasn't until she sat down that she regained her senses and said, "Why is it me?" Gu Jingyu was amused by her expression and went up to pinch her face. "Silly, it's you. It's you. The online voting. How would I know if you're asking why it's you?" At the banquet after the awards ceremony, everyone toasted each other. Lin Che didn't sit for long before he received a call from Gu Jingza. Chapter 261. How is it? Is it over soon? Hearing Gu Jingza's voice, Lin Che felt as if she had walked out of a dream and into the real world. His always calm and pleasant voice made people feel that it was so wonderful, as if no matter how bad the mood was, it could be pulled back into the spring breeze. She suddenly felt that she really missed him. She really wanted to see him. Lin Che said, "Yeah, it's almost over. I just finished work. Shall I go and pick you up?" "Yeah, sure," Lin Che said happily. Thinking that she would be able to see Gu Jingza soon, a beautiful smile bloomed on her face. Seeing Lin Che smiling, Qin Wanwan walked over and said, "What are you doing? I haven't congratulated you for winning the award. Let's go out and celebrate tonight." Lin Che smiled and said, "No, I'll be leaving in a while." "So soon? Who are you going to celebrate with?" Qin Wanwan said as she glanced at Gu Jingyu, who was talking to someone. Lin Che said, "It's not him. Anyway, I'm leaving now. You guys have fun." After saying that, Lin Che didn't say anything else and left directly. Qin Wanwan looked at her and thought it was strange. Why did she run so fast as if she was in a hurry to see someone? Gu Jingza's car was parked by the roadside. Lin Che ran over and saw that Gu Jingza had gotten out of the car quickly. He was still wearing the clothes he wore at work, a very formal suit. An orthodox suit, on his body, did not look old-fashioned, but more gentlemanly and elegant. The whole person looked really handsome. Lin Che realized that she really liked to see Gu Jingza in formal wear. It made her feel like she was a fan of uniforms. Seeing Gu Jingza, Lin Che immediately felt that she was already very lucky. She, who was so ordinary, was able to stand beside Gu Jingza. Thinking about how many women lined up to see him, she felt that she was already very awesome. Running over, Lin Che said, "Aren't you busy today?" Gu Jingza looked at her clothes and smiled in amazement. He pulled her into the car with him. Did you win the award? He asked. Lin Che pouted. No, but it's already very rare to win the most popular female celebrity online. Why? Are you upset? Gu Jingze looked at her and asked. Lin Che sighed and said, if I were to say that I'm unhappy and a little disappointed at this moment, would I seem very vulgar? Ha, do you still care if you are vulgar or not? Gu Jingze said, of course. It's too vulgar. The CEO doesn't like it. Gu Jingze rolled his eyes. But thinking about it, he really didn't like vulgar women, but he couldn't hate her vulgarity. Lin Che lowered his head and said, it's nothing. It's just that I feel like my hopes have been dashed. Although I knew it was impossible from the start, I couldn't help but think that maybe there would be a miracle. Now that there's no miracle, I feel a little disappointed. Seeing that she was in a bad mood, Gu Jingze felt sorry for her. Although she only frowned a little, he already felt sorry for her. He didn't want any ripples in her life that would make her feel bad. He wanted to give her the greatest protection and let everything go smoothly for her. Although he knew it was impossible, he still felt unhappy because she was a little unhappy. In the past, she had never been so sensitive to Mo Huiling. But when it came to Lin Che, she was so nitpicky. Gu Jingze thought for a moment. It's normal. You'll feel fine in a few days. All right, don't think so much. Anyway, we have time. Let's go shopping together. Shopping? There's nowhere else to go at this time. Let's see where you want to go. Lin Che thought for a moment. Can I go to the movies? Watch a movie. Gu Jingze felt that it was a very boring thing. But looking down at Lin Che, he saw a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. He reluctantly agreed. Okay, I'll go with you. Wow, really? Lin Che didn't expect Gu Jingze to agree and cried out in surprise. Gu Jingze saw that she was so happy all of a sudden. Her smile was so sincere that it went straight to the bottom of his heart. He was finally a little more willing. This woman was like a piece of white paper. All her emotions were written on her face. She could be so happy about such a small thing. It really made people speechless. Gu Jingze said, go and change your clothes before I change my mind. She was still wearing an evening gown, so she couldn't go to the cinema. The two of them went to change and drove to the cinema. Although it was already midnight, the cinema was still quite crowded. Lin Che looked at the people coming and going, taking out surgical masks and caps to cover themselves. Gu Jingze was also dressed very low-key. Lin Che felt a little embarrassed at this moment. She looked up at Gu Jingze and said, Gu Jingze, do you think I'm giving you trouble again? You definitely don't like to come to the cinema. Gu Jingze looked down at Lin Che. Although she was really troublesome, he was always persuaded by her. Thinking that she was the troublesome one, he didn't find it so hard to accept. In short, he just couldn't refuse her various requests. Even though his rationality told him that it wasn't good, he was still very willing to do it. I really don't like to come here. Why don't we go back? He deliberately looked up to tease her. No. Hubby, accompany me to the cinema. Husbands usually accompany their wives to the cinema. The stupid woman fell for it immediately and immediately held his hand and begged bitterly. He couldn't help but want to laugh, but he still kept a straight face. For a moment, he felt that the sound of her begging for her husband was really inexplicably enjoyable. He always wanted to hear her say it a few more times. Hubby, just think of it as experiencing life. If the big CEO doesn't walk among the people, how can he know what the people need? You have to go incognito sometimes. Do you know what everyone is doing? Really, it was a bunch of fallacies again. Gu Jingze said, okay, then let's go buy the tickets. Hearing this, Lin Che immediately went to choose the movie happily. Which one do you think is good? She looked at the list, worried. Actually, I'm not very familiar with movies, he said. Lin Che said, you really don't watch any movies at all? I like to watch some old movies, but I don't watch too many new ones. Do you think everyone is as free as you? I don't have much time to pay attention to these things. I haven't even watched old movies for 2 years. Lin Che looked up at Gu Jingze. For a moment, she felt that he was actually very pitiful. He was so tired. It was indeed not easy to be a big CEO. Lin Che wanted to choose again, but saw that there were already people looking over curiously. Chapter 262. Lin Che keenly sensed those curious gazes. For a moment, she was a little confused. She felt that she had disguised herself well enough. How could they still see through her? However, the next moment, she felt the source of those gazes. Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze stood tall. No matter how low-key he was, he still looked more glamorous than the ordinary people around him. As soon as they looked down, they would definitely look at him. So, it was useless for her to disguise herself. People would still notice something was wrong. Lin Che looked at the man with some resentment. Why was he so good-looking? Being too attractive was also a shortcoming. So, Lin Che didn't dare to waste time choosing so many. She quickly chose a random one and pulled Gu Jingze into the cinema. It was dark inside and no one would see anything. As they walked in, Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. Seeing that the others were holding hands and snuggling up to her, he followed suit and held Lin Che's hand. Although he actually didn't like to have any intimate actions outside, he was used to holding Lin Che's hand. But now that he was holding Lin Che's hand, he felt that it was nothing. He just felt a little uneasy. However, he remembered that this was his wife. Even if anyone saw them holding hands, they couldn't say anything. So, he still held her hand and walked inside. The two candidates were in an American blockbuster movie. Lin Che held the popcorn in one hand and held Gu Jingze's hand with the other. The seat she chose was at the back. She had a lot of popcorn in her hand. Seeing that Gu Jingze was handsome, the salesgirl gave him a lot of things. Lin Che thought that this was really a good-looking world. Lin Che ate the popcorn and looked at Gu Jingze with a smile. Why? Have you never been to a cinema before? Seeing that Gu Jingze was looking around curiously, Lin Che asked. That's right. You know that we have a home theater at home. If you want to watch it, you can build one like this. Lin Che was speechless. That feels different. And it's much more comfortable than the chairs here. You don't understand, Gu Jingze. Look, only here can you feel something. It's so dark that you can't see anything. Hee, when you're deep in love, you can feel something just by looking at it. You can directly kiss it and hug it. Gu Jingze tilted his head to look at her. Seeing her smirk, he suddenly understood that a kiss and a hug was not an ordinary kiss and a hug. After a kiss and a hug, we can go home, go to a hotel, go anywhere. What kind of feeling is that? One look and I can tell that you don't understand. It's more exciting to play dirty tricks in such a crowded place. As the saying goes, a wife is not as good as a concubine. A concubine is not as good as stealing, and a concubine is not as good as stealing. That's why sneaking around feels exciting. Duh. Was this something a woman should say? Gu Jingze always felt that even though this woman was dirty, she had a bottom line. However, he gradually realized that she didn't have a bottom line. Gu Jingze said in a low voice, So you like this kind of girl, duh? Lin Che hurriedly explained, It's not that I like it. Get this straight. I'm just saying that other people like it. It's okay. I can understand if you have any special hobbies. If you want me to cooperate with you, I can cooperate with you. As he spoke, Lin Che felt his hand rubbing against her thigh. What? Lin Che shouted speechlessly. Get lost? I didn't say that. As he said this, he quickly slapped his hand away. He chuckled silently. I'm increasing your knowledge. Seriously, how do you fall in love? You're someone who has had a girlfriend before, but you don't even know this. We don't watch movies, Gu Jingze said. Then what do? Sit facing each other every day? Of course not. We watch operas, drink tea, listen to music, eat, and listen to concerts. Stop. I know. You guys are so bored. I really pity Miss Imo. Why did she meet a blockhead like him who didn't know anything? And most importantly, she hadn't asked for it. Gu Jingze was stunned. He thought about it carefully and realized that he really hadn't done anything worth remembering with Imo Huiling. Even though they had been together for so many years, when he thought about it, he couldn't remember what had happened with Imo Huiling. He looked at Lin Che and said calmly, In the past, I really didn't think about falling in love properly, nor did I think about caring about other people's feelings. I will improve in this aspect in the future. Lin Che felt that Gu Jingze was holding his hand from below. He said calmly, In the future, I will ask more about what you like. Lin Che's heart warmed. He looked up at Gu Jingze and said, Actually, you don't have to. I didn't mean it that way. When Gu Jingze became serious, his expression was firm, almost like a promise. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. In the darkness, his eyes were like obsidian, so firm that no one dared to look him in the eye. Once they looked at him directly, it was as if they would be sucked into the whirlpool of his deep feelings. Gu Jingze felt that he had never paid attention to Imo Huiling when he was with her. He didn't pay attention to her emotions, and he didn't think that making her happy would make him happy too. He looked at her calmly and gently held her chin with one hand. In the dark, the light from above shone on their faces from time to time. His lips moved down, and the tip of his tongue circled around her lips. With a curve, it entered her mouth. His kisses were getting more and more nimble. He seemed to be familiar with all her sensitive spots. His fingers touched her body and explored until they reached the spot between her legs. She was really shocked by herself. How did she become such a love-struck idiot? However, when she felt the tip of his tongue withdraw, she still felt a sense of loss. Involuntarily, she parted her lips and took the initiative to find his full lips. The tip of his tongue seemed to feel her initiative, and in an instant, it swept down even more passionately. Her tongue was numb from his rough movements. However, she didn't feel uncomfortable at all. On the contrary, she wanted more. She felt that she was about to make a sound. Chapter 263. Oh no, she couldn't finish the movie. Lin Che panted softly and pushed Gu Jingze away. Gu Jingze said in a low voice, "Let's go." "But the movie." "If you keep watching, I'm going to eat you up right here." Lin Che was speechless. "Why are you so?" Gu Jingze said. "Ask me. Why don't you say it if you want it so much?" Lin Che blushed instantly. Gu Jingze said, "You're going to suck me in. How can I hold back?" Sure enough, they didn't stay in the cinema any longer. Gu Jingze pulled her back home. That night, he was really tired to death. When Gu Jingze lay down, he pointed at Lin Che's nose and said, "I'll be squeezed dry by you sooner or later." Lin Che wanted to cry but had no tears. What did it have to do with her? Gu Jingze said, "Go to sleep. Don't touch me anymore. Otherwise, neither of us can sleep tonight." He kissed her forehead and said, "I haven't slept for 2 days. If I serve you any longer, you'll be a widow." Hearing this, Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze worriedly. "How can this be? Why haven't you slept for 2 days?" "I was just busy," he said. Lin Che said quickly, "Then go to sleep. Don't talk anymore." She was very touched. Why didn't he tell her earlier if he hadn't slept for 2 days? She didn't want to go to the movies. This man was really putting on a brave front. Lin Che thought, it seems like being a tycoon really isn't easy. She sighed and looked at him. Seeing that he had fallen asleep from exhaustion not too long after lying there, she used her gaze to trace out the perfect curve of his body. Unable to resist, she lowered her head and gently kissed the tip of his nose. Maybe she was more than a little moved by him the next day. The news of the Panda TV festival took up all the headlines in one night. From the red carpet, to the award ceremony, to the celebration party, there was a lot of news. The reporters caught a lot of information that others didn't. Mu Firen was the one with the biggest headlines. She was named the Empress again. Whether it was her dress or her celebrity style, they were all amazing. However, to their surprise, Lin Che's page was the largest apart from Mu Firen's. This was because, as soon as the reporters returned home, they received news that someone had recognized Lin Che's outfit from yesterday. Whether it was his clothes or jewelry, they were all sold at sky-high prices. Many of them couldn't be bought with money. Many celebrities were also secretly guessing who Lin Che was relying on. This outfit was a little too expensive. Just how powerful was the person behind her to be able to get such an outfit? Moreover, it was obvious that these brands were not sponsored by anyone. After all, everyone knew that these brands would never find sponsors. In other words, these brands were all bought by her. It could be seen that there should be a rich and powerful person behind her helping her. Of course, this was only one of the reasons. The other reason was that the reporters captured her interaction with Gu Jingyu at the scene. The intimacy between them made people's imaginations run wild. In addition, It seemed that she had a good relationship with Mu Firen. Everyone couldn't help but envy Lin Che. They didn't know how powerful Lin Che was, and how he could have such a good relationship with these big shots. After that, someone even did a close-up of her expression when she found out that she was first in the voting. Her dumbfounded expression at that time was hilarious to death. This vivid performance made people even more fervent in their discussions. They felt that Lin Che was truly a silly and cute celebrity. He was so real that people liked him even more. With all these things piled up, her page was almost a full page. Compared to her expensive jewelry, it was worth mentioning. Qin Wanwan's big-name sponsors didn't seem worth mentioning anymore. They were just sponsors. Although they were big names and gods, they didn't look as good as Lin Che's jewelry and clothes. It was clear that you got what you paid for. Big names only sold their brands. The real good stuff was the nameless stuff of the nouveau riche. In the company, Lin Che was congratulated by the people. Although she only got first in the online voting, everyone felt that she was very impressive. The other artists in the company still sneered at her. It was a little embarrassing to be nominated, but not win an award. However, they won an award and received a lot of publicity space. They knew that they were already the winners of this year's Panda TV Festival. Yu Minmin said to Lin Che, "Keep working hard next time." Lin Che nodded. He knew that he still had a long way to go. He said, "Thank you for all these years, Sister Yu." Yu Minmin smiled and said, "To be honest, I really didn't think you would become popular back then." "Why? Was my talent that bad?" Lin Che said, speechless. Yu Minmin said, "You're too stupid. You're so silly and you're so stubborn. But perhaps good people will always be rewarded." Yang Lingxin was still following behind. When she saw the jewelry Lin Che was wearing, she also said, "That's right, Sister Yu. Also, Sister Che, you have Gu Jingza helping you so much. Sister Che, your jewelry looks really good. I didn't know they were so expensive." Lin Che said, "Maybe Gu Jingza just borrowed them." However, Yang Lingxin's eyes still sparkled when she saw the jewelry. Lin Che only felt that she was acting like this because she was a child and had never seen it before. He didn't say anything. Just then, a call came from home. Lin Che went to pick up the phone. Yu Minmin said, "All right, don't look at those reports anymore." Yang Lingxin said enviously, "Sister Che did a good job this time. It's so good to be a star. It's so glamorous." "That's because you didn't see how much hardship Lin Che suffered when he was a walk-on. Besides, not everyone can be as hardworking and lucky as Lin Che." "Yeah, Sister Che is so lucky," she said. Just then, Lin Che came back and said to Yu Minmin, "So it's Mr. President's birthday these few days." Hearing the words, "Mr. President," Yu Minmin's eyes flashed. Lin Che said, "The Gu family said they'll have a gathering too. It seems like Mr. President will be going back too." "Really?" Yu Minmin said. "Looks like you'll be busy again." Yu Minmin looked outside. It was Mr. President's birthday. Actually, people had already started talking about it. A few days ago, many of the president's fans had already started celebrating on their own. However, Gu Jingming had always kept a low profile and wouldn't hold a private birthday for no reason. However, the media in Country C had already started promoting it very quickly and also celebrated for Gu Jingming. Yu Minmin looked at it and put away the news. She said goodbye to Lin Che and said that she was going home. Lin Che said, "Sister Yu, do you want to go with us that day?" Yu Minmin quickly said, "No, I have something to do at home." Chapter 264. Lin Che said, "All right then. Actually, you can bring someone there. It's not going to be held at the Gu residence this time, but at a resort outside. I think since it's the president's birthday, it should be quite fun. Sister Yu, if you have time, go and take a look." "Okay, I'll go if I have time." Yang Lingxin said enviously, "That's great. Sister Che is with Gu Jingza. The people around her are all big shots like Mr. President." Lin Che only smiled. "It's all right. Actually, I haven't interacted with outsiders much." However, he wasn't that familiar with Yang Lingxin, so he didn't want to invite her. After all, she was just a little girl. If she participated in this, she might not know anything and cause trouble. No matter what, Sister Yu was still more appropriate to judge the situation. The president's birthday was already in an uproar online. Although his birthday hadn't been announced to the public, the president's fans had already checked all the information on their own. Lin Che followed Gu Jingze and prepared to go to the prepared resort to attend the birthday banquet. The outside of the resort had already been fenced off. Inside, the huge resort was completely prepared for the Gu family. It took Lin Che the whole morning to dress up. The clothes that Gu Jingze had picked out for her were elegant, well-fitting, and brightly colored. Because she wasn't old, she naturally had a youthful aura about her. When Lin Che was brought in by Gu Jingze, he quickly saw Mu Wanqing standing there with a beautiful woman. The woman looked similar to Mu Wanqing and looked to be in her 20s. She stood there with a face that wasn't inferior to any celebrity. She had a certain temperament. Seeing Lin Che enter with Gu Jingze, Mu Wanqing quickly said, "Jingyan, this is the new sister-in-law I mentioned to you, Lin Che. Little Che, this is Jingze's sister, Jingyan. Because you haven't held a wedding, this is the first time you've met." So it was Gu Jingze's sister who had always been abroad. Gu Jingyan looked at Lin Che and said, "What should we do? Sister-in-law is younger than me. Second brother, you're much older than sister-in-law. Aren't you an old cow eating young grass?" Gu Jingze's face darkened when he heard this. Lin Che smiled shyly. Gu Jingyan said, "Sister-in-law, my second brother is so hard to please. It must have been hard on you." Lin Che smiled and said, "Forget it. I'm already used to it." Gu Jingze glared at Lin Che again. "How am I hard to please? When did I ever need you to serve me?" He raised an eyebrow. "When have I not served you?" Lin Che was probably the only one who could understand this pun. She went forward and pinched Gu Jingze. Her cheeks were slightly red. Gu Jingyan looked at them in surprise. "No way. Since when did Brother Tingrui learn to joke with others?" "Mom, are my eyes deceiving me?" Mu Wanqing smiled until her eyes narrowed. "That's because your sister-in-law is asking for advice." Gu Jingze pulled a long face. He circled his fingers around his lips and coughed dryly. Mu Wanqing said, "They're husband and wife. If they want to joke, they can joke. What's there to joke about with you?" Gu Jingze said, "Yes. You're not funny at all. What's so funny about you?" Lin Che didn't realize it at first, but he suddenly realized that Gu Jingze was saying that he was funny. He turned around and said, "Who's funny? You're the funny one." Gu Jingze said, "Being funny is also one of your strengths. You should cherish the few strengths you have." "No, my biggest strength is that I have a good temper. I can tolerate you when you don't have any strengths." Gu Jingze snorted and flicked her on the forehead. On the other side, Gu Jingyan said, "Brother, you've really forgotten about your sister after getting married. You haven't seen me for a year, but instead of catching up with me, you're still flirting with sister-in-law." Although she said that, Gu Jingyan didn't look angry at all. Instead, she thought that the two of them were quite interesting. Gu Jingze said, "Yeah, you haven't been back for so long. Why did you come back?" Mu Wanqing answered, "Your sister brought her boyfriend back and said that she's going to marry him." "Really?" Gu Jingze said, "There's someone who wants you. Why are you so fierce?" Gu Jingyan said indignantly, "You have so many problems and you're sick. There's someone who wants you." Mu Wanqing was also very happy. She was finally married, so of course she was happy. Gu Jingze asked, "Where's Madam? Why don't I see her?" Gu Jingyan's expression froze and she said, "She's not here yet. I'll go down and take a look." Outside, someone said that Mr. President was here. Gu Jingze said, "I'll introduce you later. I'll go and say hello to Big Brother first." With that said, he pulled Lin Che with one hand, and the two of them walked over together. Gu Jingyan went out with her phone and found a number. She took a deep breath and dialed it. "Liu Beichen, are you here?" "Jingyan, something happened to me. I might have to wait for a while before I can go over again." "What happened to you?" Gu Jingyan asked curiously. "It's just a small matter. I'll go over after I'm done. I'll call you later." With that, Liu Beichen hung up the phone. Gu Jingyan held her phone, her expression frozen for a moment. She turned around and saw Mu Wanqing walking over. "What's wrong, Jingyan?" Gu Jingyan quickly regained her composure. "Beichen said that he has something to do and will come over later." "All right, men can be busy too. You should understand. He came all the way from abroad to accompany you. It's understandable that he didn't handle things well. However, I still remember that you guys were together in high school. But he wasn't your boyfriend at that time, was he? Gu Jingyan said. Yes, we only established our relationship when we went abroad together. Sigh, I remember that he had a girlfriend at that time. Gu Jingyan's eyes flashed with some ripples. She held Mu Wanqing's arm. It's not like I didn't have boyfriends in the past. It's all in the past, isn't it? All right, I just vaguely remember that you guys had a good time in high school. It's been so many years since we last met, so I wanted to ask. Yes, she and Liu Beichen were good friends in high school. At that time, he had a girlfriend and she had a boyfriend. However, no one knew that she had feelings for him at that time. Later, he broke up with her and went to America to study at university. She also went to America with him. In the first year of their stay in America, they were still friends who occasionally contacted each other by phone. Until that year, when they went camping together in the same tent, they accidentally got into a fight. That was how they ended their relationship as friends and became lovers. Mu Wanqing remembered very clearly that he had a girlfriend in the past. However, she seemed to have forgotten that his girlfriend was Gu Jingyan's best friend, Fu Chenxi. On the other side, Gu Jingming's arrival caused everyone to gather at the door. Gu Jingming thanked them one by one and said embarrassedly, I've made everyone spend money to hold a birthday party for me. Gu Jingzi said, otherwise, Big Brother would be too busy. If I didn't find an excuse to invite you back, you wouldn't have come back. Chapter 265. Lin Che stood next to Gu Jingzi. He looked at Gu Jingming and said calmly, Brother, happy birthday. Actually, to Lin Che, calling him Big Brother was something that he really couldn't say out loud. Just like in the beginning, when she was with Gu Jingzi, she felt like she was floating in a dream. She always felt that it was too different from her real life, but it was indeed her real life. Gu Jingming smiled faintly and asked everyone to go in. Many people had come. This time, not only the Gu family had been invited, but some of Gu Jingming's politicians and his supporters had also been invited. Naturally, they were all rich and noble people. As Lin Che watched, he suddenly saw a man standing not far away, looking in Gu Jingzi's direction with a cold smile. Lin Che felt that the man looked familiar. He suddenly remembered that it was Li Mingyu, the man who was with Mo Huiling the other day. Why was he here? Gu Jingzi saw him. He narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Then, he pulled Lin Che up and said, Let's go in. It was early spring, and they had to put on their clothes before going out. Lin Che followed Gu Jingzi into the house and took off his coat. He asked the servant to take it away. At this moment, he heard Li Mingyu's frivolous voice. President Gu, what do you mean by leaving when you see me? Gu Jingzi turned around. I'm not avoiding you. I just have nothing to say to you. Li Mingyu looked at the beautiful Lin Che. He smiled and said, Why? You have nothing to say to me? Or do you feel uncomfortable that the woman who knows you is by my side now? Gu Jingzi snorted and looked at Li Mingyu coldly. If you were talking about Hui Ling, then what she is doing now has nothing to do with me. If you two really want to be together, then be together. Li Mingyu didn't expect Gu Jingzi to say it so casually. Ha, you're pretending. I don't believe that you've forgotten your old lover so quickly. Please mind your manners. Don't you think it's rude to talk about your old lover in front of my wife? That's right. I don't care anymore because I'm a married man now. What happened in the past is already in the past. After he finished speaking, he held Lin Che's hand and resolutely turned around. Li Mingyu squinted. He couldn't believe it. Lin Che turned around and looked at him. Then he looked up at Gu Jingzi. He didn't care if Gu Jingzi said it on purpose or not, but Lin Che was still happy to see him so resolutely. Looking up at his indifferent expression, for the first time, he felt that he was really handsome when he was so emotionless. Just now, when Li Mingyu was scolded by him like that, he didn't have any room to refute. His expression was too instant. All the members of the Gu family were inside. Even though Gu Jingming had invited some people, he still spent more time with his own family. After Lin Che and Gu Jingzi entered the room, Gu Jingyan also walked over and stood with Gu Jingzi and Gu Jingzi. At this time, Gu Jingyan said, I don't know what gift to buy for my brother, so I bought him a tie. I hope he can find a wife soon. Then I won't have to buy him ties anymore. To Jing, Yin. Lin Jingyan to Chiu, Shi Che, Yin to, Jingyan to Si Che to said. Said, Imo and Gu Gu Chan. Lin Che said, yes, and he's very old-fashioned. Gu Jingyan said, yes, he's very old-fashioned. So how did you fall for him? Lin Che thought to himself, I did it first, then I looked at it. So, I put the cart before the horse. Who knew how I ended up becoming his wife? Well, I was forced to do this. Gu Jingza glared at Lin Che. Lin Che smiled and stuck out her tongue. Hearing Gu Jingyan mention a birthday present, she suddenly remembered that she had forgotten where she had put it. She looked in her pocket and didn't find it. She thought carefully and slapped her forehead. Oh no, I left my present at the office yesterday. Gu Jingza looked at her speechlessly. Look at how clumsy you are. What kind of IQ is that? Lin Che glared at him and went out to call Yu Minmin, hoping that she could bring the present to him. Yu Minmin answered the phone and agreed helplessly. She was the only one who could open Lin Che's suitcase. Besides, it wasn't appropriate for others to come to the banquet, so she had to go herself. When Imo Huiling came in, she saw Li Mingyu and said, What's the matter? You're only here to pick me up now. Li Mingyu snorted and said, You're in such a hurry to see your old lover. Unfortunately, when I asked him just now, he said that he wished you and I the best. Imo Huiling's expression changed. She looked inside and said angrily, I don't believe it. He won't. Li Mingyu said, If you don't believe me, you can ask him yourself. But he's over there, and everyone is a member of the Gu family. Do you dare to go over? Don't the Gu family hate you? When they chase you out, don't cry. Imo Huiling had gone through a lot of trouble to get Li Mingyu to bring her here. She naturally didn't want to be chased out so easily. She looked up and saw Lin Che and Gu Jingza sitting together with a few other people. Gu Jingza was holding Lin Che's shoulder with one hand as they talked. The two of them looked very close. Imo Huiling was so jealous that her eyes almost popped out of her head. Next to them, she saw that the annoying younger sister of the Gu family had also returned. When she was with Gu Jingza in the past, Gu Jingyan was always dissatisfied with her and always found fault with her. But now, Imo Huiling thought that her eyes weren't playing tricks on her. Why was Gu Jingyan still standing together with Lin Che? They were talking and laughing, but she didn't know what they were talking about. Imo Huiling gritted her teeth in anger. Seeing Lin Che standing in the middle of the Gu family, she couldn't help but think that that position used to belong to her. It should be her standing there and being envied by everyone. Lin Che and Gu Jingza didn't know that Imo Huiling's eyes were secretly staring at them from behind. Seeing that Lin Che hadn't eaten anything, Gu Jingza walked over and gave Lin Che something to eat. Lin Che said, I wonder if Sister Yu is here. All right, I'll send someone to pick her up later. Don't worry about that. It's okay even if she doesn't give me a gift. Big brother still owes me a few billion yuan. He won't care even if she doesn't give me a gift. Pfft, he owes you so much money. Of course. Your husband is also a big investor in the national debt. Really? I admire you so much. Hubby is so amazing. She played along and pretended to be happy. My sugar daddy is so amazing. I admire you so much. My sugar daddy, tell me quickly. I'll do whatever position you want when we get back. Don't abandon me. Da. Gu Jing's face darkened. Looking at Lin Che, who was finding it hard to be serious, he really didn't understand why he had married such a wife. But in terms of position, he smiled and suddenly moved closer to her face. You really know how to do any position? Lin Che was just joking. But looking at Gu Jing's face suddenly moving closer, his eyes were shining with anticipation. For a moment, he was surrounded by a devilish aura. When he was naughty, it was hard to resist. No, I mean, then you'll be up there that night. Chapter 266. Get lost. I don't know how to do it. Hee. I'll teach you. No. Lin Che felt shy. She didn't know how to take the initiative in this aspect. Gu Jingza couldn't stop laughing. Lin Che had done it many times, but every time she mentioned it, she was still as shy as a little girl, so he liked to tease her even more. No? You'll want it then, Gu Jingza said meaningfully. He blinked, his long eyelashes half covering his bright eyes. The light in them made Lin Che feel that he was really handsome. She almost felt like she was falling for him. But when she heard what he said, she quickly turned her head away. Get lost. Eat your food. Okay? She picked up a ball of food and stuffed it into his mouth angrily. After he ate it, he remembered that she had taken it with her hand. But he just frowned and thought about it carefully. He didn't feel disgusted, so he just picked up the food and stuffed it into her mouth as revenge. Lin Che went up and bit his finger. Hey, are you a puppy? How dare you bite me? Her pearly white teeth lingered on his lips for a moment. She was really ruthless. Biting down on him was extremely painful, so he pulled his teeth back. Looking at the little bit of fragrance that was left on his lips, he smiled and licked it lightly. In the past, if he had such saliva, he would definitely have vomited it out of disgust. However, at this moment, there was actually a burning sensation that engulfed his entire body. Looking at Lin Che's exquisite little face that was dyed red, just like the night before a gust of wind, the red of the moon was so translucent, causing one to like it. He just wanted to press her there and be done with it. It was the first time he had such evil thoughts about a woman. Moreover, it was the first time he had such evil thoughts about a woman at any time. Seeing that Lin Che was avoiding his gaze, he smiled and reached out to wipe the thing off her lips. Look at how sloppy you are. Lin Che said, Why are you so close to me when I'm sloppy? Don't you think it's dirty? Gu Jingzi said, I did it first. Ha, I knew it. Gu Jingzi looked at her. But I'm used to it now. Lin Che said gloomily. What do you mean you're used to it? What else can I do? Although you're so sloppy, I've already married you. No matter what, you're my wife. I can only accept it. Can't you have a proper conversation? Don't you think it's rare for a husband to be as honest as me? Lin Che said, Yeah, that's why I'm the only one who can accept you. If it were anyone else, they would have been driven away by you long ago. Humph. Imo Huiling looked at them from afar. She saw Gu Jingzi and Lin Che sitting together and chatting. The two of them were very close to each other. Gu Jingzi was dressed in black, and she was dressed in white. Although they were of different colors, the two of them looked like a couple. Gu Jingzi always liked to wear black. He was mysterious and low-key. He was so handsome that people couldn't take their eyes off him. But now, the person beside him was Lin Che. Imo Huiling felt her heart ache. She had accompanied Gu Jingzi for so many years, but in the end, Lin Che had taken advantage of that little bitch. She saw Gu Jingzi lowering his head to feed Lin Che. He even used his fingers to wipe the stuff from the corner of her mouth. He was taking care of Lin Che. The dignified Gu Jingzi was taking care of Lin Che. All these years, she had never been taken care of by Gu Jingzi like this. She couldn't even get close to him, let alone take care of him. Moreover, he was very antisocial and didn't like to be too close or too intimate. But now, the two of them were sitting there and scrupulously loving each other. Imo Huiling was really jealous. Why did Gu Jingzi treat Lin Che so well? Li Mingyu looked at Imo Huiling's angry face and smiled. All right, stop staring. They won't know. Let's go and drink some wine. Let's have a good time. Don't touch me. Don't touch you? If Gu Jingzi doesn't touch you, he will touch someone else. If I don't touch you, no one will touch you anymore. Stop looking. Let's go. Seeing him so happy, you're still so angry. Is it worth it? Imo Huiling knew it wasn't worth it, but she couldn't accept that Gu Jingzi wasn't her anymore. He and Lin Che were getting closer and closer. If this went on, would Gu Jingzi really fall in love with Lin Che? Imo Huiling was dragged away by Li Mingyu to one side to drink. On the other side, Yu Minmin arrived at the entrance. She looked around for a while, but couldn't find Lin Che. The resort had been surrounded, and no one was allowed to enter. Yu Minmin looked around. She was still holding a gift in her hand. She picked up her phone and called Lin Che. But after calling one, the call didn't go through. Just as she was about to call the second one, someone next to her noticed her. Linda stood at the side and looked at Yu Minmin. She suddenly felt that she looked familiar. This woman, the president. Her eyes lit up. She suddenly remembered that this person used to be with the president. As soon as Yu Minmin turned his head, he saw a woman in a neat black uniform standing in front of him. She was stunned. Miss Yu, this way please. Yu Minmin hurriedly said. I'm not here to cause trouble. I didn't mean to appear here. It's useless for you to tell me whether it was intentional or not. This way, please. Yu Minmin still wanted to explain, but the president's bodyguards were already standing in front of her. Inside, Gu Jingze had been called away by Qin how to deal with official business. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze's back and felt that he was really busy. Even when he was here to steal some free time, someone still came to look for him. Just then, Gu Jingyan walked over and said, "Sister-in-law, my brother left you behind again." Lin Che smiled and said, "Yeah, it's okay. I'm used to it." Looking at Gu Jingyan, Lin Che felt that if this family were to walk on the streets together, they would definitely dazzle everyone's eyes. Every single one of them was too beautiful. Gu Jingyan was the same. She looked prettier than most celebrities. This kind of beauty was different from the beauty of men like Gu Jingze. She was gorgeous and dazzling. She was the kind of beauty that would make people stunned at first glance. Gu Jingyan said, "Second brother is a little too busy. It can't be helped. The whole family's interests are all on his shoulders. It's lonely at the top. Moreover, second brother is a little too serious. He wants to do everything to the best of his ability. Naturally, he's even busier. Everyone in country C admires and fears this position. But they don't know that in order to sit in this position that everyone looks up to, the price he has to pay is also very high." Lin Che looked into the distance and felt his heart ache. He sighed and said, "Yeah, he's really busy, so I can only empathize with him." Gu Jingyan said, "Actually, second brother is already very good with sister-in-law. I've never seen him accompany any woman like this before." Chapter 267. When Lin Che heard this, he thought of Imo Huiling. You mean Miss Imo? Gu Jingze only had one girlfriend in the past. Who else could it be if not Imo Huiling? Seeing that Lin Che mentioned Imo Huiling in such a generous manner, Gu Jingyan smiled and said, "Yeah, when he was with Imo Huiling, he never accompanied her like this. Let alone accompanied her, the two of them sat together like fools. They just sat there without any interaction at all." Really? That's right. Gu Jingze is so old-fashioned and Miss Imo is from a wealthy family. She's not as noisy as I am. They must be so elegant that it's boring for them to be together. Gu Jingyan said, "Who knows? Anyway, second brother will never take care of her. He won't feed her because he won't sit with her and chat with her for so long. Second brother is not a person who likes to chat." Lin Che found it strange. Really? He doesn't talk much. He was like that when I was with him in the beginning, but he got better after we got to know each other better. Gu Jingyan smiled, shook her head, and said, "Come on. Second brother is so talkative because he's with sister-in-law. You don't know what people say about him. He's a cold-faced Hades. He glares at people coldly if they don't agree with him. Who dares to talk to him?" Just then, Gu Jingze came back. As he walked over, he looked at Gu Jingyan. "What are you saying about me?" Gu Jingyan said, "I'm not. I'm saying good things about you." She winked at Lin Che. Lin Che smiled. "Yeah, people who praise you are very strict. Everyone is in awe of you." When Gu Jingyan heard Lin Che's words, she almost burst out laughing. Lin Che was afraid that she would give herself away. So he quickly said, "Well, Jingyan, which university are you in overseas?" Gu Jingyan said, "I'm studying business and business administration at the University of Pennsylvania." Lin Che blinked. "Wow, that sounds impressive." Gu Jingze said, "Yeah. Do you think everyone is as stupid as you? That's the best business school in America. It's not easy to get into. You're so annoying. Why do you keep belittling me?" However, Lin Che also thought in his heart that the Gu family's genes were really good. Each bag was more powerful than the last. Lin Che said, "Jingyan, you're amazing. You're even more amazing than your second brother, right?" Gu Jingyan looked at Gu Jingze with a smile. "I'm just good at school. Second brother has a lot of combat experience. He has a lot of battle achievements. Moreover, he has a doctorate in several professional fields. I'm not as good as him." Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze and smiled proudly. Lin Che glared at him and said to Gu Jingyan, "Jingyan, you must have had a lot of pursuers when you were in school. You're so pretty, good at studying and smart." Gu Jingyan said, "No way." However, Gu Jingzi said. All right, you don't have to be modest with Lin Che. He lowered his head and said to Lin Che, she's indeed very amazing. There are quite a few people pursuing her in school. Not only is she the school's beauty, she's also the recipient of the first scholarship. Back then in Country C's Jiyan High School, she was also a legend. But what a pity. He looked at Gu Jingyan and said, you ended up benefiting that kid from the Liu family. Oh yes, why isn't he here yet? Gu Jingyan looked at her watch and said, I'll ask him later. She got up, smiled and left. Lin Che looked at her back and said to Gu Jingzi, Jingyan, are you getting married? Gu Jingzi nodded. That's right. Lin Che said, you don't like him? It was obvious that Gu Jingzi wasn't satisfied. Gu Jingzi said, I heard from my mother just now that he's the kid from the Liu family. The Liu family is a relative of Country M. You should know that Country M has a constitutional monarchy. Since he's a relative of Country M, he's considered a good match. Oh, isn't that good? It's not wrong for you to be a good match. Gu Jingzi, if it weren't for me, you would have been a good match too. Gu Jingzi said, unfortunately, I'm already married, so I won't look back. That's not true. If we get divorced one day, you can still find someone who's a good match, Lin Che said. Hearing that Lin Che was still thinking about divorce, Gu Jingzi glared at him. Don't talk nonsense, he said coldly. What? What if I offend you one day, and you want me to leave? That's possible. You offend me every day. When did I ever let you go? Gu Jingzi said. Lin Che looked at him. You're very fierce to me every day. Who knows when you'll be too fierce? When have I ever been fierce to you? Of course you have. You've always been fierce to me. I still remember that in the beginning, you didn't even allow me to get close to you. You would insult me whenever there was a disagreement. Gu Jingzi recalled the days when they first got together. It seemed that it was indeed like that. However, at that time, Gu Jingzi really hated her. He hated her for destroying the stability of his life, so he asked her to force her into his life. But at that time, he never knew that one day he would get used to a different kind of life. He didn't hate her that way. He just felt that she always appeared in his life invisibly, and he couldn't get rid of her no matter what. In the end, he felt helpless. Fine, I apologize. I was indeed fierce to you during that period, but you didn't treat me very well. Ha, you were so fierce to me. Can't I retaliate? But you should at least cooperate with my life. Not only did you not cooperate, but you also deliberately put on a sloppy appearance in front of me. Of course I can't stand it. But in the end, he accepted it. Not only did he accept it, but he also started to get used to it. Once he got used to it, he didn't feel so bad anymore. Yu Minmin was brought into a room that looked like an office. The soles of his feet were gray marble tiles, and in front of him were thick curtains that blocked the light of the day. There was only a bit of light that passed through faintly, casting a faint shadow on the ground. Yu Minmin was still trying to figure out where she was when she heard the sound of the door behind her. She pushed the door open, and the person who came in was wearing custom-made leather shoes of an unknown brand. She turned around and was met with a pair of dark eyes. Mr. President. Yu Minmin's heart sank. Gu Jingming looked at the woman in front of him. She was looking at him cautiously. Her face was very small. She was not the type that would shock people at first glance, but her eyes were very bright. When she looked at people, people would have the illusion that they were seen through by her. He was overbearing. That's right. It gave off an overbearing feeling. Chapter 268. Gu Jingming was standing in front of her. Yu Minmin thought to herself. She was still in a trance. The problem that she thought had been solved once again appeared in front of her. He was different from how he looked on TV. He seemed very cold. I've already said that if you need money, I can give it to you. But please don't appear around here anymore. Why? Are you going back on your word? Yu Minmin looked up at him. You're mistaken. I'm here to give something to Lin Che. I didn't want to come here. Gu Jingming said, What is it? Her birthday present. She left it at the office. It's probably for you, she said seriously. She turned around to look for the present, but she couldn't find it. She was stunned for a moment before she remembered that she was afraid of losing it to Lin Che when she came in. She didn't know where she was going, so she quickly put it in the car. Gu Jingming saw that her hands were empty. It was obvious that there was nothing in them. He smiled coldly. Seems like you're not fully prepared. Yu Minmin looked at Gu Jingming. How do you want me to prove that I'm here with no purpose? Gu Jingming said, you're the one with the problem now. You have to prove it yourself. Otherwise, you'll have to stay here today. Why? Yu Minmin looked up and shouted, you don't have any evidence to prove that I'm here to get close to you, right? Gu Jingming said, but there are many people outside. I can't risk my life just because of evidence. So, I have to trouble you today. No, but I have something to do. Yu Minmin reached out to grab him. Gu Jingming lowered his head and looked at her hand coldly. Yu Minmin forgot that she had gone to grab the president. She quickly retreated and let go of his hand. Mr. President, I really didn't mean to get close to you. I've told the people around you many times that I didn't mean to, whether it's about that matter or… Shut up. He frowned at the mention of that matter. He turned around. The cold room became even colder because of his gaze. Yu Minmin gritted her teeth. I'm really here to see Lin Che. If you have something to give to Lin Che, I'll find someone to give it to him. You have to stay here now. You. As he spoke, Gu Jingming walked out. Yu Minmin could only sit there and watch him leave speechlessly. Outside, Linda lowered her head and said to Gu Jing, Mr. President, what should we do now? Gu Jingming looked out of the window, thinking about what she looked like just now. Keep an eye on her. When it's over, let her go. Yes. Gu Jingming had never thought that he would see her again. However, she was Lin Che's manager. It was dangerous for her to be too close to him. Gu Jingze looked around but didn't see Gu Jingming. After a while, he saw Gu Jingming walk out of the room. He looked a little annoyed. Gu Jingze walked over. Big brother, what happened? Gu Jingming looked at him and shook his head. No, I just have some business to attend to. Gu Jingming turned around and looked inside. Yu Minmin was still locked inside. Seeing that Gu Jingze was talking to Gu Jingming, Lin Che grabbed his own food and walked to the side. When he reached the bottom, he forcefully pulled her over with one hand. Lin Che turned around and saw that Mo Huiling was there. She widened her eyes and saw that Mo Huiling was looking at her with a cold smile, full of hatred. Lin Che suddenly remembered that the Gu family was also here. If she were to make a scene here, it would look bad. Mo Huiling, no matter what you want to say, go and tell Gu Jingze. It has nothing to do with me. Mo Huiling glared at her and was about to slap her, but Lin Che grabbed her hand and didn't let her slap her. Mo Huiling didn't expect her to be so fast. She wanted to slap her with her other hand, but Lin Che grabbed her again. He held her arms with both hands and looked at Mo Huiling. What do you want? Mo Huiling, everyone here is from the Gu family. If you continue to make a scene, it won't do anyone any good. Mo Huiling suddenly remembered. She snorted. Fine, if you continue to make a scene, it won't do you any good. You said that you and Gu Jingze got married by contract, but you agreed to divorce before you got married. Does the Gu family know about this? Lin Che was stunned. He didn't expect Mo Huiling to bring up this issue. Gu Jingze had told her about this before, so Lin Che could understand. But he didn't expect that she would bring it up now. Mo Huiling saw that she was indeed afraid. She snorted and said, Aren't you very likable? When the Gu family finds out that you agreed to the contract marriage because of money, and that you were willing to get married even though you had no feelings for him, let's see if they still think that you're a prostitute. Lin Che was still in a daze when he saw Mo Huiling's expression suddenly change. She looked behind her with a crying face. Mo Huiling said pitifully, Jingze, look. Lin Che is treating me like this the moment he sees me. Gu Jingze was here? Lin Che turned around. Gu Jingze pushed Mo Huiling away without hesitation. Mo Huiling was pushed to the side. She staggered for a while before she steadied herself. They were quite a distance away, so no one could see them. Gu Jingze glanced at the Gu family. Seeing that they couldn't see them, he looked at Mo Huiling with disgust and said, What are you doing here? Mo Huiling didn't expect him to push her away just like that. He stood beside Lin Che without saying a word. You. She hit me. Aren't you going to say anything? That's enough. Huiling. She won't hit you. If you want to make a scene, leave this place and go back to your home. You can do whatever you want. Feeling that Gu Jingze was on his side, Lin Che's heart skipped a beat. He raised his head and looked at Gu Jingze. He didn't know what to feel, but he felt touched. Mo Huiling sneered at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze, you're so cruel. Gu Jingze didn't trust her at all. He just wanted her to leave this place as soon as possible. Who allowed you to come in? Mo Huiling said. As the young mistress of the Mo family, can I come here? I'll give you some time now. Please leave this place, Gu Jingze said coldly. How could Mo Huiling be willing to leave? Why should I? I'm not leaving. You're not leaving? I don't want to embarrass you. Huiling, leave by yourself. Otherwise, I'll ask someone to take you away. You can make your choice now. You. Mo Huiling looked at Gu Jingze in disbelief. Was he so heartless towards her now? Mo Huiling said, All right, if you dare to ask someone to take me away, I'll shout immediately. I want to ask the Gu family if they know that you and Lin Che are in a contract marriage. Do they know how Lin Che lied to them? Do they know that you only married Lin Che to deal with them? You've been acting all along. Chapter 269. Gu Jingze's gaze froze. He felt Mo Huiling gritting her teeth. This was the first time he felt that this woman had such a fierce side to her. Even though he wasn't worried about how to explain it to his family, it would only cause unnecessary trouble if it blew up on this occasion. Especially those people's guesses and rumors, it wouldn't be good for Lin Che. Gu Jingze said, If you really fight head-on, it won't be good for anyone. Huiling, I advise you to stop now. No, I won't stop. Why should I stop? You're the one who betrayed me. Gu Jingze, you're so heartless. Lin Che, he's so heartless. He can abandon so many years of feelings. The next person to be abandoned will be you. Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows. While Mo Huiling was still talking, he gave the person behind him a look. Before Mo Huiling could react, her mouth was covered forcefully. She was dragged out. She struggled, but in the end, she couldn't fight against the bodyguards. She was still dragged out just like that. Everything was silent. When they left, Gu Jingze heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Che said, She's like this. Don't worry about her. She's probably crazy. But what if she really tells her family about this? I'll get someone to watch. I won't let her cause trouble at home. Besides, she doesn't dare to cause trouble. Lin Che nodded. Gu Jingze confirmed that Mo Huiling had been sent out before he brought Lin Che back. In the evening, there would continue to be a banquet here. Lin Che and Gu Jingze had already confirmed that they would stay in a villa in the resort. Although Lin Che felt that he had been playing all day, he was also extremely tired. Sitting there, he was already drowsy. Gu Jingze saw it at a glance and said to Mu Wanqing, Mother, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Mu Wanqing looked at the sleepy Lin Che and agreed with a smile. Gu Jingze patted Lin Che and asked him to go in with him. Lin Che woke up from his sleepiness and left with Gu Jingze in a daze. Gu Jingyan watched the two of them leave and smiled at Mu Wanqing. I didn't expect second brother to feel sorry for someone. Mu Wanqing said, That's right. Seeing that he has these changes and is no longer as cold-blooded and heartless as he was in the past, I am relieved. Otherwise, I am really afraid that he will never have a good person in his life and will just muddle through it. Gu Jingyan said, Yeah, and I think sister-in-law is a good person too. Yeah, I like it when I see it. Gu Jingyan said, That's right. He looks very simple and pure. She was so pure that it was enviable. Mu Wanqing said, Didn't you say that Liu Beichen would arrive soon? Where is he? Gu Jingyan's expression changed. She turned her head and quickly changed the topic. Lin Che walked on the road, followed by a group of people. They were all waiting on him. Lin Che was used to it. Every time Gu Jing came out, he would make such a big fuss. At first, he was scared, but now he was not so surprised. Her footsteps were a little unstable, and she almost fell again. Fortunately, Gu Jingze was holding her arm and holding her steady. He looked at her with a frown and said, Look at how stupid you are. Alas, what would you do without me? Yeah, she was really stupid. What would she do without him? She didn't even dare to think about it. It's just that my feet are a little numb after standing for a day. I'm not that stupid, okay? Lin Che said. When Gu Jingze heard this, he immediately looked at her feet. What's wrong? Are your feet numb? Yeah, just a little. It's okay, Lin Che said. However, Gu Jingze still picked her up. Hey you, don't move. Come in with me, he said as he tiptoed to carry her light body towards the villa not far away. Very quickly, they entered the room. The people behind them had all left, so he asked the servants to rest as well. Only he and Lin Che were left in the huge room. Gu Jingze placed her on the sofa and let her sit down. Then, he squatted down and reached out to fiddle with her shoes. Seeing that he was actually going to take off her shoes, Lin Che quickly said, "No, they're so dirty. I've been wearing them for a day and I haven't taken them off." Gu Jingze looked up at her. "No wonder your feet are numb. Why didn't you take them off after wearing them for a day? Wait, let me see what's wrong." But aren't you afraid of athlete's foot?" She looked at him and murmured. Gu Jingze looked at her. "Do you have athlete's foot?" "Of course not," Lin Che said quickly. "Then it's fine," he said as he took off her shoes. Lin Che wanted to say that although she didn't have athlete's foot, it was still very dirty. However, Gu Jingze didn't seem to care. He took off her shoes and reached out to pinch her feet. Lin Che looked at him embarrassedly. "They're so dirty. Don't you dislike them?" Gu Jingze said, "Even if they're dirty, she's still my wife. As a husband, how can I dislike my wife?" Lin Che's heart instantly felt sweet as if she had eaten honey. Looking at Gu Jingze kneeling on one knee, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. What did she do to deserve such a man? No wonder Imo Huiling was so angry. She also felt that she was so ordinary. Lin Che said, "Miss Imo must be so angry today. You treated her like that. She asked for it. She went too far today," Gu Jingze said. Gu Jingze didn't want to mention Imo Huiling at all. He still couldn't understand why he had thought that Imo Huiling was elegant and beautiful. Was he wrong? Or was he blind to fall in love with such a woman? He felt that he had never regretted anything, but this incident made him feel a little regretful. He regretted wasting so many years with Imo Huiling and even thinking about marrying her. However, Imo Huiling was such a woman. Therefore, Gu Jingze only wanted to treat Lin Che better now. He didn't dislike Lin Che at all. Especially when he remembered that Lin Che had never disliked him, he felt that there was indeed no such thing as dislike between a husband and wife. At that time, when he vomited so badly, she didn't say anything. Now, she just took off her shoes. It didn't matter if they were a little dirty. Gu Jingze and Lin Che came in and didn't plan to go out. Lin Che went to take a shower. Gu Jingze sat outside and listened to the sound of the water. He thought about how he and Lin Che had been married for so long, but they had never been romantic. There was no wedding, no ring, nothing at all. Gu Jingze blamed himself more and more. After thinking for a while, he picked up his phone and called someone. "Get 2 people to come over now and help me arrange some things." Inside the room, Lin Che finally felt less tired after taking a shower. He put on his pajamas and slowly walked out. However, as soon as he walked out, he saw flower petals on the bed and warm music echoing. However, he didn't see anyone. Chapter 270. Lin Che's hand, which was rubbing his hair, froze in shock as he listened to the gentle music. He was still in a daze when he felt a strong aura approaching him from behind. He abruptly turned his head and saw the man standing at the door. He was dressed very simply, a V-neck t-shirt, revealing a section of his beautiful collarbone, and a pair of cotton trousers. At this time, he had taken off the fierceness of his body, and at this time, he had a rare sense of warmth. Lin Che stared blankly at the man in front of him. All of a sudden, the man slowly walked over. His deep gaze looked into Lin Che's eyes. His eyes were like obsidian, like the Milky Way with a myriad of stars. There was a hint of a smile in his eyes, giving off an illusion of deep affection that lingered in one's chest. Gu Jingze looked at her. He didn't know if it was deliberately prepared by Mu Wanqing, but this was still the honeymoon suite of the resort. The bed was a large round bed, facing the artificial lake outside. On the other side of the lake, there were still stars in the sky. Looking at it at night, it looked like a painting. Lin Che had never felt such a romantic feeling before. For a moment, she looked at Gu Jingze and said in surprise, What is this? Gu Jingza. Just now, she had only taken a bath for a few minutes, and he had already made so many things. Was he performing a magic trick? Gu Jingza didn't say anything. He only used a pair of starry eyes to stare at her eyes without blinking. As if she understood what he was going to do, she felt a burst of heat in her heart. She lowered her head slightly, but secretly raised her eyes and looked at the man who was walking over from time to time. For a moment, her face turned even redder. She felt that just looking at him made her mouth and tongue dry. Looking at his faint red lips, she had the urge to take the initiative to pounce on him and bite him. Although his lips were thin, they were very full. They opened slightly, causing Lin Che to feel heat in her heart. Slowly walking towards Gu Jingza, she said, you? Tonight, Gu Jingza didn't want to be like usual and fall into madness with her. He slowly walked in front of her and gently lowered his head. His long fingers reached into her wet hair. She raised her head naturally and looked at him with a pair of shy eyes. Although he had always tried his best to make her feel that their marriage was wonderful and that it wasn't just for show, he also wanted her to feel that their marriage would bring her happiness and not a burden. However, because he had never interacted with a woman normally, he had no idea what a woman needed. He felt that their first time had been too careless. He had taken her so carelessly. She must have been in a lot of pain. A girl's wedding night should be beautiful, but she was in so much pain. After they got married, he had not touched her at all, so she did not have a good memory. So, this time, he slowly approached her and gently tapped on her lips. As he watched her open and close her eyes, he gently kissed her lips again. Lin Che moaned. She felt that his kiss was as gentle as music, so gentle that it made her want to sigh. He gently placed her on the bed and kissed every inch of her skin as if she was the most precious treasure in the world. Slowly and gently, it ignited every cell in her body. He was also a little nervous, a little uncomfortable, and a little difficult to endure. He was a little worried that she would feel uncomfortable. He was a little worried that what he was doing was right and whether it would make her happy. He really felt that he had become a young boy. It was as if it was his first time. He was actually so nervous to know how a woman felt. Lin Che held his hand. He greedily bit her fingers and licked her fingertips. Lin Che was really going crazy. Was this man crazy today? Her body involuntarily arched, as if she wanted to cater to his body. He separated her legs. Lin Che screamed, Gu Jingza, what are you doing? What are you doing? I can't. It's okay. Don't move. Leave it to me tonight. No. No. You can't. You're so dirty, you. Don't move. Be good. Let me see. Sob. I really can't. You. Lin Che really felt very embarrassed. However, she was already in a confused state of mind, so she did not have any strength left. At this moment, after being teased by him, her whole body became soft. She did not have any strength to resist. She collapsed under his extreme gentleness. He liked to see her in such a confused state of mind for him. He liked to see her so comfortable. Every expression of hers seemed to be encouraging him, making him feel that it was all worth it. In an instant, he had an impulse to give up the whole world for a little smile from her. Even though he was in so much pain that he felt like he was about to explode, he only hugged her tightly when she was completely relaxed. That night, Lin Che really felt something that he had never felt before. He felt especially satisfied and natural. Although she clearly didn't move at all, he was still very tired. The two of them hugged tightly and fell asleep after a while. Whirlwind was quietly taken out of the house. When she was outside, she did not expect that Gu Jingza would treat her like this. She quickly called Li Mingyu. Li Mingyu came to pick Whirlwind up. Seeing Whirlwind's disheveled face, he smiled and sent her back to the family home. When they entered her room, she was so angry that she smashed the things in the room. Li Mingyu did not want to leave before he got what he wanted. Seeing that she was angry, he hugged her. Whirlwind was shocked and quickly tried to push Li Mingyu away. Li Mingyu hugged her and did not let go. He looked at her and said, That's enough. You are still a virgin for Gu Jingza. Come on, it's just a game. This kind of thing is comfortable for both of us. Why are you so resistant? Whirlwind said, My first time is reserved for Gu Jingza. Why should I waste it on a playboy like you? You have so many women outside. I think you are dirty. Li Mingyu was stunned. He looked at Mo Huiling in disbelief. No way. First time? Who are you trying to fool? Mo Huiling said, Why would I lie to you? Humph, do you think everyone is like you? Haven't you been with Gu Jingza for many years? But Jingza is a gentleman. He would not do anything to me. Mo Huiling did not mention Gu Jingza's problem. This was a secret of the Gu family. She had never thought of telling Li Mingyu. Li Mingyu snorted and said, Then you don't understand men. If a man has feelings for a woman, it's definitely because of his body. He's been with you for so many years, but he hasn't even touched you once. Are you sure he really loved you? Chapter 271. Mo Huiling was flustered by his words. Mo Huiling rolled her eyes. Of course, she wouldn't admit that Gu Jingza had never loved her. No, Gu Jingza must have loved her. If he didn't love her, he wouldn't have only been with her for so many years. He hadn't had any contact with another woman since he was young. Gu Jingza wasn't the kind of person she thought he was. Not every man was like that. Humph, you're lying to me. I won't believe you. Li Mingyu snorted. Anyway, if a man and a woman can talk to each other under the blanket, it means that he doesn't have any feelings for her. It's just like you and me. You see, I'm always thinking about how to get on top of you. Does this mean that I like you? Get lost. Do you think everyone is as perverted as you? Mo Huiling wouldn't believe him anyway. Li Mingyu said, Yes, I'm so perverted because I like you. Otherwise, you should just give up. I think that Lin Che does look like a little vixen. I'm afraid that Gu Jingza won't come back for you. When Mo Huiling heard that he actually thought that Lin Che was good-looking, Mo Huiling immediately flared up. You, Li Mingyu, get out of here. Sigh, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that, okay? A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. He quickly changed his words and hugged Mo Huiling. You're the prettiest. Lin Che looks like a little vixen. You're the lady from a rich family. How can a little girl like Lin Che compare to you? Mo Huiling stared at Li Mingyu. I won't let Lin Che live a good life. Gu Jingza is mine, and he still loves me. He's just temporarily bewitched by Lin Che. One day, he'll know how good I am. Before that, you have to help me. Why should I help you? What a joke. I want you to break up with him, Li Mingyu said. Mo Huiling said, I promise you, as long as you help me get Gu Jingza, I'll sleep with you. Otherwise, don't even think about getting me. Humph. Li Mingyu turned and looked at Mo Huiling. Really? You're not lying to me, right? Why would I lie to you? I've kept my first time for so long just to give it to Gu Jingza. Since you've fulfilled my wish, I'll fulfill it for you. It's also because of this barrier that I can't have sex with others. But I've kept it for so long, and I'm not willing to lose it just like that. So, you have to help me get what I want, so that I can give you what you want, right? Indeed, Li Mingyu didn't care whether she was loyal or not. Hearing her say this, she smiled and said, Okay, I'll help you. Tell me, how do you want me to help? I've been with Gu Jingza for so long. He loves me like crazy. Of course, he doesn't keep any secrets from me. I know a lot of secrets about the Gu family. What secret? The Gu family stored the sperm in the sperm bank for Gu Jingza so that he wouldn't lose his offspring because of an accident. If you help me get it, when I become pregnant with Gu Jingza's child, the Gu family will definitely not let their offspring wander outside. Then, Gu Jingza will have to divorce Lin Che and be with me. Mo Huiling knew that Gu Jingza kept the sperm, but it wasn't the Gu family who kept it for him. It was because Gu Jingza wanted to be with her. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to touch her, so he purposely kept the sperm. He hoped that after they got married, they could have a child through artificial insemination. That way, the Gu family wouldn't make things difficult for her. Gu Jingza loved her so much, but Li Mingyu still thought that Gu Jingza didn't love her. Humph. What did he know? Gu Jingza was such a good man. It was only because he had that problem that he couldn't touch her. Otherwise, he would have been hers long ago instead of that little bitch Lin Che's. How could he really love that little bitch Lin Che? Li Mingyu said, Gu Jingza actually kept the sperm? Really? All right then, I'll help you. But remember, you must serve me well. He yearned to be able to get Gu Jingza's woman. If Imo Huiling married Gu Jingza and he told Gu Jingza that he had already slept with Imo Huiling, wouldn't Gu Jingza be furious? By then, Gu Jingza would get what he deserved for what he had done to the Li family. Li Mingyu would never forget how Gu Jingza had used his influence to suppress the Li family after they had fallen out. It was never too late for a gentleman to take his revenge. Gu Jingza, just you wait and see da. Early in the morning, Lin Che was woken up by the sun. When she woke up, she realized that the man beside her had already woken up. She was stunned. She turned around and saw Gu Jingza looking at Lin Che with his head tilted. He was lying on his side. His well-defined muscles were stretched out, and he was only half covered with a blanket. His appearance really made her blood boil. She thought she was going to have a nosebleed. However, she seemed to have noticed that Gu Jingza was looking at her carefully. Lin Che reached out to cover her face and looked at Gu Jingza through the gaps between her fingers. "Why do you keep looking at me? You're so small. How do you have so much power? You're so restless when you sleep. You keep tossing and turning." Lin Che blushed. She looked at Gu Jingza and said, Did I disturb your sleep?" Gu Jingza said, "Forget it. I'm used to it. Why don't we not sleep together in the future? I can't control myself. I don't know what I'm doing when I fall asleep. You sleep so late every night. If you can't sleep well, won't it be terrible?" Gu Jingza frowned. How can a married couple sleep separately after such a short period of time after getting married? But it's okay. I heard that sports can help you sleep better. Let's do more nighttime exercises tomorrow. You'll sweat more before bed, and you'll sleep better at night. He supported his head with one hand and whispered in her ear. What bedtime exercises hadn't they done enough last night? She really felt that it was enough. Get lost. I still have to work. You'll kill me if you sleep so late every night. She originally thought that he should be a person with few desires, but she didn't expect him to be so energetic. Every day, he would torment her to death. It was the same last night. She was clearly asleep, but he would suddenly climb into her body in the middle of the night. Gu Jingza said, "Is it my fault? You seduced me for no reason." Lin Che protested and pouted. "Who seduced you? Who threw themselves on top of me when I was sleeping?" he said. Lin Che was speechless. "When I was asleep, I kept pouncing on you. Could it be that when someone pounces on you, you get excited? That's really strange. When you were with Imo Huiling for so many years, how did you endure it? Don't tell me that your kidneys are weak." You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.